Hello, hello. Sorry, I'm just trying to change something here. Um, all right. Amanda, hi. Hello, Julie. Good to see you. Hello, hello. Okay, just about to go live on the TikTok. Hopefully, you guys can hear me okay. It's always something that I have to make sure is happening first. There's that. There's that. Confirm. Cool. Can you guys hear me all right? Hopefully you can. Let me set this up. You know, I am so ghetto with my situation. Yepers. All right, very cool, Julie. How are you doing? How are you guys doing on YouTube? We're going live on TikTok right now too. But how are you doing? Loud and clear. Very cool. Thank you, Amanda. I was praying for you earlier, Julie. You came to mind, and I was praying specifically for you. So hopefully you're doing okay. Hopefully everything is going well. I'm doing well. Thank you. You know, it's funny. I've been like going through like a little bit of a gauntlet lately with my throat and stuff like that. Cause you know, like I didn't have my voice, not this last Tuesday, but Tuesday before. And then I tried to go live on Friday, which I did that again. And then after I did that, like my voice went away. And then after my voice started coming back on Sunday, then I think I got like strep throat or something. And so I think that's finally just now going away. And I'm just like, man, just getting wrecked. What's up, Mark? Good to see you, man. How you doing? Joni, Jackie. Hi, Ryan. Hello, Jackie. Good to see you. Kellogg Mermaid. Good to see you. Hello, Self Love Always. How are you? Hey, thank you, Jackie. Thank you so much for that heart. I appreciate that. Yeah, absolutely, Julie. Glad to do it. Glad to do it. Yeah, Jenny, absolutely. I'm feeling better. I'm feeling better, thankfully. So thank you for that. Hey, Joni, thank you for that heart. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. How do I get to the live on my TV? Ooh, how do I get the live to my TV? Do you have Apple Play? I think you can also pair your phone depending on what kind of TV you have. You can pair your phone with your TV, and then you can screen share. So I don't know what kind of phone you have, but if you have an Apple phone, you can just like swipe down at the top and like it'll say, you know, screen share. Do it that way. I pray for you every day as well. Thank you, Julie. Thank you so much. Hey, Jack. Tell my sis on YouTube I said hi. Julie, Joni says hello. What's up, Gina? Good to see you. Hello, hello. Amanda Flashy Fitness. Hello, hello. Hey, TBS. Thank you for so much for that heart. I appreciate that. Jenny, I heart you, Danae. How are you doing? Hello, Ryan and friends. Sheesh. What's up, Lynn Little? Hello, 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 hello. Sandy Pierce. Hi. What's up, Chris? How you doing? How are you doing, man? Hopefully you're doing well. Good to see you. What's up, Cynthia? Hey, how are you? Hello, Frog Faux Show. Hello, happy Friday. Friday indeed. Made it through closing. Nice. Congratulations, Jenny, for the new house. That's going to be super cool. Hey, I did it. Yay. Very cool, Amanda. Julie says hello. Back to you, Joni. So I'm mediating between sisters right now, between Joni on TikTok and Julie on YouTube. So this is fun. But congratulations, Amanda. Good job doing that. That's awesome. I'm good. Thank you. Awesome, Chris. Super cool. It is a blessing. You know, it's always interesting. We are doing better than what we deserve. Is that not the truth? Holly Lou, thank you so much for the heart. Sophie, okay, let me go ahead and take attendance. You are present. Congratulations, you did it. Because if you weren't, then you know you would have just been blocked. It's I don't make the rules. I'm so sorry. Jackie says hello, Julie, on YouTube. Hi from Manila. Hello, Lizzie Buzz. Hello, hello. I just sent you a message that you really should read. Okay, Donna. Yeah, I'll totally check that out. After this live, I will do that. Yeah, close call indeed. Happy Friday. Yeah, happy Friday. Shalom. What's up, old man? How you doing? What's up, Janie Rodriguez? Haven't seen you in a minute either. That is good to see you, man. We're just getting some people back in the house. Hallelujah. Thank you so much for that gift. Hi, Ryan. What's up, Sandy? Man, holy smokes. It is just, it's like we're just like that. It's like it's like a family reunion. What's up, Belinda? How are you? What's up, Skywatcher? Interesting. I like your name. Skywatcher. That's what I'm talking about, man. When did you get famous? What do you mean? Never. I don't want to be. I think that would be terrible. Like I too many eyes on you, and I just like I like what we're doing here. Oh man. What's up, Leah? Tell Mark I said hello too. All right. Hey, this is a different Mark. This is Mark Burns. Hello, TK. Thank you so much for that heart. Hey, Ryan and family. Hope all is well. Good to see you, Belinda. Yeah, things are doing okay. How's it going? Going well. Going well. We're just getting started, so we'll start here. Host with the mostest. Something. There's some truth in that, I suppose. Amber, how you doing, Amber? Yes, hostess with the mostest indeed. Eli in the house, man. How are you doing, man? Are you back at him? Hopefully everything is okay. It seems like it's been a minute since we've seen you, so it is good to see you back in your spot, if you understand what I'm talking about. Keep you young kids away from this guy. Coda, back again, just trolling. I love it. Welcome back, Coda, even though you do not like me, apparently. That's crazy. But yeah, Julia, this is a different Mark. So but when Mark enters, if he does come in, then I will, I'll try to let him know. I'll try to keep that in mind. That's something now it's on my mind. Joni, thank you so much for that heart. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. What's up, Ed King? Full said Ed. Praying the seed is being sown for him. Yeah, no kidding. It's fascinating how many people want to enter into a live stream and just start popping off. And I'm just like, different live streams you could be in right now. But I try to treat them, with grace, because so I try to do the same thing for them, and hopefully that they might be one. What's up, Tammy? Good to see you. Ed King, thank you so much for the heart. Yeah, let's go. Very cool. Tammy says, hello, family and friends. Yeah, Julie, there's two Marks. Christina, hello. Yeah, one is Mark Burns, and the other one is Mark Light After Glow. I think you're probably talking about the Light After Glow. That's not who this is over here. This is a different Mark. Hello, Elaine. Christina, thank you so much for those gifts. I appreciate that. Hello, Jepulus. Hello. Good to see you. It is good to see everybody here. Thank you so much for those gifts. I appreciate that. Yeah, I know, 2 Marks. There's only allowed to be one. When there's more than one, then everything just gets all screwed up. Hey, Leah, thank you so much for that. I appreciate that. All right, so we can go ahead and get started. We got a lot to talk about last time. I felt like we started relatively early, and I felt like we did a pretty short recap because it was only like an hour and like 20 minutes or something like that. And then it still took almost 6 hours. So we have a lot to do. We got things to talk about. I am so sorry. No, I'm not. You guys, I had a good time. Yeah, Bible study. Absolutely. We're about to dive into it. Leah and Karen, thank you so much, guys. I appreciate that. That is very kind of you. We are going through the book of Genesis. Yes, Christina, thank you so much. But yeah, last time, or no, what was I saying? I was saying that today I was studying. I was in Genesis 21 because on Tuesday we're going to be going through Genesis 21 through 21, 22, maybe 23 and 24. I don't really know, but we're going to be doing a handful of chapters again. And I just spent so much time in chapter 21. I spent a couple hours in there, and so that's cool. Hey, Joni, thank you so much for subscribing on TikTok. That is very kind. Thank you so much for doing that. Sandy, oh, man, thank you so much. I appreciate that, guys. You guys are a blessing to me. I mean, truly, it is very humbling And I'm encouraged by you guys. Thank you so much. What's up, Pastor Ryan? Yeah, right. Karen with the roses. Thank you so much. You guys are very kind. Thank you so much. M. Dolly, thank you so much for the heart. Thank you so much. Are we going off the high dive? Well, we're going to be getting into it. Hello, Bridget. Good to see you, man. You guys, I thank you so much. But yes, thank you guys for those gifts, and I appreciate that. But yeah, good to see you, Bridget. It's a blessing to have you here. Hopefully you're feeling well. And yes, Amanda, we're going to be going off the high dive, but I was talking about what we're going to be talking about next time on Tuesday, because I'm already prepping for it. And like I said, I spent like two and a half hours, probably a little bit more in just in Genesis 21, just trying to get a good handle on it, which is pretty cool. So I'm looking forward to that. And I haven't even got to Genesis 22 yet, which is where it's going to get real awesome. I am pumped. For Genesis 22. I'm just excited. Like, I mean, do you guys just want to go to Genesis 22 right now? There's so much there, and I'm just excited. I'm just excited to get there because of how beautiful it is. Dang, what an opening. Yeah, no kidding. Hello, Laura. Hello, Laura. How are you on YouTube? Good to see you here. Are you a real Christian or fake MAGA Christian? Oof, that's an interesting question. I don't know what a fake MAGA Christian is, but no, I believe that Jesus is God's son. I believe that he led a sinless life. I believe that he died on the cross for my sins, and that he was buried and rose again on the third day. And that the Bible says, for whosoever calls upon the name of the Lord shall be saved. And it is by grace you've been saved through faith. And that not of yourselves, it is the gift of God, not of works, lest any man should boast. Good to see you, Miss Shelley. Hello. Hi from California. Good to see you, Trisha. Good to see you. But good to see you too, Elise. Hello. All right. So yeah, we can go ahead and start this whole situation. If you guys are new here, my name is book chapter by chapter, verse by verse. I am not a pastor. I'm not a scholar. I'm just a dude running a Bible. And it is a blessing and a privilege to do so. I want you guys to always remember that, because we need to test all things and hold fast to that which is good. That is what I want you guys to always remember. Hey, Kathy, thank you so much. Hello. And M. Dolly, thank you for the lightning. I appreciate that. But I need you guys to always remember, we're living in the world right now where it is a time of deception. There's a lot of people who are saying Jesus. And just because they say that does not mean that it is the same Jesus that you worship or the same Jesus that I worship. And so we need to pop the hood and kind of get in there and ask them who they are actually talking about, because there's different Jesuses. There are different gospels. Shabbat shalom. Yes, you too, disciple of Yeshua. Good to see you. And so just to remember to be like the Bereans in Acts chapter 17, verse 11, where Paul says these were more fair-minded than those in Thessalonica, and that they received the word with all readiness, but they searched the scriptures daily to find out whether these things were so. And so that's what we need to be doing, because if you don't test me, then that means you're not testing other people as well. And so I test everybody. I mean, until I get to really know your heart, I mean, I am like full guard, right? And so once I get to know the person, then I can start to okay, you are a brother, you are a sister in Christ. And then we can have a little bit more in-depth kind of conversations and stuff, and hopefully grow closer together. But I want you guys to understand that we need to really, really understand how important it is to test all things, because if you don't, then you could be deceived. And so there's a lot of things going on TikTok. Thank you, Miss Shelley. There's a lot of things going on YouTube. Good to see you, Jill. And with all of that in mind, there's a lot of people who are voicing their opinions. I'm one of them. I am one of the people who voice my opinion. And so there's a lot of people who are very popular on YouTube and on TikTok who are, get a lot of views, get a lot of followers. And I need you to understand, just because somebody has a lot of views or a lot of followers doesn't mean that they are correct. And so you need to really, really understand that, because a lot of people are just saying things, and I'm just like quietly disagree, but I don't really say anything many times because it's a secondary issue. And so I always want you guys to remember what the main thing is, because in this Bible study, the main thing is always going to be the main thing. And the main thing is how to know for sure you can get to heaven. Joni on YouTube, thank you so much for the subscription. That is very kind. So you subscribed on TikTok and YouTube. My goodness, you are awesome. Thank you so much for that, Joni. I appreciate that. And now you're reunited with Julie. But the main thing is always going to be the main thing. How do you get to heaven? Well, you need to first understand the bad news before you can appreciate the good news. The bad news is given to us in Romans 3:23, and it says, "For all have sinned and fall short of the glory of God." So we are all sinners and we have all fallen short. Thank you, Tams, for that heart puff. So we are all sinners and we have all fallen short of the glory of God. But there's more bad news in Romans 6:23, and it says, "For the wages of sin is death." So there are three really bad things that apply to each and every one of us. Good to see you, Crystal. We are all sinners. We have all fallen short of the glory of God, and we are all under the death penalty. These three things apply to everybody who has ever been born. But the good news is after that. The good news is, but the gift of God is eternal life through Jesus Christ, our Lord. I want you guys to understand how amazing that is. That is unbelievable. That is priceless. We need to keep that the main thing. And we need to just be excited about that. Like it's incredible. You know how many times people go up to other people and they have no problem talking about how crazy the world is getting? Like it's like, oh man, world's getting weird, right? Like nobody has an issue saying that. But what we do have a problem with, and that we're a little intimidated by, is by saying, man, how amazing it is that Jesus died for me. Did you know that Jesus died for me? He died for you? It's so interesting, like how we have no problem talking about certain things, but then when it comes to the one thing that we need to be talking about, we are all very timid. And so I would not, I'm not trying to shame anybody. I'm just trying to encourage you, to stir you up, because I need stirred up, because I need to remember certain things. There's a lot of things that my dad says all the time where I'm just like, man, that's so good. What's up, Steve? Good to see you, brother. Yeah, amen, Mark, right? Hey, Miss Shelley, thank you so much. Holy smokes, it's the Liberty Bell. Holy cow, I've never seen that before. Thank you so much for that. I'm blessed by, thank you so much, Miss Shelley. But we need to be telling people about Jesus, guys. If you're a born again believer, you and I are very important. We are laborers in the same field, and the field is the world. You are just in a different part of the world. I'm over here in my part of the world. You're over there in your part of the world. One of the things that's interesting is that I have to fix my account, BRB. Okay, Bridget. One of the things I was going to tell you guys today, I went to the went out to breakfast with my family because my daughter is done with school. So right after she was done with school, we went out to get some breakfast. And as I was leaving, there was this older man who waved me down and he started pointing at my shirt. Hey, Amber, thank you so much for that gift. He started pointing at my shirt. This man turned out to be 92 years old. And he's like, I like your shirt. And so, I started talking to him, even though like I was halfway out the door, which was unfortunate because he's like, he's like, I used to be a chaplain. And I was like, right when he said chaplain, I kind of got a little bit of like my spidey senses started going up because there's a lot of chaplains who are out there and they basically have to say whatever the person wants them to say, which is kind of heartbreaking. They, like I know that there's some Christian chaplains, but they, hello, Shelba, good to see you. There are some Christian chaplains out there, but a lot of them don't actually say, certain things because, their job doesn't allow it. Anyways, so I started talking to this guy who's 92 years old and I was like, oh, do you know how to know for sure you can get to heaven? And the first thing that he says was, well, I hope I'm going to heaven. And right when he said that, it was like my heart just broke because I was looking at this 92-year-old man. I recognized that I had to leave because we were walking out the door. And I was like, and so I quickly told him about how to know for sure he can get to heaven, but I didn't like emphasize on it. I didn't have the time to like pull up a chair and talk to him. But like, my point is that this person was 92 years old and he said, I hope I'm going to heaven. Now, if you ask me how to know for sure I'm going to heaven, I'm going to tell you, and it's going to be very confident. And my point is that there's other people who are hoping. There's like, I'm a good person and like, I know Bible verses and they like, they have some knowledge, and it's very heartbreaking because one of the most terrifying things is that there's a lot of people out in the world who have this false sense of security. And so when you think about somebody having a false sense of security, that is very difficult to combat because they don't understand the danger that they're in. Like you need to first get them to understand the danger that they're in before you can get them to safety. And so when you stumble upon somebody like that, it's rather challenging. Our blessed hope, absolutely. Maestro back for you says LMAO. No one is in heaven or hell. Well, they are in Hades. Yeah, thanks for stopping by on my live. Absolutely. Yahweh, hopefully you got a good pump on, man. It's good to see you in there. Hey, what's up, Alyssa? Hello. And so anyways, we need to recognize how to get to heaven. And the only way is by recognizing that we are a sinner And once we recognize the bad news, then we can appreciate the good news. The good news is given to us in 1 Corinthians 15, and that is that Jesus died according to the scriptures, that he was buried, and that he rose again according to the scriptures. That's in 1 Corinthians 15. And so praise God for that. That's incredible. Cheryl, so much. Thank you so much for subscribing. Oh my goodness. For 12 months. That is awesome. That is so cool. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate that so much. Cheryl Mick CMI. I don't know how to say that, but thank you so much. But we need to recognize our need. And then we need to recognize who Jesus is. We need to believe in him. It's for by grace you have been saved through faith. It is through faith, through faith, through faith. It is Christ plus nothing. I can't do anything. If I could do something to get to heaven, then that would imply that Jesus wasn't good enough and what he did on the cross wasn't good enough. No, it is good enough. He was enough. It is paid in full. It is for by grace you have been saved through faith. John 3:16 says, for God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten son, that whosoever believes in him shall not perish but have everlasting life. It's amazing news right there. It's for whosoever calls upon the name of the Lord shall be saved. And so we need to, the heart of the matter is always a matter of the heart. And so we need to be sensitive to that. And so all of that is the primary issue. Everything else is going to be secondary to that. And so I want you guys to understand that. Hopefully you guys can understand that. And so we're going to be talking about some things here in this Bible study. But in case you guys are new, my name is Ryan. We're just going through the Bible book by book, chapter by chapter, verse by verse. All of these studies are uploaded to YouTube. There's a YouTube link up in my TikTok profile up here. These YouTube videos or these TikTok Bible studies, they go for a long time. They go for a long time. And so I want you guys to understand, if you like studying, there's a difference between reading the Bible and studying the Bible. And so what we do here is it's more of a study rather than just reading. It is like we're taking time. We spend like an hour or two in a chapter, and then we go through it. We unpack certain words. We try to get a better understanding about concepts and stuff like that. And so if you guys are looking for a Bible study that's rather, deep, maybe consider this one. There's all of this. Hello, Angelia. Hello, good to see you. All of these are uploaded to YouTube. There's a YouTube link up here in my TikTok profile. Thank you, Trisha, for that. I appreciate that. If you guys are interested in a verse-by-verse Bible study, we just finished the book of Revelation, and that was so much fun. I had so much fun with that. It was such a blast, and so I just am pumped. Anyways, we just finished the book of Revelation. We've done Revelation, Daniel, Ruth, Hebrews, James, John, Acts, Romans, all the Pauline epistles. We've done Isaiah, Zechariah. Brandy, thank you so much for that heart. We've done Matthew, 1 Peter, 2 Peter, and now we are going through the book of Genesis. And so we're going through it verse by verse, chapter by chapter, book by book. And so who knows what book we're going to do next? We will see. Perhaps Hosea, maybe Joel. I don't even know. Maybe we'll do Daniel again. Ew. But who knows? Hey, Suzanne, thank you so much for that gift. I appreciate that. And so anyways, if you guys haven't followed me over on YouTube, I would encourage you to do that just in case TikTok goes away. I hope TikTok does not. You will see what happens. But you should follow me over there, because even if I get taken off of this, continue even on YouTube. And so YouTube seems to be talking a little bit more. I'm live streaming on YouTube right now. Hey, what's up, Mac? Good to see you. Hello, hello. Hello. Okay, some things going on. My husband is at the bar. I think it's sad, and oof. Interesting. I am sorry about that. That is very sad. Letha, thank you so much. Letha just had surgery. If you guys wanted to, thank you so much for those subscriptions, Letha. I appreciate that so much. That is a blessing. Thank you. Hello, Leslie. If you guys wouldn't mind praying for Letha, she just had surgery. There's some other people who are going through that as well. It is for people out there, and that is one of the things that I'm, very sensitive to now all of a sudden because of this platform. I'm learning a lot. I'm growing a lot. I have been praying a lot, and so it's an honor to pray for you guys. And so I know that many of you guys are praying for me as well. But if you guys wanted to support this ministry, there's ways to do that. There's links up in my TikTok profile. There's a link tree if you wanted to support this ministry. Mac, I see you asking that question. But there's a link tree up there. And if you guys wanted to do that, it's a blessing, and it's very encouraging. So thank you if you're going to. This is what I am doing. I feel like this is a very important time to do this. I feel like I'm here for a reason, and I'm just full sending it right now. And it is literally ran by you guys. And so if you guys have supported it, whether it's in a monetary gift or if it's in a prayerfully, then thank you so much. It means the world to me. So thank you so much. It truly is incredible. And I am blessed by you guys in many different ways, and oftentimes brings tears to my eyes. And so I appreciate you guys more than you guys even realize. But that being said, we will go ahead and dive for such a time as this. I'm telling you what. Yes, Daniel. Yeah, Sarah. Hey, Jill. Thank you so much for that gift. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate that. Oh, bravo with a little dog. But in case you guys are new here, we normally start at the first chapter, but since we are progressing through, hello, Dina. Good to see you. What's up? How you doing, man? Good to see you too on the YouTube. Hey, Leah, thank you so much for those roses. I appreciate that. But one of the things that we do here is we do a recap on all the things that we have already talked about before. And so instead of going all the way back to chapter 1, we've been going back to chapter 5 because the recaps have been taking over 2 hours long, because sometimes once I start time we finish the review, we're 2 hours in, and I'm just like, oh my goodness, we still. And so anyways, we're going to go through, we're going to start this recap at Genesis chapter 5. And so Genesis chapter 5 is really incredible. What's up, Brando? Good to see you, brother. If you guys haven't seen Brandon before, he's a solid man right there. I appreciate the work that he does, and he's very kind, and he's very compassionate. And so if you guys haven't seen him before, you should go check him out. But in Genesis chapter 5, you have 10 different stop it. You have Leah, thank you so much for sending that subscription. I appreciate that. You sent it to got that. Thank you so much. I'm sure she appreciates that too. But in Genesis chapter 5, you are given 10 different names. And within those 10 different names, you have this amazing story that is given to you. And the 10 names in Genesis chapter 5 are Adam, Seth, Enosh, Canaan, Mahalalel, Jared, Enoch, Methuselah, Lamech, and Noah. Those are the 10 names that are given to us in Genesis chapter 5. Now, what's so interesting about that is what those names actually mean when you translate them over. And what they actually mean when you translate them over is they tell us a story. And the story that they tell us is absolutely incredible. It says this: man is appointed mortal sorrow, but the blessed God shall come down, teaching his death shall bring the despairing comfort and rest. Those are the 10 names that are translated over into what they actually mean. And so the thing that I want you to really appreciate that in that story that we are told in that genealogy is how incredible it is, because what actually we are being told is about the Messiah. It's the gospel in the Old Testament. I need you guys to understand how incredible that is. The gospel in the Old Testament. It's in the Old Testament, not in the New Testament. Why is this sensitive? Or why is this significant, rather? Sorry. Why is this significant? It's significant because this is in the Torah. The Torah is the first 5 books of the Bible. And so to the Jewish people, to the Jews, if you talk to an Orthodox Jew and you point this out to them, you're just going to probably blow their minds, because they're going to be like, what does this even mean? And they're going to probably be stumped with it. My point here, hey, Carla, thank you so much for that heart. This is talking about how the Messiah is going to die. It says his death shall bring the despairing comfort and rest. Hey, thank you, Kayla, for that heart. His death shall bring. Whose death? Well, it's the Messiah's death. What is his death going to bring? It's going to bring the despairing comfort and rest. Who is the despairing? You and I are the despairing. His death shall bring the despairing comfort and rest. And praise God, because that's what he did. His death, he died on the cross. What's the gospel? It can be found in 1 Corinthians 15. And the gospel is that Jesus died, according to the scriptures, that he was buried, and that he rose again on Kayla with the dinosaur, man. Thank you so much for that. Long neck. God is amazing. Absolutely, Crystal. He is incredible. But anyways, in Genesis chapter 5, Bridget, yeah, I don't think you switched over to your other account, or maybe you did. I don't really know. But Genesis chapter 5, you're also introduced to a guy named Enoch. Enoch is a very peculiar player on the board, because it says that he walked with God and then he was not. Now, why this is interesting is because of what that means. He walked with God. Thank you, Rebecca. He walked with God and then he was not. Kayla with the meerkat. I always want to say like a mongoose, but that's way off. But thank you so much, Kayla. I appreciate that. But he walked with God and he was not. I don't know how. I don't know what I did to switch it. It's okay. it's interesting to think about. Uh, um, okay. It's interesting to think about Enoch because he walked with God and then he was not. But thank you, Kayla. He so it's remarkable because he was 65 years old and then he started to walk with God. And so that's really interesting to think about. He was 65 years and then he had Methuselah. And then once he had Methuselah, it was at that point when he began his walk with God. And so the thing to really ask yourself is what changed in Enoch's life in order to make him want to walk with God? Well, it's remarkable because Methuselah's name means his death shall bring. So Enoch had to have been given some prophetic insight in order to name his son his death shall bring, because what Methuselah was basically representing was a foreshadow of the upcoming judgment. And the upcoming judgment was going to be the flood. And so Enoch's son was Methuselah, and Methuselah, his name was prophetic about the futuristic flood. And so that is really something to be sensitive to, because that's incredible. Anyways, it's with God. Thank you, Kayla. He walked with God and then he was not. Now that is something to really just have your mind blown over. He was not. Enoch was there and then he was not. He walked with God and was not. And so what I would propose to you about Enoch is that Enoch seems to represent the church. Why? Because Enoch was removed before the flood. Was he taken during the flood? Was he taken after the flood? No. Enoch was removed pre-flood. He was not removed mid-flood. He was not removed post-flood. He was removed pre-flood. And so I would propose to you the idea that Enoch is a type of the church here. And I see it, and other people do as well. And if you do, then that's awesome. And if you don't, then that's completely fine. It's a secondary issue. I believe in a pre-tribulation rapture myself. And this is just one of the reasons. One of the things to always remember is what Paul tells us in Romans 15, verse 4. Good to see you, Holly. In Romans chapter 15, verse 4, Paul tells us that all things that were written before were written for our learning. That's the thing that we have in the Old Testament. So I don't want you guys to get lost and fall back under the law when you start read the Old Testament. There's a lot of people who do that. We are not under law, we are under grace. And so we need to remember that. But the Old Testament was given to you and I learning. And so that is really quite something to consider. Like, okay, so when we dive into this genie, like, wait a second, everything that we've been given here, thank you, Laura, was given to us for our learning. Then when you read the book of Genesis, you're like, okay, what am I supposed to take away from here? And so it's really remarkable when you see Enoch. Gregory says he was not. Could that also mean he died? Some people actually say that, but this would be a little bit, the thing to pay attention to there is that it doesn't tell us all. You got to pay attention to what the other things, the language that's used in Genesis chapter 5, because it tells us how that he died. In verse 17, it says Mahalalel, and he died. And then it continues on, and he died, and he died. And so I would say that this is something completely different. So Enoch is unique here, Gregory. Hopefully that helps. You can dive into that a little bit more if you would like to. But anyways, moving on to Genesis chapter 5. In Genesis chapter 5, you're introduced to another guy named Methuselah. Methuselah is somebody you need to pay attention to. He's the oldest man who has ever lived in the entire world. He's the oldest man, 969 years old. And so the thing to pay attention to about that is to recognize the similarities between for the future judgment that was right around the corner, and apply how old he was to God's. And when you see how old Enoch was, and you see how he was the oldest alive in his entire life, he was telling people that there was a judgment coming, and you apply, hey, Debbie, thank you so much, and you apply that to God's long suffering, there are similarities that go hand in hand with each other. And what I mean by that is that Methuselah, he was the oldest man alive, and he was a demonstration of judgment that was going to happen, but he also died. And so you see Methuselah's life having an end. In the same way, you see God's long suffering is also longer and greater than everybody else's long suffering, but his long suffering also has an end. And so what we understand is that his long suffering is going to be up sooner or later. He can only take so much. Like, he's not going to let this continue on. And so it's really fascinating seeing how Methuselah was a walking billboard in a sense for God's long suffering, but God's long suffering can only last so much. And so just like how there was a judgment that happened back then, there is a future judgment that's in the future from where you and I are right now. And that future judgment is going to be in the form of the 7-year tribulation, which seems to be rather close to where you and I are right here today. So if you guys see that, then you would be doing well to be stirred up and telling people about Jesus and praying like you've never done before. If you truly believe that you are living in the last seconds of the last days, we need to be living like we've never lived before. And so I would encourage you to do that. Genesis chapter 6. In Genesis chapter 6, you get to this really, really interesting chapter that a lot of people love talking about. I would encourage you not to fall in and to be focusing on the shiny stuff. That's what I refer to this. This is the shiny stuff. You know, like when you're walking down the road and you see something off the corner, off the beaten path, and you look over and there's like something shiny over there. You're like, oh, I'm going to go see what it is. And next thing you know, you're like getting thorns and you got like vines and you're like, And like, so you're like, no, don't go over there. Just stay on the road. And so sidewalk is safe. But you have these, Genesis chapter 6, you have these sons of God in verse 2. It says that the sons of God saw the daughters of men, that they were beautiful. So the sons of God there, squirrel. The sons of God is Beni Ha Elohim. And so these are fallen angels. And so every time the phrase sons of God is used in the Old Testament, it is always used of angels. Every single time. There's like 6 or 7 times where sons of God is actually referenced in the Old Testament. And every single time it's applicable to the created beings, the heavenly beings, whether they are good or whether they are the fallen angels. One way or the other, it's always an angelic being. Now, in God in the New Testament, referred to as the sons of God. If you have put your faith in Jesus Christ, you have gone from the old creation to a new creation, which means you were a son of Adam and you have gone from the old creation to becoming a son of God. You went from a son of Adam to a son of God. And so that is really, really beautiful. And so you and I, if you are a born again believer, you are referenced in the New Testament as being a son of God. And so I need you to understand how amazing that is. That is really cool. But anyways, in Genesis chapter 6, you have these fallen angels mixing with the daughters of men. And so they take these women as wives. And I think it's really remarkable that we are told that they saw that they were beautiful. And so what's up, Boa Rob? Good to see you from Scotland. Is that how you talk? I can't. But these sons of God took these daughters of men and they saw that they were beautiful. I think that is really remarkable. There's a lot of people in our world right now that are so infatuated with angels. Think about this for a second. There's a lot of people in our world right now who are just infatuated with angels. But I want you to understand what these angels did with daughters of men. What they did to us is that they think we are all that. There's a lot of humans who think they are super cool, but the angels think we are super cool. And the reason why is it's a very simple thing. It goes back into the first couple days of creation in Genesis chapter 1. Genesis chapter 1, verse remember, I want you to understand how incredible that he didn't make the creatures, the other animals, after his own image. He didn't make the angels after his own image. He made you and I after his own image. I need you to understand how incredible that is. You and I, something amazing. And so that's what these other creations saw, the daughters of men. They saw that they were beautiful and they're like, you know what, we're going to go after them. They took for them wives. Anyways, they, this has all kinds of interesting implications because this goes back to what Jesus says in the New Testament about they are like the angels in heaven. You know, how they neither are given in marriage, you know, that whole concept. But Jesus says they are like the angels in heaven. They're like the angels in heaven. Jesus is focusing on a specific group of angels, and he's speaking about the angels in heaven, which are the good angels, the ones who obeyed him or chose to follow him rather than to follow Lucifer. And so in heaven, the angels in heaven do not give in marriage, but the angels who fell, they did. They crossed the line. And so that's what they did here in Genesis 6 before the flood. So it seems. And then the result of this mixing, this improper mixing of angels and humans, this improper mixing is talked about in Genesis chapter 6. And what they had was Nephilim. Now, in Genesis chapter 6, verse 4, it says, there were giants on the earth in those days and also afterward. The word there is Nephilim. There was Nephilim. Now, Nephilim are giant, but giants are not Nephilim. There's differences there. And so the proper word here would be there were Nephilim, because they are different. The Nephilim are half angel, half mankind. And so that is good to understand. Another thing to really be sensitive to is improper mixing. If you go and read Daniel chapter 2, you have this whole situation in Daniel 2 where it says they will mix with the seed of men, but they will not adhere to one another, just like iron does not mix with clay. You have an interesting kind of connection there. And I think that there's something here, because there's a whole bunch of questions in that passage. I think it's like Daniel chapter 2, verse like 45 or something like that, somewhere around there. But we talked about that when we went through Genesis chapter 6, so we don't need to touch on that right now. Anyways, the improper mixing is something that we really need to understand, because if you pay attention to the world right now, you look out and you see a whole bunch of improper mixing. And this needs to break our hearts, because there's a lot of people who label themselves as, born again believers, who are, completely given over into this kind of lifestyle. And, Paul says in 1 Corinthians chapter 6, when he was talking to the church in Corinth, he refers to them, and he lists like a whole bunch of things in 1 Corinthians chapter 6. And then he says, and such were some of you. Such were some of you, meaning that they are no longer, because they recognize their sin. The thing is that we need to understand, you need to get people to acknowledge their sin in order so that they can change from it. Now, we don't need to go pointing out people all kinds of stuff and be like, this is wrong, this is wrong, this is wrong. But if there's an opportunity to talk to somebody and they ask you a question, then you can try to approach them in a loving kind of manner and try to help them in some kind of way. But this is something that is rather fascinating in our world today, because there's a lot of people who are saying, live your life, you only live once, love is love, all this kind of thing. But this is directly tied to what Jude says in Jude chapter 1, verse 6 and 7, because he ties that together to Sodom and Gomorrah, where it was also improper mixing. And so we need to recognize this. This is a huge, grievous sin from God's point of view. And so we'll talk about that more tonight as we dive into Genesis chapter 19 when we get there here in a little bit. But moving on to Genesis chapter 7. In Genesis chapter 7, one of the cool things is in verse 1. In Genesis chapter 7, verse 1, it says, then the Lord said to Noah, come into the ark, you and your household, because I have seen that you are righteous before me in this generation. Now, this invitation that God gives to Noah is the same invitation that he gives to you and I today. There's a lot of people out in the world right now, and this invitation is offered to them. If you read Revelation chapter 22, it says, the Spirit and the bride say, come. Interesting. You and I are working hand in hand with the Holy Spirit. Do you understand how cool that is? You and I, as if you're a born again believer, we are working with him. 1 Corinthians chapter 3, I think Paul talks about how, oh man, we are co-laborers in the same field basically, but we are laboring with him. We are laboring with him. And I'm just like, this is incredible. We are working with him, trying to win other people. And so that's what we need to be doing. But anyways, Genesis chapter 7, God says, come into the ark. This is fascinating, because the question on the table is, where was he when he said, come into the ark? And I would propose to you the idea that God was in the ark when he said, come into the ark, because if he was outside the ark, he would have said, go to the ark. But he says, come into the ark. Anyways, why that's neat is because in Genesis chapter 8, after the flood waters go down, God says, go out of the ark, which implies that he was still in the ark the entire time, which means he was with Noah the entire time. And I think that that's really cool. Anyways, Genesis chapter 7, verse 11, you see that the fountains of the great deep were broken up. Now, why this is so remarkable is because of what it says in Psalm chapter 24. In Psalm chapter 24, verse, I think 2, it talks about how the earth was founded upon the waters. It was established upon the waters. And I'm just like, that's incredible. The earth was established upon the waters. My brother-in-law, he's building his own house right now. he's doing a lot of manly things that I can't do. And he's just like, just like hammer and, like nail guns and all this kind of stuff. And I'm just like, oh man, I want to be a you when I grow up, but I can't do it. Anyways, he laid a concrete foundation, and he's building his house on that concrete foundation. And so my point here is that mankind will build a foundation out of concrete. But what God did is that he founded the earth upon the waters. He did it completely. Hey, you can do it, Ryan. Yeah. Thanks, Bagel. I am incapable. Anyways, founding the earth upon the waters. And so this goes back to Genesis chapter 1, verse 2. God hovered over the face of the waters, which is so crazy, which kind of paints a picture of a watery globe back then. Hey, thank you so much, Sasha Gucci. Thank you so much. That's incredible stuff right there. And so this is some neat things. But going on to Genesis chapter 8, in Genesis chapter 8, verse 2, it says, the fountains of the deep in the windows of heaven were also stopped, and the rain from heaven was restrained. I absolutely love that word restrained, because it just shows that God could have let things continue to go on. He could have let the rain keep on coming. He could have let the fountains of the deep keep on flooding the entire earth and just everybody die. I need you guys to understand how incredible it is. Just being able to breathe is an absolute mercy. I need you guys to just like let that sink in. We are just covered in just all kinds of things that are just all about mercy. And what the world wants us to do, though, is to blame God for all the things that are terrible right now. The world, like, if you're God so loving, then why does he allow this and this and this and this? It's like, no. Don't point the fingers at God. This is not his fault. This is our fault. It's the same concept. If you go out and you buy a new car at a car dealership and it's never been driven before, right when you drive it a quarter mile down the road, there's going to be dust all over it. There's going to be a rock that flipped up and, maybe took a little bit out of the paint, a chip out of the paint or something like that. It is a world that is falling apart, and it's because of what we did. It's not because of what he did. It's because of what he's trying to get everybody to be mad about him. Meanwhile, Satan's kind of like laughing in a sense because of how many people he's deceiving. A lot of people hate him because they are deceived. And so this is why we are so important. We need to be that light. Let your light so shine before men that they may see your good works and glorify your Father who is in heaven. We need to be doing that. Anyways, in Genesis chapter 8, verse 2, you have the rain from heaven was restrained. And I think that is really neat. Because this word restrained implies that he could have let it keep coming. There's storehouses. The book of Job talks about how there are storehouses. Job 38, storehouses up in heaven, storehouses of rain up in heaven. Think about that. Anyways, moving on to Genesis chapter 8, verse 22. In Genesis chapter 8, verse 22, it says, while the earth remains, seed time and harvest, cold and heat, winter and summer, and day and night shall not cease. Now, hey, thank you so much, Nicole. I appreciate that. But in Genesis 8:22, this is the first time that the word cold is mentioned in the Bible. The word Genesis, we're in the book of Genesis. Genesis is the word Bereshit, which is the word, basically the idea of the book of the beginnings. And so when you're thinking about the book of the beginnings, there's beginnings all over the place. For example, this is the beginning of the first time that the word cold has ever been mentioned. And so that's given to us in Genesis chapter 8, verse 22. I just spit on my Bible. But in Genesis 8:22, the reason why the word cold is mentioned for the first time is you need to pay attention to the timing of it all. The timing of it all is after the flood. And so the question on the table is, why was cold not mentioned before the flood, but it's mentioned after the flood? Well, this goes back to the whole concept of what the world was like before the flood, because the world before the flood was different than after the flood. The world before you see everybody living like 900 years old. And so this is the same kind of concept that it's going to be like during the millennial kingdom. During the millennial kingdom, there's going to be people who never die. Like the people who make it through the tribulation, who are born again, the ones who don't lose their heads during the tribulation, they're going to literally walk their little feet into the millennial kingdom, and they're never going to die. They're going to live for that entire 1,000 years. It's incredible. Anyways, that's not something that is unique to God. That's how it used to be. And so anyways, here before the flood, you have these people who were living for a very, very long time before the flood. But after the flood, hello, Jesus lover, good to see you. After the flood, everybody's lifespan started going, getting lesser and lesser and lesser. And one of the reasons is because something changed. And so before the flood, it seemed that there was this hyperbaric kind of situation that allowed these people to live in a hyperbaric chamber type of greenhouse environment before the flood. And then after the flood, that shattered, and then everything started getting to us. And now we're lucky if we make it to like 80 or 90 years old or something like that. Anyways, moving on to Genesis chapter 9. In Genesis chapter 9, this is basically where God gives Noah and his son the capital punishment. He's like, hey, here's what you guys are going to do, because get the picture. Don't forget like what's going on here in Genesis chapter 9. They get off the boat, and the first thing that they do after they built an altar is that God brings Noah and his sons to him, and God tells Noah and his sons the rules to basically operate by for the foreseeable future. And the rules to operate by involved capital punishment. And so this is you see this in the first couple of verses here. But the capital punishment is an interesting concept because a lot of people have issues with this. And so there's a lot of people who are like, but we have a compassionate heart, especially Christians, and we were like, well, what if we can win them for the Lord and stuff like this? Anyways, I just want you to understand that God is the one who instituted this punishment, and he demonstrated it beforehand. God's not going to ask these people to do so. What God did was used capital punishment on the entire world except for Noah and his sons, or his family, all 8 souls that were on the ark. And so after he himself enacted capital punishment, he then gave that responsibility to mankind. And he's like, okay, he's like, I just did it. Now it's your responsibility. And so this is basically the like a human government, in a sense, kind of foundation that's given to us here. Anyways, moving on, in Genesis chapter 9, God promises to never flood the earth again. But in Genesis chapter 9, verse 13, we are given the word rainbow. Now, the word rainbow is something to be sensitive to, because the word rainbow is only used 6 times in the entire Bible. That's interesting. 6 times. You're like, well, how come it's not 7 times? I feel like that should be like a 7 time. Maybe there's a word that I'm not seeing. Anyways, it seems to be only in the Bible 6 times. And every time that it's used, it's in direct connection to God. Every single time. Every single time. It's used 3 times here in Genesis chapter 9. It's used once or twice in Ezekiel, and it's used twice in Revelation. Thank you, Crystal. But he promises, God is acting, he's giving them a covenant, and he's attaching a sign to his covenant. And he's like, hey, my covenant is to never flood the earth again. And to always remind you of that, I'm going to put the rainbow in the sky. And so basically you have this rainbow that is attached to a covenant. Now, why this is fascinating, I'm going to go relax. All right, Eli, thanks for being here. The reason why this is interesting, because in Revelation chapter 6, verse 2, we are told about a white horse rider. And if you guys know Revelation 6, that's when the tribulation begins, because the seals have been opened in Revelation chapter 6. In Revelation chapter 6, the seals are opened, and the first thing that we're told about is that there's this white horse rider. That horse rider is not a good guy, it's a bad guy, and that's the Antichrist. Just because he's on a white horse does not mean he's a good guy. Now, why I'm bringing up Revelation chapter 6, verse 2 is because the white horse rider is holding a bow. He's holding a bow. Think about that. And so that's fascinating. Why is he holding a bow? There's no arrows there. But we're told about the Antichrist. He's going to be going out conquering and to conquer. And so what I would propose to you is, just like how God gives Noah a covenant, and that's in the form of a rainbow, the Antichrist is also going to give a covenant, and it is going to be in the form of the bow. And so maybe in Revelation chapter 6, verse 2, that bow that he's holding could be the Daniel 9:27 covenant that is going to be confirmed sometime in the future. And so you can hold on to that if you would like to, chew onto that and see if there's anything there. But that is something that seems to be rather connective. The thing to understand about the Bible is that Satan is a complete counterfeit. Everything that Satan does is a counterfeit. He's never had an original thought. He literally watches God. He sees what God does, and then he does the opposite of that. And so that is also given to us in a very plain way, because in Genesis chapter 9, verse 4, God tells them specifically, right when he says, hey, do not eat flesh with it, drink that stuff. Don't do that. Don't consume that. God says that. That's in Genesis chapter 9. Now, pay attention to demonic, kind of satanic stuff that's going on in our world right now. There's a lot of people who are doing that. And so that is a direct rebellion compared to what God says in Genesis chapter 9, where God says, don't drink that stuff. And then you have people in our world today drinking that stuff. And you guys probably know what I'm talking about. It begins with adreno, and then it ends with something that rhymes with chrome. Anyways, it's heartbreaking stuff. I'm sorry. Sometimes, like I wish I could talk plainly, but you guys know what I'm talking about. Anyways, every time Ryan says Bo, I just hear Forky from Toy Story saying Bo, 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 Bo. Yes, that was slick, very slick. I just had to throw some words in there to mix it all up. Ishmael is connected with the bow. What is he the father of? Yeah, Crystal, that's a good connection right there. Yeah, Ishmael is also referred to as, we'll actually talk about that in Genesis chapter 21, because that's where that is mentioned. But moving on to Genesis chapter 10, in Genesis chapter 10, you have the Gentile nations. The Gentile nations is something that is this chapter, it gives you the genealogies. Like, this is a boring chapter, but it's very important to understand, because when you understand this chapter, when you read the rest of the Bible, you'll be like, oh, this is where they all came from. And so in Genesis chapter 10, you're given all of the names, and there's a lot of big names that are given to us here. In Genesis chapter 10, verse 2, you have a guy named Magog, which many of you guys are probably familiar with, and that's Ezekiel 38 and 39. Now, we've talked about that when we went through a Revelation 20 series, but in Ezekiel 38 and 39, I believe that those are two different events. I believe Ezekiel 39 happens at the end of the tribulation. I think Ezekiel 38 happens at the end of the millennial kingdom. Two different events. That is not a popular opinion, but we talked about that in our study of Revelation. Anyways, you have the guy named Magog there. Magog, he is an individual. He was a person. And so now there's a people, but he started out as a person. Anyways, here in Genesis chapter 10, verse 2, you have, after Magog, you have a guy named Madai. Now, he is significant because he is the father of the Kurds, or what you and I would refer to in the Bible as the Medes. Now, the Medes are important because of Daniel chapter 5 and Isaiah 45, where we are introduced to a guy named Cyrus. Cyrus the Persian, the Medo-Persian Empire, which later became the Persian Empire because the Persian Empire was more dominant. But it's just interesting to see that this is where the beginning of it all is given to us in Genesis chapter 10. Anyways, the star player in Genesis chapter 10. Hello, Laura. Good to see you. And the star player in Genesis chapter 10 is in verse 8. And the star player in this chapter, the one that is, everybody is always focused on for the most part, is a guy named Nimrod. And so this Nimrod, he's regarded as being a mighty hunter before the Lord. Now, why this is interesting is because Nimrod, his name means we will rebel. That's the first thing to pay attention to. But in Genesis chapter 10, verse 10, it says, in the beginning of his kingdom was Babel. And so we're introduced to the very first kingdom of the entire Bible. And the first kingdom of the entire Bible is ran by a dude named Nimrod, who is all about rebelling. And so he is building an army of rebellious people. And that's what his kingdom is about. If he is a rebellious king, he's going to live in a rebellious kingdom, and he's going to tell all of his people to also rebel as well. And so in Genesis chapter 9, God tells Noah to go out of the ark and to scatter. And then when we get to Genesis chapter 11, you see that they come together. So moving on to Genesis chapter 11. In Genesis chapter 11, city in a tower whose top is in the heavens. Let us make a name for ourselves, lest we be scattered. And so the thing to pay attention to there is that God in Genesis chapter 9 tells them, after the flood waters go away, he tells them to go out and scatter. Like, I want you to think of like Little House on the Prairie type stuff. Like, go out and be alone with your family. You just go over there with your family. You go way over there with your family. Fill up the entire world with your family. And so I want you to imagine a world where everybody did that. Think about that. Right after the flood, if everybody just kind of went out into the nature and got lost, then sin would not have multiplied as quickly as what it did. But since we did not do that, since we are a rebellious people, in Genesis chapter 11, they said, let us come together lest we be scattered. And so God tells them to go out and to get scattered. And then Nimrod says, no, let's all come together and let's get together, lest we be scattered. And so this whole situation in Genesis chapter 11, hey, April, good to see you. This whole situation in Genesis chapter 11 is a complete act of rebellion. These people were coming together. They built a tower and a city. They were building a city and a tower. Now, this tower has connections that many people believe to the 7 planets that can be seen with the naked eye. And so there's a whole bunch of astrological manner that is, or an astrological kind of vibe that's attached to this tower. And so I don't know. That's all, something that people. Thank you, Tamsi. I appreciate that. But this tower is something that they were all coming together and doing as. Now, this is Babylon, right? Now, Babel, Shinar, whenever you see that, I want you to just make the connection, just think Babylon in general. But in Genesis chapter 11, we spent a lot of time here because we went all over the place to unpack Babylon. Babylon, what is Babylon? What is Babylon today? So in order to get a good feel for Babylon, it's good to read Genesis chapter 11, obviously, but also Isaiah 13 and 14, Jeremiah 50 and 51, and Revelation 17 and 18. All of those chapters have a ton to say about Babylon. And so when is the next Bible study? It's going to be on Tuesday, every Tuesday and every Friday is what I'm shooting for, Crystal. But in order to understand Babylon, you need to really read those chapters to get a good feel for it. And if you read Isaiah chapter 13, one of the things that you'll read is that Babylon is going to be uninhabitable. And so Babylon in our world today, if you go over to the Middle East, it's over in Iraq. But that is not what Babylon is talking about in this kind of sense. What is Babylon? In Revelation 17, Revelation 18, it says. And so I would propose to you the idea that the entire world is Babylon. It's not. A lot of people think it's New York City. A lot of people think it's America. And I'd be like, yes, I agree with all of those things. But I would also go a step further and I would say it's everything. Why? The reason is because in Genesis chapter 11, there was a people who were one. Everybody was one. They spoke the same language. They had the same speech. They were one. And so they had a city. The city was an act of rebellion. And so now when you look into our world today, our whole world is filled of these amazing cities that everybody want to go to. And so it's interesting because if you go to Russia right now, you can have a conversation with everybody because you have your phone. We have technology. You want to go to China, you can have a conversation with people over there. You want to go to Africa, you can have conversation over there. Everywhere you go, it is one. We can do whatever. We all look the same. We all dress the same. We all kind of eat the same kind of stuff. My point here is that it seems that Babylon is the entire world. And so this is why it's really interesting. It talks on. Yeah, that word talks on there, that it connects it to the bow there, Gregory. Absolutely. The reason why Babylon is so interesting is because it says its fallen is fallen. Now in Revelation chapter 18, verse 2, it says that the city, or in Revelation 16, it talks about how the cities of the nations fell. And so that's going to happen in the future. All the cities of the world, all the cities that are in the world right now are going to fall. Have you guys seen those videos on YouTube or in TikTok? Like where all of the cities, like these huge towers are just like wobbling because of an earthquake. I mean, the earth is barely moving, but all the way up in the sky, the towers are just kind of like, shaking in a big way. You see the pools like that are on top of these buildings, just like sloshing all over the place. My point here is to get you to understand that all of the things that mankind has built is going to absolutely crumble. It is going to collapse. That's what Revelation 16 says. And that takes place after the tribulation. So after the tribulation is over, when the voice comes out of heaven saying it is done, that's when all of the nations of the earth are going to collapse. And when all the nations of the earth collapse, that's going to be the prison. And that's what Revelation 18 verse 2 says. It says it's going to become a dwelling place, a prison for these demons, for these spirits, for every foul bird. It's remarkable. Anyways, that's all hidden in Genesis chapter 11, and it's got its roots all over the place as well. And so we spent a lot of time on Genesis chapter 11. We talked a lot about Cyrus as well. And so I want you guys to understand in regards to Cyrus in Isaiah 45, we talked about this last time. But there's two different ways of thinking on Cyrus. Cyrus, he is a king of Babylon. Whenever you hear that, it seems to be like a negative thing, because we understand that Babylon is an idiom for Satan's capital. And so if somebody is going to be the king of that, it seems to be rather in a negative kind of way. But he's also a Gentile, but he's also referred to as God's anointed. And so he's the only Gentile in the Bible that is referred to as my anointed one, that is placed on a Gentile. I think that's really provocative. And so you can dive into that. And so some people think that Cyrus is a bad guy. Some people think he's a good guy. There's interesting sides to both of those things, and I just want you to dive into it for yourself and see where you land. But what's interesting about Cyrus is that, he's on a coin over there in the Middle East. Israel looks at Cyrus as a very, very good guy. And so we need to think about Cyrus from a Jewish perspective. From a Jewish perspective, Cyrus is a hero, because what Cyrus ended up doing is he ended up freeing the Jewish people from the Babylonian captivity. He let them go back to their land. And not only did he let them go back to their land, but he also gave them a whole bunch of stuff to go back and build their second temple. And so that was all amazing. And so from the Jewish perspective, Cyrus is a very, very good person. And so you can dive into that if you would like to. Anyways, moving on to Genesis chapter 12. Genesis chapter 12 is a very important chapter to understand. In Genesis chapter 12, we spent a lot of time on just verse 1, because there's a lot of interesting kind of ideas there, because it seems that Abraham here in Genesis 12, Abraham did not listen to God right away. And so the reason why we believe this is because in Acts chapter 7, when Stephen is standing before the Sanhedrin in Acts chapter 7, Stephen gives us a history lesson. It's absolutely incredible. Stephen, this dude who is just going toe to toe with these experts, and they are not happy about it. And so I need you to understand how incredible Stephen is. Like, this dude, I'm like so impressed just by his boldness. Like, he had nothing. He was like, absolutely. He's like, what? And so he was very direct. He was very bold. He called it out. And I'm like, man, good for you. Anyway, in Genesis chapter 12, you see that Stephen kind of tells us some information that we don't find in the Old Testament. And the information that we don't find in the Old Testament that Stephen tells us in the New Testament is that Abraham didn't go from Haran until after his father died. And so that's significant. And so anyways, when you read Genesis chapter 12, verse 1, the connection there is where it says, now the Lord had said to Abraham, meaning he said it before. Abraham didn't listen right away. Abraham goes and lives with his father for a while. And then after he lives with his father finally passes away. And then after his father passes away, then he goes down to finally listens to God. But it seems like Abraham did not delay to in regards to what God told him to do. Anyways, in Genesis chapter 12, verse 2 and 3, God promises Abraham 7 different things. He says 7 I wills. He says, I will make you a great nation. I will bless you, and I will make your name great, and you shall be a blessing. I will bless those who bless you, and I will curse him who curses you, and in you all the families of the earth shall be blessed. Those are 7 things there that are mentioned in Genesis chapter 12, verse 2 and 3. Now, the reason why this is interesting is because it is a 7. I think that's really provocative, because if you pay attention to the Bible, there's a heptadic structure, which means that there's 7s all over the place. Anyways, and this is the Abrahamic covenant. Now, this covenant is massive. It is absolutely massive, because covenant, all the other covenants are basically building on top of this one. This is an everlasting covenant. I want you to think about the word everlasting for a second. It is everlasting. And this is important to understand, because this also shows us that this was regarded to Abraham, who is the first Jew. But before he was the first Jew, he was a Gentile. He wasn't a Jewish person. Like, God called him out of his country. In Genesis chapter 12, verse 1, God tells him to get out of your country. And so while Abraham was with his father, they were worshiping false gods and all these things. So Abraham is called out of that lifestyle. In Joshua chapter 24, verse 2, we are told that Terah, which was Abraham's dad, Terah was completely engulfed in pagan worship. And so God calls Abraham out of that pagan worship and he tells him to follow him. And so this is really interesting because that's the same thing that he did for you and I if you're a born again believer. The church is called the ecclesia, and the ecclesia is we are the called out ones. And so that is really, really cool to see how Abraham was called out. And so you and I in the New Testament, we also have been called out. And so praise God for that. Anyways, moving on to Genesis chapter 12. In verse 7, it says the Lord appeared to Abraham. This is interesting because there's multiple times where God has conversations with Abraham. There's 7 different times in the book of Genesis where God spoke directly to Abraham. 7 different times. We unpack them already. We don't need to do it again. But the one thing that I want you to be sensitive to is in Genesis chapter 12, verse 8, where it says, and he moved from there to the mountain east of Bethel and pitched his tent with Bethel on the west and Ai on the east. The word that I want you to pay attention to is tent. Tent. Now, the reason why I think that that's interesting is because Abraham was nomadic. He was roaming all over the place. He just kept on, he was looking for the city whose builder and maker is God. And so this is kind of like what you and I are in this world. He was a representation today. We are constantly walking around in this world, and this is not our home. He was in a tent. He didn't have a house, my house. No, he was constantly roaming. Even when super rich, he kept on roaming all over the place. And so this is really interesting because you and I are pilgrims. In Philippians chapter 2 or 3, I can't remember, it talks about how our citizenship is not on this earth. Our citizenship is up in heaven. And so if you feel out of place, it's good because you should feel out of place because this is not our home. It's like if I just, picked you up and teleported you over into, Antarctica, you would feel completely out of place. You'd be like, this is not my life. It's so cold. Hey, thank you, Wands. Thank you so much for that rose. We are absolutely sojourners. Absolutely. This is the kind of stuff, though, that we need to recognize. This is the things that the world wants you to pay so much attention to. It's dust, it's ashes. These things that the world wants you to care about is temporary. And so that is hey, I got that hoodie. That awesome, Brandon. That's super cool. Cool, man. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. Hey, Laura, thank you so much. I've always felt out of place here. Telling you what, Leah, same here. Anyways, moving on to Genesis chapter 13. In Genesis chapter 13, you have Abraham in verse 13. In Genesis 13, verse 3, you have this city called Ai. It's interesting to understand that the city Ai means a heap of rubble. I think that there could be something, maybe there's something prophetic there into our world today. Who knows? I'm not making a big thing out of anything or out of nothing there. You can be the judge of that, but I'm just telling you what the word Ai actually means. Ai means a heap of rubble, something to be sensitive to. Anyways, in Genesis chapter 13, Abraham was getting so blessed. And it's because of the blessing that God gave him. And the blessing that God gave him was still in action. And so everything Abraham did was going to thrive. Think about this. Abraham basically had like a blank check. Everything he wanted to do was going to prosper because of the promise to him. Hey, thank you so much for that. Who but God? And Laura, thank you so much for those gifts. I appreciate that. That is very kind. Thank you, guys. In Genesis chapter 13, they're getting so prosperous. Thank you, Laura. They're getting so prosperous that Abraham goes up to Lot and he's like, hey, Lot, which way do you want to go? Like, we're getting too many sheep. Like, I got all kinds of sheep. You got too many sheep. All of our sheep are getting too close together. We need to split up. And so Abraham tells Lot, he's like, hey, Lot, if you want to go left, I'll go right. If you want to go right, I'll go left. Now, the whole reason why Abraham was being this generous, think about this. This is Abraham talking to somebody beneath him, and Lot was beneath him. And so Abraham was lowering himself. And the reason why is because Abraham knew he had this promise. He knew he had a promise, which means Abraham seemed to understand that if he went left or right, God was going to provide for him because of the promises that God gave him. Think about that. Think about that. Do you know how important it is to understand and remember the promises that he has given us as born again believers? Because he's given me promises just like how he's given you promises. The thing is to know what those promises are. The thing is that when we forget the promises, then all of a sudden we become ineffective for the Lord. You can be a born again believer and forget these promises. Why? Because you fall into the mud puddle of the world. And so this is something that we need to remember, but it's interesting to see Abraham operating in a certain kind of way to where he remembers the promise and he's like, hey, Lot, it doesn't matter which way you go. I have the Lord and he is going to be blessing me no matter which way I go. And he's like, so you choose. He's like, I can't mess up here. And so it's really kind of cool to see that. Anyways, this is Abraham being generous in a roundabout way because he could afford to do that way. And so just like how he could afford to be generous, it seems like we should be in our walk with other people as well. We need to be pouring into other people and trying to win them at all means, like at all means necessary so that we might win some, right? Anyways, Lot ends up looking over that way and he sees Sodom and Gomorrah, which is in the plain of Jordan. That's what, it's not it used to be called Transjordan, but today it's called Jordan. And that is to the east of Israel right now, which is really interesting because in Jordan is Basra. And that is where also Sodom and Gomorrah is as well. It's all over. Sodom and Gomorrah is in Jordan. Sodom and Gomorrah obviously got destroyed. But this is really interesting because Lot uses his eyes and he sees this land that was like comparable to the Garden of Eden. Think about that. Sodom and Gomorrah, before it was destroyed, was like the Garden of Eden. That is crazy. Think about how wild that is. Anyways, that's the place where Lot wanted to go, so that's where he went. Hey, Sandra, thank you so much for that gift. I appreciate that. In Genesis chapter 13, verse 14, it says, God talked to Abraham and said, lift your eyes now southward, eastward, and westward, for all the land which you see I give to you and your descendants forever. Word everlasting or forever or eternal or anything along those lines, I need you to underline it because it's a big deal. It does not, I need you to understand in Genesis 13, verse 15, where God says, for all the land which you see I give to you and your descendants, this is to the Jewish people. And it says, I give it to you forever. Now, I need you to understand, this is a Jewish kind of thing, which means that this does not apply to the church. The church is not going to inherit the land of Canaan. That is the Jewish people's church. I'm not the Jewish people's land. That is their land. That is the 12 tribes. You can read about the land being divided in Ezekiel chapter 48, if you would like to, where you see this whole pancake, the whole land of Canaan, and you see a pancake, 12 tribes, and they are all going to inherit. Is that the church did not replace Israel. This is something that many people are teaching. They say we inherited the blessings, but we did not inherit any of the curses. And I'm like, that's the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen. Anyways, replacement theology, be very cautious of it. We'll talk more about that when we get to the actual study. Moving on to Genesis chapter 14. Genesis chapter 14 is an amazing chapter. I need you guys to just fall in love with this chapter because this chapter is super cool. There's a whole bunch of stuff that's going on in Genesis chapter 14. There's 5 kings, verse 4 kings that takes place in this chapter. The 4 kings end up beating the 5 kings. Who would have thought, right? Well, anyways, the 4 kings end up beating the 5 kings. So it seems like a pretty cool thing. But what's interesting about that is that the 4 kings were just doing their stuff. They were just doing their thing. And they were all fine and whatever. But then they messed up because in verse 12, in Genesis chapter 14, verse 12, it says that they also took Lot. This is where they messed up. It's like, that whole saying, F-A-F-O, like they're just going to mess type of situation. Well, these 4 kings they messed up. And the reason why they messed up was because they took Lot. I need you to understand that this was a big thing because Lot was Abraham's nephew. And so Lot is taken captive. And so Abraham is like, I'm about to go get him back. And so he goes and gets him back. And the reason why they messed up is because these 4 kings, even though they just won this battle against the 5 kings, they had no idea that Abraham had God on his side. And so it tells us that Abraham took 318 of his trained servants and they go after these 5 kings. And so I need you to understand that thank you, Sandra, where the 5 kings failed against the 4 kings defeated the 5 kings, where the 5 kings failed, 318 of Abraham's men were able to succeed. Think about that. 5 kings could not do what Abraham did. And so that is significant. The reason why that's significant is because that should not have happened. So the question on the table, why did it happen? The reason why it happened is because God made an everlasting covenant with Abraham. He promised Abraham that he would be the father of many nations. In order to make good on that promise, Abraham needed to have a son. And so since Abraham did not have a son here, Abraham was literally untouchable. I need you to think about that. Think about that for a second. Abraham was literally untouchable because God needed to bless him with a son. Abraham could not be hurt or, could not die in a sense until God blessed him with a son because of the promise that he made him. I think that is very fascinating. Abraham could have taken these 4 kings on by himself. That's all I'm saying. Like, he could have just walked in there and just like destroyed them all because God would have God would have had to do something there. And I think that is pretty cool to think about. But anyways, in Genesis chapter 14, verse 18, we're told about, for the first time, we're introduced to a dude named Melchizedek. Now, Melchizedek is an incredible character in the Bible. Melchizedek. I love talking about it. Hey, Katie, good to see you. Cheryl, good. What's up? Melchizedek is remarkable. Now, the reason why he's remarkable is because many people look at him as Jesus Christ showing up in a way of like a theophany, and has the idea that this is not Jesus Christ. I propose to you the idea that this is just a type. Melchizedek is a type. He's just a representation. This guy is a foreshadow of Jesus Christ. The reason why is because Melchizedek means king of righteousness. Now, he's king of righteousness living in Salem. Hey, thank you, Soul Survivor, for that heart. Living in Salem. You too, Katie. Good to see you. He's living in Salem, which is the city of peace. And so you have the king of righteousness living in the city of peace. That's interesting. Anyways, Melchizedek, the interesting thing about him is that he brings out bread and wine in Genesis chapter 14, verse 18. And the bread and wine obviously speaks about the Last Supper. This is my body. This is my blood. That whole situation, which Jesus did during the Last Supper. This is really, really remarkable. Thank you, Soul Survivor. Appreciate that. In Genesis chapter 14, verse 18, when you're reading about Melchizedek, the most curious thing that we are told about him is that he was a king and he was a priest. The reason why this is so fascinating is because in the Jewish mind today and afterward, from Moses on, everybody, if you wanted to be a king, you had to be from the tribe of Judah. If you wanted to be a priest, you had to be from the tribe of Levi. And so for this dude to be a king and priest in Genesis chapter 14, 18, it makes the Jewish people in our world today, the Orthodox Jews today, it makes them scratch their head because they're like, wait a second, that's not even possible. How could this dude be a king and a priest at the same time? Because in their minds, it's an impossibility. Well, the only reason that this could happen is if there was a priesthood that existed before the Levitical priesthood. And this is the whole point that the author of Hebrews makes. If you read the book of Hebrews, you'll find in Hebrews chapter 7 that there is, it talks about Melchizedek all over the place. But Melchizedek we're told very specifically in the author of Hebrews, which I think is Paul, he says that he has no father and he has no mother. And basically he's pointing to the fact that he has no genealogy. The point of pointing out that there is no genealogy basically has no beginning, and he has, when you read Psalm chapter 110, God says, you are a priest forever according to the order of Melchizedek. Eric, thank you so much. Mary, thank you so much for those subscriptions. That is super kind. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate that so much. Thank you, Mary. That is very kind. And I'm sure those people that you just gifted the subscriptions to appreciate that as well. Thank you so much for that. But anyways, going back to the Melchizedek, I think it's so incredible just to see this kind of stuff. You see the author of Hebrews, who is basically contending with these Hebrews going back to the Jewish faith. They're like, oh, we're afraid to be Christians. We're going to go back to the Jewish faith. The author of Hebrews writes him a letter. He's like, no. And so he has to knock down these 3 pillars of the Jewish faith, which was angels. They put a whole bunch of, of weight behind the angels. They also put a whole bunch of weight behind the Levitical priesthood, and they also put a whole bunch of weight behind Moses. And so he has to knock every one of those pillars down to get them to understand. He's like, yeah, hey, the angels are cool, but Jesus is better. Hey, Moses is cool, but Jesus is better. Hey, the Levitical priesthood is really cool, but the Melchizedekian priesthood is better. And so the point to understand here is that the Melchizedekian priesthood came before. And when you read Hebrews chapter 7, you see that Abraham was, or even here in Genesis 14, you see that Abraham was tithing. Father Abraham, who was venerated and at such a high level from the Jewish mind, Abraham was tithing to Melchizedek, then that places Abraham above Melchizedek. I'm sorry, that places Melchizedek above Abraham, and that is very significant. And so this is a big deal. And so you are a priest forever according to the order of Melchizedek, which means that is what he's doing. He is a priest forever. Forever. That's another place where you can underline that word forever. That is very, very significant. Anyways, kings and priests, this also has this ties into Revelation chapter 4 and 5, where you're introduced to the 24 elders. The 24 elders identify themselves to be kings and priests, which I think is so amazing because that they are in heaven before the seals are broken. And the kings and priests there's only 3 bodies in the Bible. Thank you, user, for that ice cream cone. I love Lieutenant Dan ice cream. And so I think it's really interesting to see the kings and priests in Genesis chapter 5 identifying themselves to be kings and priests, because there's only 3 bodies in the Bible who are, and that is, did you go to school for this? No. It's like dust bunnies all over the place. I don't even know where they're coming from. But you have these kings and priests in Revelation chapter 5 who are identify themselves to be kings and priests. And there's 3 bodies in the Bible. There's Melchizedek, who is a king and priest. There is Jesus, who is a king and priest. And also in 1 Peter chapter 2, verse 9, we are told that the church is also kings and priests. And so that is awesome. That's incredible. And so the reason why that's amazing, or the reason why that speaks to a pre-tribulation viewpoint, is because the 24 elders are in heaven before the seals are broken. And if they're in heaven before the seals are broken, then that is remarkable. Anyways, moving on to Genesis chapter 15. In Genesis chapter 15, God, Abraham basically is like, hey, yeah, lucky. Yeah, no, I'm very blessed to have my dad. My dad is a pastor, and just in case you guys did not know that, I'm a pastor's kid, been a pastor's kid my whole life. But recently started studying. So but to answer your question, Eric, this is not how it's always been for me. I used to know a little bit, but once I actually started studying, which was when this Bible study started, like a year and like 8-9 months ago or something like that. It wasn't until then to where I actually started looking at it for myself. Everything else was just stuff that I've learned throughout my life, but it was very little compared to what I know now. And so within a year and 8 months or so, I have grown so much. And so I am just in that's because of all the time I've invested a lot of time here. And so I'm very thankful for the ability to do that. And so that's why I love these studies, to kind of pass that on. Appreciate that. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. Interesting. Yeah, Boab. And in Genesis chapter 15, thank you, Rhonda. In Genesis, yeah, absolutely, Mary. How we've progressed, right, Lisa? I know if you guys have been here, then you guys know exactly what I'm talking about. Julie, right? You too? Yeah, I know, Julie. I know many people have probably grown so much with me, and that's incredible. So you don't believe in the rapture? No, I do believe in the rapture. I believe in a pre-tribulation rapture, Colleen. Anyways, moving back to Genesis chapter 15, hours and hours, absolutely. In Genesis chapter 15, Abraham is basically having doubts, and he's like, hey, God. He's like, I have no heir. So if I die, then my stuff and all of the promises that you gave me is going to go to my servant, which was a guy named Eliezer in Genesis chapter 15, verse 2. That's where you're introduced to a guy named Eliezer. And so God basically starts talking to Abraham again. And he's like, hey, Abraham, in Genesis 15, verse 5, he says, look at the stars in the heaven. Think about that. Look at the stars in the heaven. I want you to imagine, like I was thinking about this earlier today. Okay. Just think about what the sky looked like. I mean, like now in our world, right? Like you go outside and you see a city like like lights all over the place. You can barely see stars anymore. We can't even really appreciate creation unless you live out in the sticks nowadays. But my point here is that God he says, look at the heaven and count the stars. Think about what that sky looked like. Look at the star, like count the stars if you're able to number them. And so, anyways, yeah, like April, she's living out in the Canadian the thing. But you have the stars, and I'm just like, wow, what did that sky look like? I just love that visual. I don't know, maybe you guys don't, but I love that visual. In Genesis chapter 15, you have basically doubles down on his promise that he had already given to Abraham. So in Genesis chapter, this Abrahamic covenant, remember the 7 I wills that he promised him? Here in Genesis chapter 15, God is basically going to sign that covenant, because before it was verbal, but here in Genesis 15, God is going to demonstrate the validity that is behind this covenant, because Abraham was kind of like, God, I kind of like, yeah, you said this, but, and so God basically comes down to Abraham's level, and he's like, all right, we're going to make a covenant, and it's going to be something that you can actually process and fit inside your little 3-pound brain. And so that's basically what we need done to us. And so that's what God does to Abraham here. And so here in Genesis chapter 15, God tells Abraham to get all these animals. It's interesting that there's all of these animals. You don't normally need all of these animals, but there's like 5 animals brought out here. They're all split in half. But the one that's not split in half is the birds. That's a really interesting kind of concept. Maybe there's something there in Leviticus chapter 1 talks about how they don't cut the birds in half. And so perhaps they don't cut the birds in half because they're tiny. I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. But anyways, God puts Abraham in a deep sleep. And when he puts him in a deep sleep, he basically walks in and out in a figure 8 kind of motion in between all of these 2 altars. And basically the way that this worked back then was that this is how people would make a covenant between one another. If there was 2 people, if you and I, if this is you and this is me, if we made a covenant together, we would basically these altars, and we would be reciting the terms of the covenant at the same time, which would basically covenant. And so basically the whole point for the animals being in half was to demonstrate what would happen to me if I broke the covenant. If I broke the covenant, I would be destroyed just like how those animals were. So that's the whole point of those animals being split in half. And so the whole thing to take away from Genesis chapter 15 is to get you to see that God was the only one who went through the covenant process himself. Hey, potato. That's the cool thing right there. God put Abraham in a deep sleep, and then God alone walked through walked through the altars. And he was the one who was basically binding himself. Thank you, potato. Binding himself to the covenant, which means this is an unconditional covenant, and it was eternal, which means Abraham could literally do whatever he wanted, and it would never break that promise. Think about that. That's incredible. This is a wonderful promise that he's attaching to Abraham, and Abraham has nothing to do. There's nothing to do to uphold from Abraham's standpoint. And so that's what's given to us in Genesis chapter 15. And so I think that's super cool. Okay, so that is Genesis chapter 15. But in Genesis chapter 15, this is basically just to kind of visualize it for you, if you would like. Before, in Genesis 12, God was basically using his words to describe the covenant. And then in Genesis 15, God is basically signing the covenant. So it was a verbal covenant before, and then in like signing a document type, his signature there. And so that's just a way to kind of picture it if you're a visual person like myself. Anyways, that's Genesis chapter 15. Okay, so if you guys are new here, thank you so much for being here. My name is Ryan. We're just going through the Bible book by book, chapter by chapter, verse by verse. That was all a review. That was stuff that we've covered before, and we're just doing a flyby. I'm sorry, sometimes the reviews go quite a while. I try to cut it down, and that's what we did today because we started at chapter 5 instead of chapter 1. Thank you, Christina. And so if you guys are new here, thank you so much for being here. All of these studies are uploaded to YouTube. There's a YouTube link up in my TikTok profile. If you guys wanted to go subscribe over on YouTube, I would appreciate it, just because that way we could stay in touch if I get removed from this TikTok app. I've been blessed enough to where I've only been booted a couple of times. So hopefully that doesn't happen again. Thank you so much, for Potato, for that meerkat. But we are live streaming on YouTube right now. All of these studies are uploaded to YouTube. We've done like 26 books already, verse by verse, chapter by chapter, book by book, and we go rather deep. We spend a lot of time trying to unpack the entire thing. And so if you're looking for something like that, maybe check us out if you find it worthy enough. Also, if you would like to support this ministry is literally ran by you guys. There's ways to do that up in my TikTok profile. And there's a link tree up there. If you wanted to support it, if you find it worthy enough, you never have to, never feel obligated to, but if you find it worthy enough, it's always a blessing. Thank you so much, Laura, so much for that popcorn. But there's links up there in the link tree if you'd like to. And obviously, prayer. I would always appreciate prayer so much. Prayer is incredible. It is something that I covet from you guys. If you guys wouldn't mind praying for me and for this ministry, it takes a lot of time, energy, and focus trying to understand certain things. But it's a blessing. And so, this is an absolute privilege to be able to do this. Thank you so much, user, and Who But God, for that Star Map Polaris. Thank you, Potato. Thank you, guys. It's incredible, guys. I need you to understand that the social media, in regards to this being a ministry, there's a lot of people who are saying wrong things on, TikTok, and there's different gospels that are being spread all over the place. And so this is very important. This is a mission field that didn't really exist within the last couple years. I mean, how old is TikTok? I mean, TikTok is only like 4 or 5 years old or something like that. Maybe it's older than that. I don't know, but it's a relatively new mission field, and it's something that is being used for a whole bunch of bad. And so trying to do something good with it. And so I think it's, thank you, Beth. I appreciate that. Yeah. And so this is very important. And I think that, I think time is short. I think that we're living in the last seconds of the last days. I think the tribulation is right around the corner, but if the tribulation is right around the corner, then that means that the rapture is before. And I think we're inching closer to that time. Moment, guys. And so if you believe the same thing, then I would encourage you to try to live a little bit more boldly for the Lord. Try to tell people about Jesus. Try to serve. We look most like Jesus when we serve. Try to lower yourself. Try to humble yourself. Try to win people. Try to win people. Try to meet them where they're at and try to just pour into their world and give them Jesus. Show them Jesus. Demonstrate to them Jesus. This is what we need to be doing. And it's difficult. And when you start doing it, if you do start doing it, you're going to start looking around and you're going to be like, how come nobody else is doing this? One of the things that I want you to ask yourself the question is, when was the last time you told somebody about Jesus? Answer that right now. When was the last time you told somebody about Jesus? And then after you answer that, ask yourself this question. When was the last time I told you about Jesus? Because the answer in both of those categories is probably not very, that you're very, that you would delight in, I would say. Today, awesome. Life with Ultima. Very cool. Tuesday, Jerry. Awesome. Good for you guys. That is super cool. Praise God for that. Keep doing that. A few days ago, this person never heard the gospel before. Well, good for you, April. Keep on going. And I'm not saying that to make you guys feel bad or anything like that. Elise said a few hours ago, well, praise God for that, Elise. Good job. And that pumps me up. I love hearing that. My point here is that if you focus on the majority, I would say that most people don't. And that's the heartbreaking stuff. And so we need to make this a big deal. 14 days ago, awesome, Peter. Good for you, man. We need to make it a big deal because there's no bigger deal than telling people about the gospel. That's the biggest deal. And so we need to make it a big deal. And if we make it a big deal, then we will also encourage other people to make it a big deal too. And it can cause a domino effect and, people lighting each other's candles off of one another. Like if your candle's kind of going out a little bit, you can light it off mine, then you get all fired up and then you're out there and then you fire somebody else up and you're like, yeah. And so it gets really cool. And so we can do that for one another and we need to stir one another up and, iron sharpens iron. We need to be here for one another. We need to pray for one another as well. And so I would encourage you guys to do that. I know you guys are doing that for me and I know I'm doing that for a lot of you. And so it's just an absolute blessing and it's an absolute privilege to pray for people because that's something that's going to go away. Think about that. When we get home with the Lord, if you're a born again believer, we're not going to have to pray anymore. Prayer is going away. And so that's something that is unique to our time period right here. And that's cool. And so we need to access that privilege as much as we possibly can. Pray without ceasing. Pray, all the time. Never stop. Never stop. Absolutely stop. When you are done praying, pray again. I would also encourage you guys to try to incorporate fasting in some kind of capacity in the world if you have the capability to. I know a lot of people don't have that option because of some people have health reasons. Some people just can't do it. But if you can, I would encourage you to do it. We need to break our hearts for those lost people out there. And so if you fast, I would encourage you to read Isaiah 58 verse 6. That's something that can break a lot of bonds that are that have a hold of people. It's a big deal. Jesus says when you fast, not if you fast. And obviously fasting is it's not, we need to understand it's there's people who are prideful about it. So don't do that. It's not something that you're, update your Zanga and say, I'm fasting right now, or or anything like that. We don't want to be like that dude walking out of the synagogue saying, I pray all the time. I fast twice a week, because that's what the Jewish people were doing. They were very boastful. But my point here is that's not the point. The heart of the matter is always a matter of the heart. And so we need to be, I miss Zenga too, right? Isaiah 58:6, Laura. Isaiah 58:6. Sherry, how long do we need to fast? I mean, you can decide for that for yourself. And come to your own conclusion. But my point here is that if you do that, what you're doing is that you're putting yourself, your needs you're focusing on him. And every time if you get hungry or whatever, say, Lord, 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 Lord. It's interesting. The book of Daniel, I think it's actually chapter 9. In Daniel chapter 9, I think Daniel he's fasting, but he's also wearing sackcloth. Think about that. Do you know what sackcloth is? Sackcloth is like a burlap sack. Picture like a whole bunch of potatoes in a potato sack. Is potato still in here? But sackcloth is basically like this very, very coarse, itchy type. Yeah, absolutely. Itchy type of material. And this is what they would clothe themselves with. And so not only would they fast, yes, potato. Daniel also wore sackcloth, which was certain clothes, and we got like air conditioned, and it's a different kind of level that we are in our world, in our time right here. But Daniel and other people would, they would put on sackcloth, which would put them in a very uncomfortable state while they were fasting. And it was a different kind of fast. There's different fasts that are out there. Hey, thank you so much for that, Potato. I appreciate that. You see him fasting in Daniel chapter 10, where he was, it was more of just a normal type of fast. Like he was fasting there for like 21 days. I have never done that. I don't know if I ever will do that. But there's a lot of health benefits in fasting. Like there's a lot of people who have all kinds of illnesses and stuff like that fasting can I'm not a doctor, so obviously, but that's something to at least consider, because once your body starts eating away at the things that are in there, after a while, there's nothing left to eat. So it will go after the stuff that is really bad. And it can kind of heal itself in a roundabout way. And so there's some things there to dive into if you're interested. Anyways, that is all Genesis chapter 5 through 15. It does help. What's up, Manners? Good to see you, man. Yes. My heart condition got better when I started to fast. There you go. Yeah, well, that's super cool. That's good to hear there, Tanzi. Hopefully I'm saying your name okay. Manners, good to see you, brother. Hopefully you're doing well. My mom day's 50 days still. Wow. But let's go ahead and get on into Genesis 16. Well, actually, before we start the actual study, I want you guys to understand that everything that we talk about here is going to be pretty much secondary issues. I never want you to you guys need to always remember to test all things and hold fast to that which is good. Test all things and hold fast to that which is good. Thank you, Potato. That's what we need to be. They received the word with all readiness, and then they searched the scriptures daily to find out whether these things were so. So we need to receive it, and then we need to search. This is one of the very heartbreaking things that Jesus said when he was talking to the Pharisees all the time, when he was here, boots on the ground. He would say things like, have you not read? Have you not read? Do you know? You know what's interesting about that is that a lot of people, like if I responded to in that kind of manner to people, because like if somebody asks you a question, or if you ask me a question, or if I ask my dad a question, a slap across the face head. And I'm just like, oh man, like it's almost like I mean, yeah, it's just interesting. Jesus saying, have you not read? Do you not know? And so I would encourage you to make, a lot of people, put, like going to the gym as their hobby. A lot of people like going out and, running as their hobby, and they put a lot of time and energy and research and that kind of stuff, and that it becomes their thing. But I need you to understand that is all temporary. Everything, our bodies are falling apart. We need to make the Bible and the Word of God our hobby, because if we do that, then we will be able to demonstrate that, and we'll be a completely different person. We are going to love differently. We are going to serve differently. We're going to look at people who we don't necessarily like differently, and we're going to love them in a different way. And it's because you're going to recognize them as eternal soul rather than somebody that you just can't stand to be around. And so that is something that is going to be a byproduct of when you draw closer to the Lord. And so I would encourage you to do that. But this is something that we just need to make it a big deal. And it's sad to see that the Bible's not that big of a deal anymore to the world in the most part. But we understand that. That's how it's always going to be. Revelation chapter 3 talks about the Laodicean church, and that talks about the lukewarm church, and that's the last church age of the seven. And so that's how it's going to happen. I mean, there's no stopping that, like that's how it's going to happen. We understand that. And so we need to let our light so shine while we have breath in our lungs. We need to keep on keeping on until we're home, run that race. And so I would encourage you guys to keep doing that. Anyways, the main thing though, what I was talking about before we dive into Revelation chapter 6 is always going to be the main thing. Everything else that we're going to be talking about here in this study is going to be secondary to what I'm about to say right now. And so what I'm about to tell you is how to know for sure you can get to heaven. How do you get to heaven? How do you get to heaven? This is what we're going to be talking about. This is the main thing. The main thing is how to get to heaven. Well, you need to understand the bad news before you can appreciate the good news. The bad news is given to us in Romans 3:23, where it says, for all have sinned and fall short of the glory of God. All have sinned. Not only are we all sinners, we have all God, and the wages of sin is death. That applies to every single one of us. That is terrible, terrible news. And so that's the bad news. But now that we all understand the bad news, now we can appreciate the good news. The good news is, but the gift of God is eternal life through Jesus Christ, our Lord. It is for by grace you have been saved through faith, and that not of yourselves, not of works, lest any man should boast. It has nothing to do with you being a good person. It has nothing to do with it. Our good works are as filthy rags. The gospel can be found in 1 Corinthians chapter 15, which talks about how Jesus died according to the scriptures, how he was buried, and that he rose again on the third day according to the scriptures. And praise God for that. That is the good news. The good news is centered around the cross. That's why Paul says in 1 Corinthians chapter 2, he says, I determined to know nothing among you except Christ and him crucified. It is all about him. And it's nothing about anything. It's never going to be about anything else. And so I want you to understand it is John 3:16 says it beautifully. It says, for God to love the world that he gave his only begotten son, that whosoever believes in him shall not perish, but have everlasting life. That is everything right there, guys. I mean, it's always going to be that. Everything else is secondary, but we need to test all things and hold fast to that, which is good. Hello, Tiffany. Thank you so much for that heart. I appreciate that. And so that is everything right there. And so everything that we're going to be talking about here is secondary to that. I'm not downplaying the secondary issues. The secondary issues are important, but they pale in comparison to what Jesus did on the cross for us. Hello. Okay, so let's go ahead and get on into Genesis chapter 16. Genesis chapter 16, this is where the study is actually going to start. Everything that we talked about up until this point was just a review of things that we've already covered. Those are, we're going to be doing Genesis chapter 16 through 20. So let's go ahead and get on into it. In Genesis chapter 16, thank you so much, Julie. Yes, thank you. Amen, indeed. In Genesis chapter 16, Romans Road, absolutely, Jackie, 100%. I mean, the Romans Road, I mean, you could add to it, take away. I mean, you can modify it how you would like to, but it's just really good. In Genesis chapter 16, verse 1, it says this. Now Sarai, well, actually, hold on. Let me go ahead and wet my whistle. Let me wet my whistle. Oh God. Cool whip. Cool whip. Say cool. Cool. Say whip. Whip. Cool whip. Okay. I'm so sorry. Genesis chapter 16. Here we go. In Genesis chapter 16, it says this in verse 1. Genesis 16, verse 1, it says, Now Sarai, Abraham's wife, had borne him no children, and she had an Egyptian maidservant whose name was Hagar. Now, here in verse 1, you have Hagar the Egyptian. And we need to remember about what the Bible, basically how the Bible alludes to Egypt. In regards to Egypt, Egypt can be viewed as an idiom to represent the entire world. Babylon is in that kind of view is the capital of Satan's world, whereas Babylon is the capital of Satan's kingdom, and Egypt represents the world. It's an idiom for the entire world. It says in Genesis chapter 6, verse 2, it says, So Sarai said to Abram, See now, the Lord has restrained me from bearing children. Please go into my maid. Perhaps I shall obtain children by her. And Abram heeded the voice of Sarai. It's good to remember that during this time, hey, thank you, Christy. During this time, surrogates were a common thing back. Things to pay attention to is to recognize how quickly Abram drifted from what God just got done promising him in Genesis chapter 15. In Genesis chapter 15, God just got done promising him that he was going to have all kinds of descendants, and one of his descendants was going to come out of his own body. That's what you see in Genesis chapter 15, verse 4. That's what you see in Genesis chapter 15, verse 4. But this was Abraham's way here in Genesis chapter 16, verse 1 and 2. This was Abraham and Sarah's way of trying to basically help God. They thought that God needed help because what we're going to read here in just a couple verses is that 10 years have passed. And so time has passed since Genesis chapter 15. 10 years have passed since God promised Abraham this covenant. He said, you're going to have a child that comes out of your own body. And so instead of waiting on God, they decide to try to help God. And every time that we try to help God, that can lead to all kinds of trouble. But one of the things to be sensitive to in Genesis chapter 16, verse 2, is that Sarai says that God has restrained her body from having children. Now, this is what is like during this culture, being childless was basically viewed as being a type of a curse from a woman's perspective. Now, I know that's kind of applicable in our world today as well, but it was much more applicable during their time because this was how they viewed it. Like women during this time viewed at their primary role to their husband to bear children. And so if you could not bear children, it was considered to be a reproach. Let's go to Luke chapter 1, verse 24, and we will see one of these examples here. In Luke chapter 1, verse 24. In Luke chapter 1, verse 24, this is talking about Elizabeth, and this was right before Gabriel appears to Mary. But in Luke chapter 1, verse 24, it says this, Now after those days, his wife Elizabeth conceived, and she hid herself 5 months, saying, Thus the Lord has dealt with me in the days when he looked on me to take away my reproach among people. And so you have Elizabeth, who was feeling kind of like just completely broken inside because she couldn't have children until she did. And then she is basically super excited, and she says that the Lord has taken away my reproach. This is how Sarah, Genesis chapter 16. So going back to Genesis chapter 16, verse 2, it says, So Sarai, in Genesis chapter 16, verse 2, it says, So Sarai said to Abraham, See now, the Lord has restrained me from bearing children. Please go into my maid. Perhaps I shall obtain children by her. And Abraham heeded the voice of Sarai. That is not good. Let's keep reading in verse 3. In verse 3, it says, Then Sarai Abraham's wife took Hagar, her maid, the Egyptian, and gave her to her husband Abram to be his wife. And after Abram had dwelt 10 years in the land, this was 10 years after the promise that God gave him back in Genesis 15. Back in Genesis 15, God promises Abram that he's going to have a son out of his own body. And so 10 years have passed. So that's 10 years of Abram and Sarah of trying. And they were trying, obviously, and they just couldn't do it. And then they decided to try to help God. And the way that they tried to help God was by giving this servant to Abram. So they tried for 10 years, and Abram sleeping with Hagar during this time, we need to be sensitive to the fact that this was completely legal and completely moral back then. This was a completely different world. But what Abram basically shifted his perspective off of was he did not focus on God's promise. He forgot God's promise and how crucial it is to know and to remember God's promise. But he was listening to the voice of his wife. And this is similar to what happens in Genesis chapter 3. I think we looked it up last time in Genesis chapter 3, verse 27. I'm just guessing. And if you guys want to go to Genesis chapter 3, Adam and Eve, they both did the exact same thing. Genesis 3, verse 17. I'm sorry. In Genesis chapter 3, verse 17, we see a similar situation happening where Adam was basically called out for heeding the voice of his wife. In Genesis chapter 3, verse 17, it says, then to Adam, he said, because you have heeded the voice of your wife. Now, what's so interesting about this is that if you guys want to fast forward and go to Genesis chapter 1, verse 12. In Genesis chapter Genesis chapter 21, verse 10. In Genesis chapter 21, verse 10, it says, therefore she said to Abraham, cast out this bondwoman, referring to Hagar. Cast out Hagar and her son, for the son of this bondwoman shall not be heir with my son, namely with Isaac. And the matter was very displeasing in Abraham's sight because of his son. And then we get to verse 12, Genesis 21:12, and it says, but God said to Abraham, do not let it be displeasing in your sight because of the lad or because of your bondwoman. And then God says this, he says, whatever Sarah has said to you, listen to her voice. Fascinating. So God is, so first off, what we see in Genesis chapter 3, verse 17, Adam is basically reprimanded for heeding the voice of his wife. And so this is why men should never listen to their wives. This is why I tell my wife all the time. It's just like, I can't do it. Sorry, it's biblical. I'm not supposed to listen to you. No, I don't. Oh, I'm in the doghouse. No, I'm not. I'm totally messing. But this is interesting to see how Adam heeded the voice of his wife, and he got reprimanded for it. And then when you fast forward here in Genesis chapter 16, he heeds his voice. Abraham heeds the voice of his wife. And that's what's going on here in Genesis chapter 16. But then as you fast forward in Genesis chapter 21, God tells Abraham to heed the voice of his wife. And so you have a whole bunch of interesting kind of connections going on here. But I think in Genesis chapter 21, I think that's the only time where somebody is told to heed the voice of his wife. You could look that up in the Bible. Maybe you guys can think of a verse or another passage or another time where God instructs a man to heed the voice of his wife, but that's the only time I think that actually takes place. And I could be wrong on that, but you can test that and let me know if you what's up. Going back to Genesis chapter 16. In Genesis chapter 6, verse 4. Genesis chapter 16, verse 4 says, so he went into Hagar, and she conceived. And when she saw that she had conceived, her mistress became despised in her eyes. So Hagar became pregnant is basically what this is talking about. And then she felt superior to Sarai and looked down on her, and she became very prideful. She became very prideful because Sarai as, look at what I can do because I can get pregnant and you can't. And so she became very prideful. One of the things that we need to be sensitive to is what it says in Proverbs chapter 6, verse 16. In Proverbs chapter 6, verse 16, the very first thing, God lists multiple things. It says 6 things God hates. Yes, 7 are an abomination. And the very first thing in Proverbs chapter 6, verse 16 that God hates is a proud look. And that's interesting because that's exactly what Hagar was doing towards Sarai. She had a proud look. Think about that. She had a proud look, and that's what she was doing in regards to looking in the direction of Sarai. She felt she was better. She looked down on her in a sense. She was very, very prideful. And so we want to what's interesting about pride is that or Jesus, when he was here, he was the antithesis of pride. He lowered himself. He humbled himself. Out of everybody in the entire universe who has a right to be prideful, it's God. But what's interesting is what he demonstrated to you and I is that he lowered himself and he became obedient even to death, even the death of the cross. This is incredible to think about. The God of the Bible, Jesus, is amazing. And so he teaches us to be humble, and we need to clothe ourselves with humility. We need to put it on. And that's what I would encourage you to do. And when we humble ourselves and we start to serve others and we put others before ourselves, and it's very helpful for the kingdom in a sense. And so let's keep on going. Genesis chapter 16. Genesis chapter 16, verse 5. It goes on. Genesis chapter 16, verse 5. It says, Then Sarai said to Abram, My wrong be upon you. I gave my maid into your embrace, and when she saw that she had conceived, I became despised in her eyes. The Lord judge between you and me. So here in verse 5, it seems that Sarah blamed Abram for listening to her, and she is basically saying that my wrong is your fault. It's fascinating seeing how Sarai told her husband to do something. Her husband did it, and then Sarai, my wrong is on you. And you have this whole picture, and she's not wrong here because Abraham had the ability to trump her, because we have this hierarchy of where Abraham is over Sarai. And this is the biblical model that is given to us in the book of Genesis. In Genesis, the first couple chapters of Genesis, you see God created Adam. And then after Adam was created, God put Adam in a deep sleep. He removes one of his ribs, and then he created Eve. And so you have Adam and Eve, and then you have the whole biblical model there. And it goes on and says, a man shall leave his father and mother to his wife. And then this is emphasized in Ephesians chapter 5, how Christ is over Adam. Christ is covering Adam. Christ is covering the husband is covering the wife, and the wife is covering the children. And so Abraham was covering Sarai, and he basically he had the ability to say no here. And so I think that's really interesting. He had the ability to say no, but just like the majority of men, good husbands, they want to happy wife, happy life. You know what I'm saying? I mean, Abraham took one for the team here. No, I'm totally kidding. Oh man, way to go, man. Oh, Abraham, just doing this crazy. What a time to be alive during this time. You know what I mean? Like just casually doing this kind of stuff. I mean, this is bananas to me, but that's what he ends up doing here. He ends up heeding the voice of his wife. And after he listened to his wife, you see that Hagar became very prideful. She looked at Sarai, and Sarai was despised in her eyes. Then we go down to Genesis chapter 16, verse 6. In Genesis chapter 16, verse 6, it says, So Abraham said to Sarai, Indeed, your maid is in your hand. Do to her as you please. And when Sarai dealt harshly with her, she fled from her presence. This was all legal, everything. So where it says that Sarai dealt harshly with her, this seems to be speaking, the language here seems to imply that she was abusive to her, which is unfortunate, but this was all, again, very legal during this time period. The rule here just seemed to be that she could not sell her. She could not sell her, but she could put her back to servant status. And so here in Genesis chapter 16, verse 6, where it says, And when Sarai dealt harshly with her, it says that she fled from her presence. Now, what's interesting about Hagar is that Hagar's name flight. Hagar's name means flight. And so here in verse 6, you see that Hagar fled. So she took flight. And so her name, in a sense, was prophetic because she did flee. And so that's fascinating to see that is what her name means. But then we get Genesis chapter 16, verse 7, and it says, "Now the angel of the Lord found her by a spring of water in the wilderness, by the spring on the way to Shur." So Shur, just so you guys are aware, Shur means wall. And the wall, in effect, was a boundary of forts that was basically set up to basically at the boundaries of Egypt. And so Sarai was walking back to Egypt because Hagar was walking back to Egypt because Hagar was an Egyptian. We are told that plenty of times. She is going back to where she is from. And so that is where Shur is. Hey, thank you, Jules. Thank you so much for that heart. I appreciate that. And so here in Genesis chapter 16, verse 7, it says in Genesis 16, verse 7, it says, "Now the angel of the Lord found her by a spring of water in the wilderness, by the spring on the way to Shur." Now, here is the first time that we are introduced to the angel of the Lord, or the angel of Yahweh, or Yod-Heh-Vav-Heh, or the angel of Jehovah, however you would like to say it. But the angel of the Lord found her by a spring. Think about this. This is really, really interesting. Now, just so you guys know, the angel of the Lord is when this is used in the Old Testament, or when it's used, I think, only in the New Testament. There's angels mentioned. That could be the one in Revelation 10 is probably Jesus, but in the angel of the Lord in the Old Testament seems to be alluding to Jesus. This seems to be speaking about Jesus, but the angel of the Lord is identified with God, but sometimes it's distinct from God. One of those times is what we looked up last time. Let's go to Zechariah chapter 1, verse 12. So how can it be identified with God, but also be distinct from God? That's the question that's on the table. How can the angel of the Lord be identified with God, but also be distinct from God? How do we harmonize? How do we harmonize that? In Zechariah chapter 1, verse 12, it says this: "Then the angel of the Lord answered and said, O Lord of hosts." Now, how does that even make any sense? Because here you have the angel of the Lord, which is identified with God in many other places in the Old Testament. And so here you have the angel of the Lord, which is identified with God. And here in Zechariah chapter 1, verse 12, he's identified with God, and he is talking to the Lord of hosts. So how do we harmonize who the angel of the Lord is? How do we make this make sense? Well, the way that we make this make sense is by the second person in the Trinity, which is Jesus. This makes sense by Jesus, inserting Jesus here. This is God the Son. You know, you have God the Father, God the Son, God the Holy Spirit. And so this angel of the Lord you're able to harmonize this whole concept, especially the one that you find there in Zechariah chapter 1, verse 12, where you have the angel of the Lord, which is identified with God, but there he seems to be talking to God. And so how do you harmonize that? And the way to do that is by Jesus. And so this seems to be, going back to Genesis chapter 16, verse 7, in Genesis chapter 16, verse 7, this seems to be a theophany, or something that we can refer to as a pre-incarnate presence of Jesus, because that is what the angel of the Lord seems to represent. This seems to be Jesus. This is Jesus showing up. And I think that's really, really neat. This is Jesus showing up. And so the one thing that I really want you to focus on in here, in this passage here, where it says the angel of the Lord found her by a spring of water in the wilderness, I want you to understand what's really going on, because it's quite beautiful to see that the first time that the angel of the Lord is mentioned in the Bible is when he appears to a hurt and broken slave, a Gentile woman. Thank you, Dream. Thank you so much for that heart. He appears to a hurt and broken slave that is a Gentile woman who felt invisible. Thank you, Tiffany. She felt invisible. And the reason that it seems that she felt invisible is because of how she basically gives him a title. In Genesis chapter 16, verse 13, we see how she addresses him. In Genesis 16, verse 13, it says, "Then she called the name of the Lord who spoke to her, 'You are the God who sees.'" You see that she seemed to felt invisible. She was just running away from her master and her master's wife, and she's going back to Egypt, and then Jesus himself shows up. And I just absolutely love that. I love how he sought her. I'm like, this is incredible. But then she felt invisible. She felt like nobody cared. How many of us feel often. And she says, "You are the God who sees. You can see me." And just like how he sees her, or how he saw her, he sees you and I as well. And that is very compassionate. This is just incredible. But let's keep on reading in Genesis chapter 16, verse 8. In Genesis chapter 16, verse 8, it says, "And he said, 'Hagar, Sarai's maid, where have you come from, and where are you going?' She said, 'I am fleeing from the presence of my mistress Sarai.' The angel of the Lord said to her, 'Read and submit yourself under her hand.'" This is really quite something, because let's go to 1 Peter chapter 2, verse 15. 1 Peter chapter 2, verse 15. In 1 Peter chapter 2, verse 15, we are given some information in this regard. Thank you, Brad. Thank you so much for that. In 1 Peter chapter 2, verse 15, it says this: "This is the will of God, that by doing good you may put to silence the ignorance of foolish men. As free, yet not using liberty as a cloak for vice, but as bondservants of God. Honor all people. Fear God. Honor the king. Servants, be submissive to your masters with all fear, not only to the good and gentle, but also to the harsh. For this is commendable, if because of conscience toward God one endures grief, suffering wrongfully. For what credit is it if, when you are beaten for your faults, you take it patiently? But when you do good and suffer, if you take it patiently, this is commendable before God." So it's really interesting, because if you continue reading there in 1 Peter, Peter basically ends up drawing a connection to what Jesus did, because Jesus did no wrong and he was treated very poorly. And so by doing this, what's going to happen here in regards to Hagar and Sarah, I'm just drawing a connection to how mistreatment can, suffering and whatnot can basically win people for the Lord. Like there's people who are going to be blown away by your testimony, being like, "What are you still doing here?" And I'm not saying that that's a one size fits all kind of solution, but that's basically what Jesus ended up demonstrating, because he was mistreated in all kinds of ways, shapes and sizes, and he submitted himself. And that is a pretty big picture right there. That's quite beautiful. Moving back to Genesis chapter 16. In Genesis chapter 16, though, in verse 9, Genesis chapter 16, verse 9, it says, "The angel of the Lord said to her, 'Return to your mistress and submit yourself under her hand.'" And then we get to verse 10, and it says, "Then the angel said to her, 'I will multiply your descendants exceedingly, so that they shall not be counted for multitude.'" Now, what's interesting here is in verse 10. Genesis 16, verse 10, the angel of the Lord says this. It's the word I want you to focus on is the word "I." He says, the angel of the Lord says, "I will multiply your descendants exceedingly." Now, this is not your normal angel. This is not something that an angel could do. Gabriel could not do this type of thing. Michael the archangel could not do this. So this angel had to have been different. And so I would propose to you the idea that this is Jesus. This is Jesus saying, "I will multiply your descendants." This is not something that a regular angel could do. This is Jesus saying, "I will multiply your descendants." Just like how he promised Abram he says, I'm going to multiply your descendants. This is the same situation going on here in regards to Hagar. Moving on in Genesis chapter 16, verse 11. In Genesis chapter 16, verse 11, it says, and the angel of the Lord said to her, behold, you are with child, and you shall bear a son. You shall call his name Ishmael, because the Lord has heard your affliction. Now, the word Ishmael here in Genesis 16, verse 11 means God will hear. And what's interesting about Ishmael, or God will hear, is, obviously this is prophetic because he heard him. As you continue reading in Genesis chapter 21, they're going to, so that's pretty cool. But in Genesis, Ishmael is going to end up having 12 princes, just like how Abraham had Isaac and Isaac had Jacob, and Jacob had 12 sons. Ishmael is going to have 12 princes. But God talks to Hagar here, and he says, behold, you are with child, and you shall bear a son. You shall call his name Ishmael, because the Lord has heard your affliction. In verse 12, it says, he shall be a wild man. His hand shall be against every man, and every man's hand against him. He shall dwell in the presence of all his brethren. Now, here in Genesis chapter 16, verse 12, where it says, he shall be a wild man, that word wild man, there's two different words there in the Hebrew. It's perah adim, and that basically is talking about perah is like an actual animal, and that's a wild donkey. It's a literal donkey. It's an actual kind of creature. It's not just a donkey, it's a wild donkey. That's its actual title. And this wild donkey is very territorial. It's very aggressive. And so these donkeys are found in Egypt, and these donkeys, that's very fascinating because that's the same place where Ishmael, or the Arab nation world today. And so out of Ishmael comes the Arab nation. And that is the Arab nation in our society today is composed of 22 nations. And those 22 nations are completely fighting against one another, just like what this verse 12 says. It says, he shall be a wild man, and his hand shall be against every man, and every man's hand against him. And he shall dwell in the presence of all his brethren. So this describes the Arab nations today. And the one thing that unites the Arab nations in our world today, the thing that unites the Middle East, is their hatred for Israel. I think that's very important to pay attention to. Their hatred for Israel is what they all can find that have common ground upon, because if Israel was not there, they would be, going at it with each other. But since Israel is there, they have a common enemy. And it's just like Dwight Schrute says, he's like, the enemy of my enemy is my friend, but the enemy of you guys know what I'm talking about. If you guys have it, anyways, okay, it's stupid. But The Office, if you guys know, you know, and just it's hilarious. You'll just have to take my word for it. Okay, thank you, Shelba. Lisa knows. I know Bridget knows. Yes. But anyways, moving on. Genesis 16. In Genesis chapter 16, verse 13, it says, then, moving on, Genesis chapter 16, verse 13, it says, then she called the name of the Lord who spoke to her, you are the God who sees. For she said, have I also here seen him who sees me? She felt seen. That's really neat to see how God just showed up to this Gentile servant woman who was broken and hurt in all kinds of areas of life, feeling completely destroyed, and Jesus shows up. And I just absolutely love this. But what's interesting about Hagar is that God shows up to her, and just like how he shows up to her here, this is how he's still operating in our world today. So in Islam, in the Muslim world, these Muslims put a lot of weight behind dreams and visions. They think that dreams and visions are everything. And so what's fascinating about in our world today is that is how Jesus is showing up to them in dreams and visions. I used to work with a guy who was a Muslim, and he told me about why he became a Christian. And so when he told me this, he was breaking down crying. I'm saying grown man, probably 45, 50 years old, starts telling me, he's like, yeah, I know this is what happened. And like, he starts getting 2 minutes into the story, and then he starts like seriously crying. And so it was really cool for me to see that and hear his testimony, because he told me, he was like, yeah, I had a dream. He's like, I didn't think much of it. And he's like, oh, it was the strangest thing. But then it happened again. And so he asked questions, and he was like, who are you? And so he tells me this entire thing. But my point is to get you to understand that become a Christian, they lose everything. They get completely disconnected, disown them. And many of them, like worse things can happen, like depending on what place in the world you are in. But this is why it's so cool to see how God is working, because he's still doing that today. He's still reaching out to these people in ways that we have no idea. And, he's using people like me. He's using people like you. And he's operating behind the scenes in ways that we can't even imagine. And so this is really cool to see that, because this is God showing up to this woman here, and he's still doing it today. And I absolutely love that. But moving on, Genesis chapter 16, verse 14. In Genesis chapter 16, verse 14, it says, therefore the well was called Beer Lahai Roy. Observe, it is between Kadesh and Bered. Now, what's interesting about this well is that this well is the same thing. Let's go to Genesis chapter 24, verse 11. There's a pretty interesting kind of thread that we can pull from here in Genesis chapter 24, verse 11, in regard to the well. So let's talk about wells. Wells seem to be, in a roundabout way, seem to be associated with people finding their brides back in the Old Testament. But this happened here in Genesis chapter 24, verse 11. This happened here in regard to Isaac and Rebekah, because in Genesis 24, verse 11, it says, and he made his camels kneel down outside the city by a well of water at evening time, the time when women go out to draw water. So here you have this whole situation with Isaac and Rebekah, finding a bride at a well. And so you see that. Now let's go to Exodus chapter 2, verse 15, and let's look at another situation. In Exodus chapter 22, verse 15, it says, when Pharaoh heard of this matter, he started to kill Moses, but Moses fled from the face of Pharaoh and dwelt in the land of Midian, and he sat down by a well. And then as you continue reading, and because of that settling down at the well, if you go to Exodus chapter 2, verse 21, it says, then Moses was content to live with the man, and he gave Zipporah, his daughter, to Moses. So you have the whole Moses and Zipporah thing, which happened because of a well. You have that going on because of a well. But then also, let's go to John chapter 4, and let's read about a New Testament concept, which I think is really interesting. And I think this is just super neat. But in John chapter 4, you have this whole scene where Jesus goes to Samaria, and he has this conversation with the Samaritan woman. And so, just to refresh your guys' memories, Samaritans were basically half Jewish people, and they were half Gentile. So if I said half Jew, half Gentile, that's what a Samaritan is. But what's also interesting about what else is half Jew, half Gentile? Well, you could say the church is. And so that is really fascinating when you read John chapter 4. So in John chapter 4, verse 4, it says, in verse 3, it says, Galilee, but he needed to go through Samaria. Now, this was a divine meeting. Like, he needed to go to Samaria. And the question is, why does he need to go through Samaria? Well, he needed to go through Samaria because he needed to talk to this woman. And the whole interaction between Jesus, who is a Jew, a full-blown, just complete Jew, was going to talk to a half-Jew. And that was something that was frowned upon. That was something that never should have taken place, but Jesus does it anyways. And so here in John chapter 4, verse 4, it says he needed to go through Samaria, and the reason for this woman. And so this woman is incredible, because after she realizes who she's talking to, she ends up running into the city, And she tells everybody about Jesus. And then all the people in the city end up coming out of the city to meet Jesus. And can you imagine how many people got saved that day? I love this lady because she's a complete example of what you and I need to be like. She had no fear. She's like, oh my goodness, I got to go tell somebody. Like, that's what we need to be like. Anyways, in John chapter 4, verse 5, it says, in John chapter 4, verse 5, it says, so he came to a city of Samaria, which is called Sychar, near the plot of the ground that Jacob gave to his son Joseph. In verse 6, it says, now Jacob's well was there. Jesus, therefore, being wearied from his journey, sat thus by the well. It was about the 6th hour. Now, here's the connection that I want to make with this whole finding a bride at a well situation. Now, I'm not saying that Jesus married the Samaritan woman. I'm not saying that at all. So don't get that twisted, because that's not at all what's happening. But the concept is what I want you to kind of take away from, because Jesus's bride, who is Jesus's bride? Jesus's bride is the church. Now, you can read about that in Revelation chapter 20. Comes down, you have the new heavens, new earth, the new Jerusalem, and looks into the city and he sees the bride. Now it says the new Jerusalem was adorned as a bride. The city is not a bride. Jesus is not going to marry a city. He's marrying the people inside the city, which is the church. That's you and I. And so when you think about the church is mixed with half Gentiles, or not half, it's half Gentiles, half Jews, just like the Samaritan woman was. And so just like how Jesus met the Samaritan, and you have Isaac getting his wife or his bride at a well, you have Moses getting his bride because of the well, you have Jesus being at the well and he sees the Samaritan woman. The Samaritan woman is half Jew, half Gentile. And then you think about what the church talks about, because if you go to let's go to Leviticus chapter 23. In Leviticus chapter 23, verse 17, we are told about the feasts of the Lord here, and this is the feast of Pentecost. And so what's interesting about this is that it tells us in Leviticus chapter 23, all of these feasts have no leaven mixed in it. And so why Leviticus chapter 23, verse 17 is so interesting in regard to the feast of the Lord is that this is the only feast that has leaven mixed inside of it. So that's really provocative. Why does all the other feasts have unleavened bread, but this one has leaven? And so if you know about the Bible, leaven is an idiom of sin because it puffs up. But here in Leviticus of 2/10 of an ephah, they shall be of fine flour. They shall be baked with leaven. Now that's interesting. So these 2 wave loaves are going to be baked with leaven. Now, these 2 are significant. The 2 seem to represent Jewish and Gentile. And so you have this mixing of a sort. And I would propose to you that this is prophetic of the church. And so just like how Jesus goes to the well there in John chapter 4, and he meets a Samaritan who is half Jewish, half Gentile, he meets her at a well. It's the same kind of concept. And, his bride is going to be Jewish and Gentile at the same time as well. I think there's a connection there. And so I think that's pretty neat. You can test that and hold fast to that, which is good. But, I think that there's something there to it. Anyways, let's get back to Genesis chapter 16. Genesis chapter 16, verse 14. In Genesis chapter 16, verse 14, it says, therefore the well was called Bir Lahai Roi. Observe, it is between Kadesh and Bered. And then in verse 15, it says, so Hagar bore Abram a son, and Abram named his son, whom Hagar bore, Ishmael. Abram was 86 years old when Hagar bore Ishmael to Abram. Okay, so that's Genesis chapter 16. That's Genesis chapter 16, but we need to remember the Abrahamic promises were given 430 years before the law was given. So breaking this law would not break the covenants. Now we're going to go back in here in a little bit. We're going to actually go and read Galatians, because there's some interesting. Let's go to Galatians chapter 4. Let's go to Galatians chapter 4, verse 22, because there's some important. There's an important thing that Paul kind of pulls from in Galatians chapter 4. In regard to what we're reading about right here. And so while we're reading about Hagar and Sarai, it's good to go to the New Testament and see how Paul pulled from this and what we can learn about Hagar and Sarai. So you have two different sons. You have Ishmael and you have Isaac. Hello, Yogi. Good to see you. You have Ishmael and you have Isaac, which basically are a representation of the flesh and the spirit. Ishmael is a byproduct of the flesh. Ishmael was born because of unbelief, because they did not believe in God. They lacked belief, and because they lacked belief, they tried to help God, and because they tried to help God, there is the byproduct of Ishmael. But the promised son was Isaac, and so Isaac is representation of the spirit. So Ishmael is the flesh, is the spirit. Ishmael was born out of unbelief, was born out of belief. And so when you go to Galatians chapter 4, verse 22, in Galatians chapter 4, verse 22, it says, "For it is written that Abraham had two sons, the one by a bondwoman, the other by a free woman. But he who was of the bondwoman was born according to the flesh, and he of the free woman through promise," which things are symbolic. "For these are the two covenants, the one from Mount Sinai, which gives birth to bondage, which is Hagar. For this Hagar is Mount Sinai in Arabia, and corresponds to Jerusalem, which now is, and is in bondage with her children." So basically, this whole situation, Paul is talking about these two people. He's talking about Hagar and he's talking about Sarai. Now, Hagar is Mount Sinai. And when you think of Mount Sinai, the thing probably come to your mind is where the law was given. So Mount Sinai, hey, thank you, Ryan. Thank you so much for those lightning bolts. Mount Sinai represents the law. And so he's pulling from the two covenants and he's using Hagar to represent or to be symbolic of the Old Testament, the old law or the old covenant. And he uses Hagar to demonstrate that. And he also uses Ishmael. And then he uses Sarai to represent the new law or the new covenant. Thank you, Brady Fatty. Thank you so much for that heart. And he uses, in contrast to Mount Sinai, he compares Mount Sinai to Jerusalem. So one is the old law, one is the new. And so Paul equates Ishmael to being in bondage. Thank you, Ryan. Since he was born due to unbelief. Ishmael was born due to unbelief, but Isaac was born due to belief. And so when you read about Hagar is Mount Sinai, that's talking about the law because that's where the law was given. And when it says that Hagar corresponds, 25 in Galatians chapter 4, verse 25, where it says Hagar is Mount Sinai and corresponds to Jerusalem. If they are corresponding to it, it means that they are underneath it. They are reporting to, which means that the Jerusalem is above Mount Sinai. So Jerusalem, the new covenant, is above the old covenant. And so that's what he's pulling from here. Anyways, you have a whole bunch of different comparisons here in Galatians chapter 4. You have two different women, which are Hagar and Sarah. You have two different sons with it, which is Ishmael and Isaac. You have two different covenants, which was the Old Testament, the New Testament, or the Old Covenant, the New Covenant. You have two different mountains. You have Mount Sinai, you have Mount Zion, and you have two different cities, which are given as well. And so this is what Paul is talking about, but Paul is alluding back to what we are reading about in Genesis chapter 16. And so that's a good comparison to really kind of see, because you can pull from the Old Testament so that we can understand the New Testament. Remember, all things that were written before were written for our learning. And so that's what Paul tells us in Romans chapter 15, verse 4. So before we dive into Genesis, before we dive into Genesis chapter 17, just so you guys know, all of these studies are uploaded to YouTube. There's a YouTube link up in my TikTok profile. If you guys are interested, all of these studies will be uploaded there. We've done Revelation, Daniel, Ruth, Hebrews, James, John, Acts, Romans, all the Pauline epistles, Isaiah, Zechariah, Matthew, 1 Peter, 2 Peter. We've just finished Revelation again. Yeah, I know, Bagel. And now we're going through the book of Genesis, and we're going through the Bible book by book, chapter by chapter. If you're looking for a deep dive of Bible study, I would encourage you to check us out. If you guys find this Bible study worthy, maybe to go follow over there on YouTube, because if I get taken off of TikTok, we will still continue over here on YouTube. We do these studies every Tuesday and every Friday, and I do one on Tuesday morning and one on Friday night, and so it's a good thing. You're a frog. That's right. Frog means fully rely on God. FROG. That's what that means. If you guys wanted to support this ministry, there's ways to do that up in my TikTok profile. You don't have to, but if you would like to, if you find it worthy enough, go ahead and feel free. This ministry is ran by you guys. Thank you so much for that, and pray for it if you would. Let's go ahead and dive on into Genesis chapter 17. That's my favorite. Very cool. Let's go ahead and dive on into Genesis chapter 17, verse 1. In Genesis chapter 17, verse 1, it says, in Genesis 17, verse 1, it says, when Abram was 99 years old, the Lord appeared to Abram and said to him, I am Almighty God. Walk before me and be blameless. Now, the word Almighty God here is where we are given the phrase, or his title, his name, El Shaddai. El Shaddai, Almighty God, or all providing one. This is the first time that this is mentioned. Potato checking in. Hello, potato. Potato. Is it potato or is it potato? How do you pronounce it? Do you pronounce it potato or potato? I just am curious. Just if you wouldn't mind just responding real fast. Is it potato or potato? Hello, Amy. Hi. How are you doing? Good to see you. She's gonna say never gets old. Okay. Okay. It's just potato. But in Genesis chapter 17, verse 2, it goes on and it said God says, and I will make my covenant between me and you, and will multiply you exceedingly. And then Abraham fell on his face, and God talked with him, saying, as for me, behold, my covenant is with you, and you shall be a father of many nations. Now, here is where it gets a little interesting, because in verse 5, it says this, God says, no longer shall your name be called Abram, but your name shall be Abraham, for I have made you a father of many nations. Now, Abram, thank you, Proud Mama, for that heart. I appreciate that. Now, Abram, before his name was changed, Abram just means exalted father. That's what Abram means. It means exalted father. But his name was changed from exalted father to Abraham, which means a father of many nations. Now, why this is so interesting is because God is giving him this title before he had a legitimate son. Now, remember, Ishmael, from God's point of view, is not a legitimate son. That's demonstrated to us in Genesis chapter 22, where God tells Abraham, take your son, your only son. And then you have that whole situation that takes place in Genesis 22. But my point here is to see how God sees it. And the way that God sees it is by saying that Abraham is basically childless still at this point, because he does not view Ishmael as being a legitimate son. And so why this is interesting is because God labels Abraham as being a father of many nations before he even has a legitimate son. Can you imagine being labeled something like this and being childless? Like that's just crazy. That's just an interesting thing. Anyways, moving on. Genesis chapter 17. In Genesis chapter 17, verse 6. In Genesis chapter 17, verse 6, God says, I will make you exceedingly fruitful, and I will make nations of you, and kings shall come from you. And I will establish my covenant between me. Thank you, Letha, for that rose. And I will establish my covenant between me and you, and your descendants after you and their generations, for an everlasting covenant, to be God to you and your descendants after you. Also, I give to you and your descendants after you the land in which you are a stranger, all the land of Canaan, and I will be their God. Now, in verse 8, you have the phrase everlasting, or the word everlasting. You need to pay attention that the word everlasting being used two different times here is something we need to be sensitive to. Everlasting, 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 everlasting. So how long is everlasting? And the answer is forever. This is a covenant that God is making to Abraham, and this is an everlasting covenant. Now, he is promising Abraham and his people the land. This land is not mine. I am a Gentile. I do not have a right to this land. Now, the reason why this is significant is because there's people who teach a replacement theology, like what we talked about during our review, where basically people say that the church replaced Israel. The church did not replace Israel. And so I am not going to inherit this group, this land. That's not my land. That is their land. If you read Ezekiel chapter, are given how all of the land is during the millennial kingdom. And the thing to pay attention to there is that it's not have all of the land until the millennial kingdom. They're never going to have it all. Israel is a little piece on the world right now, but they have to have all of this. But right now they only have this. And so God promised them all this, but they never owned all this. And so the question on the table is, did God not make good? He didn't make good on it yet. That's what's going to be fulfilled during the millennial kingdom, because during the millennial kingdom, when Jesus is boots on the ground, he is going to be reigning from Zion, and out of Zion, the law is going to come forth. And this is when these people, the Jewish people, they're going to be back in the land, and they're going to be planting. And when they plant, things are going to grow right when they plant it, and everything's going to be thriving, and the curse is going to be lifted to some extent, and it's going to be incredible. But this is not going to be fulfilled until Jesus actually returns. There's not going to be peace in Jerusalem until the Prince of Peace is back on the earth. And so that's what the millennial kingdom is about. The millennial kingdom, a literal 1,000-year reign when Jesus is literally reigning from Jerusalem. This is incredible stuff. He is literally going to be doing that. Remember in Luke chapter 1 when it says that he is going to, when Gabriel's talking to Mary and he says, he is going to sit on the throne of his father David. Jesus never sat on the throne of his father David. So when in the world is Jesus going to sit on the throne of his father David? Well, that's going to take place during the millennial kingdom. And so a lot of people think that the millennial kingdom is not a real thing. I need you to be sensitive to that. But in order for that to be a reality, you would have to get rid of a whole bunch of stuff that the Bible talks about in the Old Testament. We do not get the whole idea of the millennial kingdom in the New Testament. A lot of people say that it's only mentioned in Revelation chapter 20, but that's on the contrary. That is where we get the least amount about the millennial kingdom in Revelation chapter 20, where it talks about how Satan is going to be locked up for 1,000 years and 1,000 years and 1,000 years. They say that's where it's only given. No, it's mentioned all throughout the Old Testament. There's all kinds of different places. We did a big long study on that. We spent like 13 hours just talking about the millennial kingdom. If you want to go check it out, you can go review those videos. Revelation chapter 20. It's we spent there's like 13 sessions on just Revelation chapter 20 verse 1 through 6. Spend a lot of time on there. If you would like to go check it out, it's there for you. But we don't need to unpack all of that right now. But anyways, the millennial kingdom is very real. There's also people who think that we are in what is referred to as Satan's little season right now. And I'm just like, I don't understand how people just get to these things. I feel like has anybody heard that, by the way? Has anybody heard that we are in the little season? And I'm like, where in the world, where are you getting this from? Right, Diana? I know it's just the strangest thing. Anyways, secondary issue, I suppose, but it just goes to show you that people can kind of, mix and match certain verses to, I can do all things with a verse taken out of context type of thing, right? I want with a verse taken out of complete context. That's what I feel like people are doing. And so, the more I study the Word of God, the more I take things literal. I do not allegorize certain things. I take these things very literally. Anyways, that's the one thing I want you guys to understand. The millennial kingdom is going to fulfill a lot of this. Thank you, Ren. Thank you so much for that heart. But basically, what you see here in Genesis chapter 17, verse 7, where God is saying, I'm going to give this to your descendants for an everlasting covenant. And then it says in verse 8, where it says, also, I give to you and your descendants after you the land in which you are a stranger, all the land of Canaan. This refutes replacement theology. Replacement theology says that the church is the new Israel. That's wrong. Israel is Israel. They're still Israel. You and I are the church. We are here to provoke Israel to jealousy. And so you and I, as a church, we were not promised all the land of Canaan. That's to them. And so they are going to be given that. And that is what is described in Ezekiel chapter 48. If you read Ezekiel chapter 48, you will see the land division there. And if you are sensitive to the land division, you recognize that the land division is unique. It is specific to the 12 tribes. You and I are not a part of the 12 tribes. We are different. And so we were grafted in, and we are here to provoke them to jealousy. So I just need you to be sensitive to that. But all of this is going to be fulfilled during the millennial kingdom. But one of the things that I think is really cool in Genesis chapter 17, in verse 8, it says, I will give you all the land of Canaan as an everlasting possession. The land of Canaan is going to be given to them as an everlasting possession. I need you to think about what that actually talks about. This is yours as an everlasting possession. You would take this pen and you'd be like, that's mine. Nobody's taking it. It's forever. It's mine. Right? And if I was God and I gave this to you, you'd be like, this is mine forever. It's never going to be taken away from me. Right, Shelba? And so the same thing is true with what God is telling them. He's like, I'm going to give you the land of Canaan. It is going to be yours. Thank you, Diana. It is going to be yours as an everlasting possession. This has not happened yet. This is important to understand. This hasn't happened. It has not happened because they don't own it all. They don't own it all. Abraham never owned it all either. Thank you, Diana. Thank you so much. Abraham has never owned it all. And if he's never owned it all, then does that mean that God failed on making his promises good? No, he didn't fail. It just means he didn't fulfill it yet. There is an order to all of these things. I believe the timeline, if you want to view it on a linear kind of timeline, I believe in a pre-tribulation rapture. I think that's going to be the next thing that happens. I believe the church is going to be taken out of here. After that, very shortly, a week or 2 or 3 maybe, there's going to be a signing of the covenant. Sometime shortly after the rapture, there's going to be a signing of the covenant, which is going to start the clock for a period of time known as the tribulation, which is for 7 years. At the end of the 7 years, Jesus is going to come back to the earth, boots on the ground, and the Battle of Armageddon situation, sheep and goats, is going to take place. And then after all of that, there's going to be the millennial kingdom, which is going to last for 1,000 years. During the 1,000 years, Satan is going to be locked up for 1,000 years. But during those 1,000 years, there's the millennial kingdom, where all of this stuff that we see here in Genesis chapter 17, where he promises the lamb as an everlasting possession, he's giving it to him then. He's like, this is yours. This is yours. Never going to be taken away. It's going to be yours forever. Never going to be taken away again. My point here is to get you to understand that right now Israel is over in the land, but it's in a very tiny little bit of the land. They need all of this land, but they only own this much land. And so the only way to harmonize this is by understanding a literal millennial kingdom, which is when they are going to be given all of this land. Anyways, you can unpack that if you'd like to. That's a whole conversation, a whole different study. What we just got done talking about in Revelation. Anyways, moving on. Genesis chapter 17. In Genesis chapter 17, verse 9. In Genesis chapter 17, verse 9, it says, and God said to Abraham, as for you, you shall keep my covenant, you and your descendants after you throughout their generations. And then he says in verse 10, he says, this is my covenant, which you shall keep between me and you and your descendants after you. Every male child among you shall be circumcised. Now, this is interesting because what God is telling Abraham to do now, we're getting to the point about circumcision here, but what Abraham is about to tell, or what God is about to tell Abraham to do here is in regards to circumcision. But I need you to understand, if Abraham did not do this, this was not going to annul the covenant that God made with him already. Thank you, Nicole. this is not going to annul that. The covenant that God made with Abraham was unconditional. It was going to stand regardless of what Abraham did. And so if Abraham did not do these things, it would not stop the covenant from taking place. But God is giving him very specific instructions. And so Abraham is going to heed those instructions. Thank you. Yahweh is calling you. Appreciate that heart. And so that is something to be sensitive to. But in Genesis chapter 17, verse 10, God says, "This is my covenant, which you shall keep between me and you and your descendants after you. Every male child among you shall be circumcised, and you shall be circumcised in the flesh of your foreskins, and it shall be a sign of the covenant between me and you." So this circumcision is a symbol to the Jewish people of a commitment to God. Now, there's different kinds of circumcision that is mentioned in the Bible. There's something that is there's circumcised hearts, and there's circumcised flesh. Now, circumcision of the heart is not a literal thing, right? I'm sure we all acknowledge that. That is not literal. But what is he actually talking about? It's circumcised heart is different than circumcising the flesh. Circumcising the heart basically is going to lead to devotion, but uncircumcised hearts are going to lead or show, are going to demonstrate unbelief. Let's go to Colossians chapter 2, verse 11 in regards to circumcision. Paul addresses this. Colossians chapter 2, verse 11. In Colossians chapter 2, verse 11, it says this: "In him you were also circumcised with the circumcision made without hands, by putting off the body of the sins of the flesh by the circumcision of Christ, buried with him in baptism, in which you also were raised with him through faith in the working of God, who raised him from the dead." So you have circumcision, and that is, let's go to Galatians chapter 5, verse 6. Galatians chapter 5, verse 6. Let's read one more here in regards to circumcision. Galatians chapter 5, verse 6. In Galatians chapter 5, verse 6, it says, "For in Christ Jesus neither circumcision nor uncircumcision avails anything, but faith working through love." So the Jewish people, they really were, they viewed circumcision as being something that was, like they became rather prideful of it. The Jewish people, Paul tells us that the oracles, that the oracles of God were basically given to the Jewish people. And so they were responsible for giving us the scriptures. I mean, we need to be sensitive to who the Jewish people are. We need to, remember that they went through a whole bunch, and because of their trials and failure, all of these things, they passed down this incredible thing that we refer to as the Bible. That we get it all from them, and so we need to be very thankful for that. But circumcision is something that they look at, that they still are practicing today, and they look at circumcision as something that they need to be doing. And it's because they are still in the Old Testament. They are still in the old law. And so they apply this kind of stuff to them. Now, this is not something that was unique to the Jewish people, because there were other cultures who also practiced the act of circumcising their male children. But why, or where the Jewish people are set apart, is what we're about to read about in verse 12. Because in verse 12, it says, Genesis chapter 17, verse 12, it says, "He who is 8 days old among you shall be circumcised, every male child in your generations. He who is born in your house or bought with money from any foreigner who is not your descendant." Now, this is what sets them apart, because there's other cultures who practice circumcision, but the Jewish people waited until the eighth day. That is what is significant. The timing is what made this unique. Now, why the eighth day? Why in the world did God command them to wait until the eighth day to circumcise a newborn baby? Well, What we know now is something that we can explain. And so there's vitamin K. Well, vitamin K is not formed in a child until the 5th to the 7th day. So, circumcising too early, you would risk the child bleeding out in a sense. But also, there's a clotting agent called a prothrombin, which reaches levels of 110% on the 8th day. And so, if you did it on the 4th day, or if you did it on the 5th day, the clotting agent wouldn't actually be there to basically stop the blood, and it wouldn't be protecting the child. But if you did it on the 8th day, then the prothrombin would be at the highest level that it would ever be. And then after the 8th day, it would go down from the 110% down to 100, and then it would level out from there. So God was giving them the best chance, and that's why he instructed them to do it on the 8th day, as opposed to the 7th day, the 6th day, the 9th day, the 10th day. He told them to do it on the 8th day. And this is what sets them apart. The timing is what made them unique. And so I think that's really cool to pay attention to there. Moving on, in Genesis chapter 17, in Genesis chapter 17, verse 12, in regard to circumcision, this is not something that needs to be done. Obviously, another thing that you can kind of put in the back of your mind is Acts chapter 15. In Acts chapter 15, you have the Jerusalem Council. And the Jewish people, the big heavy hitters of the Jewish Christian world, you would have Peter, you would have Paul, Barnabas, you would have James. They were all there, and they were basically trying to figure out what to tell the Gentile Christians, because the Gentile Christians who were new to the Christian faith were looking to the Jewish Christians for leadership. And they're saying, hey, avoid these 4 things and you will do well. Now, what's interesting about those 4 things is that circumcision wasn't on there. You know what else wasn't on there? The Sabbath. So from the Jewish mind, in regards to instructing the newborn Gentile Christians, they never told them to observe the Sabbath, and they never told them to get circumcised. And you can even look at Timothy and Titus, like one of them was circumcised, one of them wasn't, one of them was just because he was half Jewish. And so unless that he offended the Jew, he got circumcised. You have all of these things to really balance and to juggle in a sense, but we need to recognize that circumcision, it's an Old Testament thing. We are now, everything that we are doing here in the New Testament is completely changed. And so I'm very thankful for that. Let's get back to Genesis chapter 17. Genesis chapter 17, verse 13. In Genesis chapter 17, verse 13, it says, God says, he who is born in your house and he who is bought with your money must be circumcised. And my covenant shall be in your flesh for an everlasting covenant. And the child who is not circumcised in the flesh of his foreskin, that person shall be cut off from his people. He has broken my covenant. So covenants to God are a big deal. This is something that we need to recognize. Covenants to God are a big deal. And so here, in regards to circumcision, God says that if somebody does not get circumcised, that person is to be cut off. Let's go to Exodus chapter 4, verse 24. Exodus chapter 4, verse 24. There was an actual time where God was hunting somebody down, and we see that in Exodus chapter 4, verse 24. In Exodus chapter 4, verse 24, it says, and it came to pass on the way at the encampment that the Lord met him and sought to kill him. Think about that. This is the Lord seeking to do this. But then Zipporah took a sharp stone and cut off the foreskin of her son and cast it at Moses' feet and said, surely you are a husband of blood to me. So he let him go. Then she said, you are a husband of blood because of the circumcision. This child was about to get ended, and then Zipporah ended up circumcising this child. And so that's crazy. That's crazy. But the whole point here is to get you to understand that the covenant is very, very serious to God. This is not something to be taken lightly during this time period. This is a very, very big deal. It's also interesting to recognize that circumcision takes place on the most intimate part of the body. It's this is very, very part of the body, but just like how that's a tender part of the body, you also have the heart being a very intimate place as well. And so circumcision of the heart is very precious to him as well. But what's interesting in Genesis chapter 17, verse 14, it says that the person shall be cut off. When you see the phrase cut off there, this is also echoed throughout the Old Testament as well. And in Daniel chapter 9, verse 26, if you guys want to go to Daniel chapter 9, verse 26, it talks about, you have this incredible prophecy. But in Daniel chapter 9, verse 26, it says, after the 62 weeks, Messiah shall be cut off, but not for himself. It's interesting. The Messiah was prophesied to be cut off. The Messiah was prophesied in Daniel chapter 9 to be killed. Think about that. That's wild. Centuries before Jesus was even born, he was prophesied to die, but not for himself. And so he was cut off, but not for himself. He was cut off for you and I. And so praise God for that. But let's get back to Genesis chapter 17. Genesis chapter 17, verse 15. In Genesis chapter 17, verse 15, it says, Then God said to Abraham, As for Sarai, your wife, you shall not call her name Sarai, but Sarah shall be her name. Now, this is interesting because when you look at the names and you look at Sarai and Abram, and their names change from Sarai to Sarah and Abram to Abraham, what's interesting is that they both were added the letter H, and H in Hebrew is the word he. And so he, H-E-H, or he, is basically implies the spirit or wind. And so if you look at he being a type of the spirit, and you see he being introduced into both Sarah, ha, and Abraham, you see it seems to be indicative of the Holy Spirit being added to them. And so that's pretty neat if you choose to see it that kind of way. But in Genesis chapter 17, verse 16, it says, And I will bless her and also give you a son by her. Then I will bless her, and she shall be a mother of nations. Kings of people shall be from her. Now, here is what is fascinating about the entire thing, because this is where God promises that the promised son, is going to be coming from Sarah. It is going to be Sarah. It is going to be from Abraham, but it's going to come through Sarah. And so now this seems to make a little bit more sense. If you guys remember a couple chapters ago when Sarah, Abraham and Sarai were in Egypt, and the Pharaoh sees Sarai, and he's like, oh man, he's like, I'm going to go get her. And he goes and gets her. But then right when he goes and gets her, basically God plagues Egypt. And the reason was because God knew that the promised son was going to come through Sarah. And so if the Pharaoh started doing something that he shouldn't have been doing with Sarah, then that was going to be getting in God's way. And so that wasn't going to happen. And so that's why God ended up plaguing Egypt back during that time. And so then obviously Pharaoh submitted, and he sent Abram and Sarah away. And but this is all because of that. Like there's a son that's going to be coming from Sarai or Sarah, and that's what we're going to be talking a little bit more about that here in a little bit. But let's keep on reading in Genesis chapter 17. In Genesis chapter 17, verse 17, it says, Then Abraham fell on his face and laughed and said in his heart, Shall a child be born to a man who is 100 years old? And shall Sarah, who is 90 years old, bear a child? So here, it's interesting to see that Abraham is saying in his heart. This is what he's saying in his heart. Now, God does not look at the outside, but he looks at the heart. We are all probably familiar with that. And so there might be some people in here who seem to be very good on the outside, but God's not looking at the outside. He's looking at the inside. And so that is crazy to me. He's looking at what's going on the inside. And so this speaks a lot, in Isaiah chapter 14, It says Lucifer has said in his heart, and then he says, I will do this, I will do this, I will do this, I will do this, I will be like the Most High. That's what Lucifer said in his heart. But what's interesting is that in Matthew chapter 5, God or Jesus is talking to the Pharisees, and he's talking to them, and he's like, you have heard that it was said not to, commit adultery. And the Pharisees were operating in a different world in their world, committing adultery was only done is if it was physically done. And Jesus shows up and he's like, you have heard that you've only committed adultery if you did it physically. But then Jesus is like, but I say, if you even look, and if you do this, and he's like, you have heard it not to murder, but I say, if you have even done this, you are guilty. And so my point here is to get you to see that Jesus was drawing a connection. He's like, hey, it's not about what you do physically. It's about what's going on inside your heart. And so this is why we need to really, really be sensitive to this kind of stuff, because we can fool everybody around us, but we're never going to be able to fool him. He knows what's going on. Anyways, Genesis chapter 17, verse 17, it says, then Abraham fell on his face and laughed and said in his heart, shall a child be born to a man who is 100 years old? And shall Sarah, who is 90 years old, bear a child? Now, Abraham is not 100 years old exactly yet. He's 99, but he's going to be turning 100 when Isaac is actually born. We'll see that when we get to Genesis 21. He's basically rounding up. He's just saying, like if you're 59, sometimes people are just like, I'm 60, I'm 60, I don't know. But that's what he's basically doing here. Genesis chapter 17, verse 18, it says, and Abraham said to God, oh, that Ishmael might live before you. So in verse 19, it says, then God said, no, Sarah, your wife, shall bear you a son, and you shall call his name Isaac. I will establish my covenant with him for an everlasting covenant, and with his descendants after him. So God is looking so far in the future here. He is like, Abraham, Linda, listen to me, Linda. He's like, Abraham. He's like, no. He's like, listen. He's like, you're not getting it. He's like, you see this much of the picture. He's like, we're looking. He's like, I'm looking so far out into the future. He's like, you're going to have a son. His name's going to be Isaac. He's going to have a son. I'm going to make a covenant with Isaac, and then I'm going to make a covenant with Jacob, and I'm going to he's like, this is going to be with all your descendants. And so he's looking so far out into the future. But in verse 18, Genesis chapter 17, verse 18, it says, and Abraham said to God, oh, that Ishmael might live before you. So Abraham was basically suggesting Ishmael should be the promised son, because in Abraham's mind, he's like, there ain't no way that Sarah about to have a baby. Like, she is well past the time of childbearing. And so he laughed. And so obviously Isaac's name means laughter. And that is, obviously prophetic. That's going to come back into play in Genesis chapter 21. We'll see that here not on Tuesday. But in Genesis chapter 17, verse 19, it says, then God said to him, no, Sarah, your wife shall bear you a son, and you will call his name Isaac. So what's interesting about Isaac is that he has a supernatural birth. He should not have been born. There's no way he could have been born through Sarah. So this is a supernatural birth. He also is given a supernatural name. God gives Abraham the name to name Isaac. So this is not a name that Abraham had a choice in. So God names Isaac. And so he's got a supernatural birth. He's given a supernatural name. And these promises are not going to continue through Ishmael. They are going to continue through Isaac. And this is basically what divides the Muslims and the Christians in our world today. You see a whole bunch of division. There's some Muslims in the world who say that Christians and Muslims basically believe the same thing. Has anybody heard that before? I mean, maybe you guys have. And I'm like, no. We are very, very far apart. There's similar words being used, but the belief is completely different here. But there's a huge division in between Muslims and Christians. But let's keep going in Genesis chapter 17. Genesis chapter 17, verse 20, it says, "And as for Ishmael, I have heard you. Behold, I have blessed him and will make him fruitful and will multiply him exceedingly. He shall beget 12 princes, and I will make him a great nation. But my covenant I will establish with Isaac, whom Sarah shall bear to you at this set time next year." Thank you, Sir William. Thank you so much for that heart. He says, my covenant I will establish with Isaac, whom Sarah shall bear to you at this set time next year. So this is very clear. God is making his covenant not with Ishmael, but with Isaac. Abraham even tried to make the covenant be between God and Ishmael. Bondwoman. He's like, I'm not making a covenant with the bondwoman. I'm making a covenant with the free woman. And that's basically what Paul is basically talking about in Galatians chapter 4 with the bondwoman and the free woman. You have the old covenant and the new covenant. And so you have the tale of two different sons. You have the son of the flesh, which is Ishmael, and you have the son of the spirit, which is Isaac, the son that was a byproduct of unbelief, and you have the son that was the byproduct of belief. Anyways, Genesis chapter 17, moving on in Genesis chapter 17, verse 22. In Genesis 17, verse 22, it says, "Then he finished talking with him, and God went up from Abraham. So Abraham took Ishmael his son, all who were born in his house, and all who were bought with his money, every male among the men of Abraham's house, and circumcised the flesh of their foreskins that very same day, as God had said to him." What's interesting about this is that Abraham does not mess around. He's like, I'm getting on it right here and now. And so what's fascinating about this is that where in Genesis chapter 12, Abraham delayed before, where, God tells him to get out of his family, out of his country and all that stuff, where it seems that Abraham delayed there, it seems like here Abraham is no longer delaying because Abraham obeys right away. And so it seems that he learned his lesson from what took place in Genesis chapter 12, where it seems like he delayed from obeying God. But in Genesis chapter 17, verse 24, we see how old he actually is. It says in Genesis 17:24, it says, "Abraham was 99 years old when he was circumcised in the flesh of his foreskin." Can you imagine? Just as a man? Oh, sounds terrible. But in verse 25, it says, "And Ishmael, his son, was 13 years old when he was circumcised in the flesh of his foreskin. That very same day, Abraham was circumcised, and his son Ishmael, and all the men of his house, born in the house or bought with money from a foreigner, were circumcised with him." So, this is Genesis chapter 17. Something to be sensitive to is that Genesis chapter 12, Genesis chapter 15, and Genesis chapter 17 all have the Abrahamic covenant in it. Genesis chapter 12 is where it's first introduced. Genesis chapter 15 is where God walks through the two altars with the animals cut in half. Genesis chapter 17 is where it is reiterated again. All three of those chapters, 12, 15, and 17, all have the Abrahamic covenant there. So that is Genesis chapter 17. Okay, so before we dive into Genesis chapter 18, hey, thank you, Yankee, for those heart puffs. Thank you so much. In Genesis, before we dive into Genesis chapter 18, thank you guys so much for being here. My name is Ryan. If you guys are new here, it is a joy to have you here. Thank you so much. We're just going through the Bible book by book, chapter by chapter, verse by verse. Thank you, Ren. And thank you, Elijah, for those hearts. We're just going through the Bible book by book, chapter by chapter, verse by verse. This is a Bible study. It's a deep dive Bible study, and we're just trying to be very methodical as we're going throughout it. But I want you guys to understand these are secondary issues that we're talking about here. I want you guys to always understand the main thing in this Bible study is always going to be the main thing, and that is how to know for sure you can get to heaven. And that's what we need to really understand. Because if you don't know that, then the stuff that we're talking about here, it's not going to really be helpful to you. How do you get to heaven? Romans 3:23 says the bad news, and the bad news is for all have sinned and fall short of the glory of God. So we are all sinners and we have all fallen short. And that's bad news that applies to you and applies to me. There's more bad news in Romans 6:23 where it says, for the wages of sin is death. So not only are you a sinner, you have fallen short of the glory of God and you are under the death penalty. So you need to understand the bad news before you can appreciate the good news. The good news is, but the gift of God is eternal life through Jesus Christ, period. It's not through Jesus Christ our Lord, and it's not through Jesus Christ our Lord, make sure this happens. No, it is through Jesus Christ our Lord, period. This is why Paul says in 1 Corinthians 2, he says, I determined to know nothing among you except Christ and him crucified. He's focusing on the cross. This goes back to the genealogy in Genesis chapter 5. His death shall bring the despairing comfort and rest. It's his death. It's what he did on the cross. It's all about the cross. It's all about what he did on the cross. It is for by grace you have been saved through faith, and that not of yourselves. It is the gift of God, not of works, lest any man should boast. That is what we need to be sensitive to. Thank you, Ren, for that gift. And so it is John 3:16 says it beautifully. It says, for God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten son, that whosoever believes in him shall not perish but have everlasting life. This is incredible. And so I don't want you to get lost into the shiny stuff and stuff. I want you to just be so just completely just drawn to the cross. I want you to live that. I want you to just fall down right at the old rugged cross and to never lose sight of how amazing it actually is. The gospel can be found in 1 Corinthians 15 and verse 3, where it says that Jesus died according to the scriptures, that he was buried, and that he rose again on the third day according to the scriptures. And so this stuff, we need to make it a big deal. Thank you, Sam. Thank you so much for that heart. And so if you guys wanted to support this ministry, this ministry is literally ran by you guys. There's a way to do that up in my TikTok profile. If you feel like this ministry is worthy, there's ways to do it. If you do, and if you have, or if you're going to, thank you so much. And if you can't do that, then that's completely fine. No pressure whatsoever. But if you wouldn't mind just praying for it, I would appreciate that so much, because prayer is very powerful. And I think that it is incredible what can be done. I would appreciate that. Thank you so much for praying if you do. So let's go ahead and get on in. All of these studies are uploaded to YouTube. Also, there's a YouTube link up in my TikTok profile. If you go to my YouTube or if you go on my TikTok profile, there's a link tree there with all the links there. If you're interested to it, there's all the links. But there's a YouTube link there. And we're live streaming on YouTube right now. All of these are uploaded to YouTube if you're looking for a verse-by-verse Bible study. And so that's what we're doing here. Hey, thank you, Yahweh. Thank you so much for Yahweh is calling you. Thank you so much. And Ilka, thank you so much for that, Rose. All right, so let's go ahead and dive on into Genesis chapter 18. Genesis chapter 18 is a really great chapter, really interesting chapter. Yeah, thank you. The main thing is the main thing, salvation. Absolutely. Amen, Bridget. In Genesis chapter 18, verse 1, it says, then the Lord appeared to him by the terebinth trees of Mamre as he was sitting in the tent door in the heat of the day. In verse 2, it says, so he lifted his eyes and looked, and behold, 3 men were standing by him. And when he saw them, he ran from the tent door to meet them and bowed himself to the ground and said, my Lord, if I have now found favor in your sight, do not pass on by your servant. And so here, something to always be sensitive to is that when you're reading the Bible, you're going to come across this phrase, and the phrase is, and he lifted his eyes. Now, when you see the phrase, he lifted his eyes, almost always, shortly thereafter, you see he lifted his eyes. Almost always, there's something significant that is going to happen. In this case, when Abraham lifted his eyes, he sees 3 men coming towards him. Now, what we are going to learn here is that it's not 3 actual men. They are 2 angels, and the other one is Jesus. And so that is what is here. If you read, I think, Joshua chapter 6, you see Joshua, who is, he sees somebody approaching him, and he's like, are you for us or are you against us? You basically find out that the person he was talking to was Jesus again. It's the angel of the Lord. But there in Joshua chapter 6, I think it is, it says that Joshua lifted up his eyes. And then a New Testament concept is when Jesus, before he fed the 5,000, before when he had the bread and fish and whatnot, before when he prayed, he lifted up his eyes and then he prayed and then he broke the bread, it turned, and he had enough to feed the 5,000. And so that's really cool. But the pattern there is he lifted up his eyes. And so here in Genesis chapter 18, verse 2, Abraham lifted up his eyes and he looked and beheld 3 men were standing by him. And when he saw them, he ran from himself to the ground. So what's interesting about verse 3, in Genesis chapter 18, verse 3, it says, Abraham said, "My Lord, if I have now found favor in your sight, do not pass on by your servant." The word here in verse 3 is Adonai. So Abraham is saying, "My Adonai." And if you click on that word in Hebrew, you will find that this word in Hebrew is plural. So he's literally saying, "My lords." Now, the word Adonai can be singular in other times, like in if you look down in in Genesis chapter 18, verse 12. In Genesis chapter 18, verse 12, it says, "After I have grown old, shall I have pleasure, Lord," being old also. So there in Genesis 18, 12, that word Lord is Adonai, but that's singular. But here in Genesis 18, verse 3, where Abraham says, "My Lord," it's actually plural. And so some people say that this is because there are 3 men here. But other people say that he says, "My Lord," in regard to, because he had this understanding of a plurality, because of, obviously in Genesis chapter 1:1, it says, "In the beginning, God," which is Elohim. Obviously, that's a plurality there. So Abraham is sensitive to that. And so this could be something that is connected to that. Anyways, I just figured I would point out that in Genesis 18, verse 3, where it says, "My Lord," it is a plural. And so that's good to recognize. Moving on to Genesis chapter 18, verse 4. In Genesis 18, verse 4, it says, "Please let a little water be brought and wash your feet and rest yourselves under the tree." Now, this tree, these are the same trees where God first appeared to him in Genesis chapter 12, verse 6. Go to Genesis chapter 12, verse 6 if you would like to, just to remind yourselves about the terebinth trees. In Genesis chapter 12, verse 6, it says, "Abraham passed through the land to the place of Shechem as far as the terebinth tree of Morah." Terebinth tree. I think it's fascinating. Abraham is always around these terebinth trees. He's always around them. So the first time he's around them that we're told about is there in Genesis chapter 12. The terebinth tree is something significant to Abraham. And so because that's the first time where God appeared to him in Genesis 12, verse 7, you see God appear to him while he was at the terebinth tree. So the terebinth tree comes like he's Abraham to mark. That's something that's just like, he's like, "Oh man." And so as you see throughout Abraham's walk, it's always around these trees. And so here you see it again in Genesis 18, verse 1. It says, "Then the Lord appeared to him by the terebinth trees of Mamre." Think about that. The Lord appeared to him again by the terebinth trees, both times. Terebinth tree, terebinth tree. What in the world is going on? Terebinth trees are very interesting because they are very resilient. They can live for a very, very long time, like 1,000 years or something like that, something ridiculous. But they also can thrive in a place where other plants cannot thrive. Also, if you cut them down, a shoot can come out on the stump and another tree can grow out of it. They are very, very resilient. These trees are symbolic in multiple different ways. We talked about that when we went through Genesis chapter 12. Anyways, going back to Genesis 18, verse 4. In Genesis 18, verse 4, Abraham says, "Please let a little water be brought and wash your feet and rest yourselves under the tree. And I will bring a morsel of bread that you may refresh your hearts. After that you may pass by, inasmuch as you have come to your servant." They said, "Do as you have said." Can you imagine just being like Abraham, just getting so geeked up out of your mind, and you are just so excited that you're like, "Okay, you guys are staying for food? Okay. Ha, ha, ha." Anyways, Abraham is in all kinds of a hurry here. Thank you, Anita. if you read Genesis 18, verse 2, it says, and when he saw them, he ran from the tent door. In Genesis 18, verse 6, it says, so Abraham hurried into the tent to Sarah and said, quickly. And then if you go down to verse 7, it says, Abraham ran to the herd. And then it says, and he hastened to prepare it. You're seeing a whole bunch of hurry, 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 hurry. Like Abraham is like, I need to get them their things, get them the food, and I got to get it now. It's interesting. It's like if God showed up, if Jesus showed up in your house right now, you would be doing the exact same thing. So would I. I'd be like, oh man, I gotta. And that's exactly what Abraham is doing here. But there's some interesting. There's an interesting concept here. Let's keep reading in Genesis 18, verse 6. So they say, do as you have said. And in Genesis chapter 18, verse 6, it says, so Abraham hurried into the tent to Sarah and said, quickly, make ready 3 measures of fine meal. Knead it and make cakes. Now, these 3 measures of fine meal have no leaven in it. This is unleavened bread that he is telling them to make. 3 measures of fine meal. This is unleavened. There is no leaven in this. Thank you, Yahweh. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate that. In Genesis chapter 18, verse 7, it goes on and it says, and Abraham ran to the herd and took a tender and good calf, gave it to a young man, and he hastened to prepare it. So Abraham is the one who is hand selecting this calf. Think about that. This is the master of all of these people who are in charge of all the things. He's got people and servants and all kinds of stuff. And it's Abraham, the one who goes out and hand selects this calf. And he got the best one. He got the best one. He takes it to a young man and he tells him to hurry up and prepare it. And so that's what's going on here. But then we get to this weird verse in verse 8, Genesis 18, verse 8, and it says, so he took butter and milk and the calf, and he stood by them under the tree as they ate. Now, the reason why this verse is so strange is because this is not kosher for the Jewish people. This is not kosher. Having milk and meat at the same time is not kosher. It's actually forbidden to serve milk and meat today over in Israel, according to the Orthodox Jews. But what you have here is that what you see is Abraham. He prepared a meal for them, and what preparing a meal for them basically shows is that this is indicative of fellowship. You see in Revelation chapter 3 with the church in Laodicea, it said Jesus is knocking on the door. He's like, if anybody knocks, he's like, I knock, open the door. And then he says, if anybody answers, he's like, I will come in and dine with them. And dining represents fellowship. And that's really, really cool. Hey, thank you, Anita. Thank you so much for that finger heart. Thank you so much. But the thing to pay attention to is that this is a non-kosher meal in Genesis chapter 18, verse 8. Non-kosher, it's not kosher. And this really stumps a lot of the Jewish people in our world today. They're like, well, how do we go about this? Because milk and meat at the same time, this is not okay. This is not something that we do. How do we talk about this? And so it's funny seeing them how they try to navigate that territory. But anyways, the thing to really recognize in the takeaway here is to see in Genesis chapter 18 that the 3 people that show up, you have 2 angels and then you have Jesus, and they show up and they have Abraham making 3 measures of meal in Genesis 18, verse 6. In Genesis chapter 18, verse 6, it says, so Abraham hurried into the tent to Sarah and said, quickly make ready 3 measures of fine meal. This 3 measures of fine meal is known as a fellowship offering. It's known as a fellowship offering. And this is basically brought up in Matthew chapter 13. If you guys want to go to Matthew chapter 13, verse 30. In Matthew chapter 13, you are given the kingdom parables, the parables of the kingdom. given to us by Jesus himself. But in Matthew chapter 13, verse 31, Jesus is talking about the kingdom. He's talking about the church. And he says in Matthew chapter 13, verse 31, verse 33, Matthew chapter 13, verse 33. In Matthew chapter 13, verse 33, it says, another parable he spoke to them. The kingdom of heaven is like leaven, which a woman took and hid in 3 measures of meal till it was all leavened. Now, the reason why this is fascinating is because 3 measures of meal till it was all leavened. If you were a Jewish person, this would just completely knock you back on your feet. You would just be completely blown away by this, because you could never, you would never believe that anybody would ever do this on purpose. Adding leaven to the measures of meal to this fellowship offering would be considered the worst thing ever. This would be because you're adding sin to it. And so not only is it a woman adding it to it, but this woman is adding leaven. Leaven is an idiom of sin. And so adding sin to it is something that they would never, ever do, especially in regard to this thing that they observe, which is referred to as the fellowship offering. So that is I think that's very interesting, because Jesus actually pulls that up in Matthew 13. Now, why that's cool? Hey, thank you, Sam. Why this is, Jesus was the one who was a part of the fellowship offering here when it first became the fellowship offering. But then when you fast forward thousands of years later, when Jesus was actually born, he also brings up the fellowship offering in the kingdom parables. And so it's kind of cool to see how he was there when it first became known as the fellowship offering. And then when you fast forward 1,000 or 2 years later into the future, when Jesus was actually born, he's actually talking about it in regards to the parable in Matthew chapter 13. So that's pretty cool. So let's get back to Genesis chapter 18. In Genesis chapter 18, verse 9, Genesis chapter 18, verse 9, it says this, then they said to him, where is Sarah, your wife? So he said, here in the tent. And he said, I will certainly return to you according to the time of life. And behold, Sarah, your wife, shall have a son. Sarah was listening in the tent door, which was behind him. Now, when Abraham and Sarah were old, and Sarah had passed the age of childbearing, therefore Sarah laughed with herself, saying, after I have grown old, shall I have pleasure, my Lord being old also? So here, let's go to 1 Peter chapter 3, verse 5, because this is where Peter refers to Abraham and Sarah. Where am I going? Peter refers to Abraham and Sarah, and he refers to Sarah in regards to Sarah regarding Abraham as her Lord. In 1 Peter chapter 3, verse, actually, let's just read verse 1. 1 Peter chapter 3, verse 1. Thank you, Anita, for those donuts. These donuts make me go nuts. And in 1 Peter chapter 3, verse 1, it says, wives, likewise, be submissive. If some do not obey the word, they, without a word, may be won by the conduct of their wives, when they observe your chaste conduct accompanied by fear. Do not let your adornment be merely outward, arranging the hair, wearing gold, or putting on fine apparel. Rather, let it be the hidden person of the heart, with incorruptible beauty of a gentle and quiet spirit, which is very precious in the sight of God. For in this manner, in former times, the holy women who trusted in God also adorned themselves, being submissive to their own husbands, as Sarah obeyed Abraham, calling him Lord, whose daughters you are, if you do good and are not afraid with any terror. And then it goes on, husbands likewise deal with them with understanding. So anyways, going back to Genesis chapter 18, thank you, Anita. In Genesis chapter 18, verse 13. I'm sorry. Genesis chapter 18, verse 12. It says, Sarah laughed within herself, saying, after I have grown old, shall I have pleasure, my Lord, being old also. That's what Peter is pulling from. Peter is recognizing, thank you, Madison. Peter is recognizing that that Sarah referred to Abraham as her Lord. So she was submitting to her husband. And so Peter recognized that Sarah submitted to her husband. And so Peter in the New Testament pulls from that. And he's like, hey, Sarah submitted to her husband, just like Sarah submitted to her husband. You need to submit to your husbands. And so this is the structure that the Lord set up. Genesis chapter 18, verse 13, it says, and the Lord said to Abraham, why did Sarah laugh, saying, shall I surely bear a child since I am old? Is anything too hard for the Lord? At the appointed time, I will return to you according to the time of life, and Sarah shall have a son. But Sarah denied it, saying, I did not laugh, for she was afraid. And he said, no, but you did laugh. Thank you, Nomac. He said, no, but you did laugh. Then the men rose from there and looked towards Sodom, and Abraham went with them to send them on the way. And the Lord said, shall I hide from Abraham what I am doing? Now, this is a very interesting thing here. God himself is asking, shall I hide from Abraham what I am doing? I need you to understand, this is commentary about his thoughts. It says, and the Lord said. We did not need to be given that information. Do you understand? Like, this is what's so interesting about the Bible, because what we are given, it's on purpose. We are allowed to see one of the thoughts of God here. And one of the thoughts of God here, he says it out loud so that we can benefit from it. And so God says, shall I hide from Abraham what I am doing? Did we need to know that? He wanted us to know this. This is so interesting. So the Lord said, shall I hide from Abraham what I am doing? Now, why this is so cool is because in James chapter 2, verse 23, we are told that Abraham is a friend of God. Abraham is a friend of God. And so when you understand that Abraham is viewed from as being a friend of God, why that's cool is because being a friend, you are entitled to certain insight. And the insight that we are told about, that we are allowed to understand, is certain things that are going to happen. And that is really cool, because if you pay attention in the New Testament, Jesus, when he's boots on the ground, he's talking to his disciples. He says, I no longer call you servants, you are now my friends. And the people who were his friends, just like how Abraham is a friend of God, just like how the disciples are friends of God, they were let in on what was going to happen. They were told what was going to happen before it actually happened. And so here in Genesis chapter 18, verse 17, when it says, and the Lord said, shall I hide from Abraham what I am doing? This is God going to tell Abraham what was going to happen. And what was going to happen is what we're going to read about here in the next chapter in Genesis 19, which was the judgment that was going to be released on Sodom and Gomorrah. And so God is saying, shall I hide from Abraham what I am doing? And so obviously the answer is no, because Abraham recognized what was going to happen. So Abraham knew what was going to happen, because if you read Genesis chapter 18, verse 23 through 33, which is what we're going to do here in a second, Abraham starts to intercede on the behalf of Sodom and Gomorrah. So obviously Abraham was allowed in on what was going to happen. Understand, nobody else knew what was going to happen to Sodom and Gomorrah. There wasn't another person. No other person knew what kind of judgment was about to be taken on Sodom and Gomorrah, but Abraham knew. And so that is very fascinating to see the connection there, that he is a friend of God. Also in Daniel is referred to as the beloved. He was given all kinds of insane apocalyptic insight. And John, who wrote the book of Revelation, he is also Jesus loved. He's the beloved disciple. So two people who are referred to as beloved was given apocalyptic insight. The friends of God are given this insight. We know what's going to happen. Just like if you are a born again believer, we also can know about this stuff too. And so, anyways, Genesis chapter 18, verse 18. Genesis 18, verse 18, it says, since Abraham, verse 17, it says, and the Lord said, shall I hide from Abraham what I am doing? Since Abraham shall surely become a great and mighty nation, and all the nations of the earth shall be blessed by him. Here, he's repeating his covenant. He's repeating the covenant that was back in Genesis chapter 12. All the nations of the earth shall be blessed in him. That's the Abrahamic covenant. If you bless, I will bless those who bless you, and I will curse those who curse you. This is God repeating the covenant. So obviously, this is not just a random dude who's coming up to Abraham. This isn't just some random person. No, this is God. God made the covenant with Abraham, and he's like, hey, just like how I said, then all the nations are going to be blessed by him. That goes all the way back to Genesis chapter 12. This is God here. Anyways, Genesis chapter 18. Have a good night, Brandon. Thanks for being here. Shy Stone. In Genesis chapter 18, verse 19, Genesis chapter 18, verse 19, it says, for I have known him, in order that he may command his children and his household after him, that they keep the way of the Lord, to do righteousness and justice, that the Lord may bring to Abraham what he has spoken to him. Interesting. Verse 19 seems to be talking about two different people. This seems to be Jesus talking about the Father. So in verse 19, where it says, for I, it seems to be talking about Jesus. For I, Jesus, have known him, in order that he may command his children and his household after him, that they keep the way of the Lord, to do righteousness and justice, that the Lord may bring to Abraham what he has spoken to him. There's two of the three Trinity here in verse 19, as it seems. And so that is something to at least consider. But moving on, Genesis chapter 18, verse 20, it says, and the Lord said, because the outcry against Sodom and Gomorrah is great, and because their sin is very grave, I will go down now and see whether they have done altogether according to the outcry against it that it has come to me. And if not, I will know. Then the men turned away from there and went toward Sodom, but Abraham still stood before the Lord. Hansonology, thank you so much for that gift. I appreciate that so much. This is incredible right here. God says there's this outcry. There's this outcry, this Sodom and Gomorrah, a massive outcry that's taking place. And, it makes you wonder, like we talked about this before, but in Genesis chapter 4, you have Cain and Abel, and thank you, user. I appreciate that heart, the bear. Thank you so much. And the finger heart. But in Genesis chapter 4, Cain ends up ending the life of his brother Abel. And when God shows up to Cain, he's like, Cain, where's your brother? And then Cain's like, I don't know, am my brother's keeper? But then God says, the voice of your brother's blood is crying out to me. Think about that. The voice. Now, I think that was actually happening in Revelation chapter 6. These souls under the altar who are crying out and saying, "How long, O Lord?" This concept is rather deep. But the outcry that was coming because of Sodom and Gomorrah is really something to consider. Sodom and Gomorrah was completely turned like a reprobate. It was completely turned over. And we're gonna unpack that here in a little bit. But let's keep reading. Genesis chapter 18, verse 22. It says, "Then the men turned away from there and went towards Sodom, but Abraham still stood before the Lord." So the two men end up going away. They end up going towards Sodom, but Jesus stands there, and Abraham is going to have a conversation with him. I'm thinking, can you imagine having a conversation with God, just like talking with him, just like you're talking to him, he's talking back, and you're just having to talk. Apparently, this is normal back then. I don't know, but this is wild to me. But in verse 23, Abraham knows what's going to happen. He knows there's good judgment. He knows, which is what you read in verse 17, when God says, "Shall I hide from Abraham what I am doing?" Yes, God's like, no, I'm not going to hide from him. So God told him, which is why Abraham knows. And so because now Abraham knows, now Abraham is going to try to stop it. He's going to try to intercede on the behalf of Sodom and Gomorrah, because he is sensitive to the fact that Lot, his nephew, is living in there. He's living there. He's like, my nephew's living there. He's like, I got to do something. And so that's what's going on here. Genesis 18, verse 23, it says, and Abraham came near and said, would you also destroy the righteous with the wicked? Now here in verse 23, this question needs to be considered for New Testament purposes, because we need to recognize the pattern. The pattern is that God spared the righteous with the flood. That's what God did. God spared the righteous with the flood. Noah was allowed on the ark. Noah was righteous. God spared the righteous with the flood. But also what we're going to see here in Genesis chapter 18 is that God is also going to spare the righteous in Sodom and Gomorrah in this judgment. So in the big judgment that took place before, God spared the righteous. Thank you, Kim. And so here in Genesis 18 and 19, in regards to Sodom and Gomorrah, God also is going to spare the righteous. That's a big deal. I think that is a big deal. Hello, Jing Tang. Hello. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate that. So the question on the table, and many people have different ideas here, but in Genesis 18, verse 23, Abraham said, would you destroy the righteous with the wicked? And this is the question to really ponder, because this really is going to have an impact on your view on eschatology, the study of end times. And so there's people who believe in a pre-trib, mid-trib, and post-trib rapture. I personally believe in a pre-tribulation rapture. If you believe in something different, that is fine. It's a secondary issue. We still need to be telling people about Jesus like it's our actual jobs. But that's a secondary issue. But here, Abraham is asking God that question that many of us want to ask the question. Many of us are like, hey, God, are you going to destroy the righteous with the wicked? That's the same thing that Abraham is asking. That's the same thing we want to know. Are you going to destroy the righteous with the wicked? And I love the answer that we find here. The answer that we find in Genesis chapter 19 is that no, God did not destroy the righteous with the wicked. He removed them before the judgment actually came. And this speaks to a pre-tribulation viewpoint, which is what we'll talk about when we get to Genesis chapter 19. We'll talk about that here in a little bit. But the question on the question is, God, would you destroy the righteous with the wicked? There's a lot of people who go through the tribulation because Jesus went through the cross and Jesus suffered and all this kind of stuff. And if Jesus did it, and if all the disciples did it, then we should too. Well, there's some things that we're going to talk about and to, hopefully paint a different picture for you, and you can come up to your own conclusion, and I will propose to you what I believe, and you can test all things and hold fast to that which is good. But let's get back into Genesis chapter 18, verse 24. Abraham says in verse 24, he says, suppose there were 50 righteous within the city. Would you also destroy the place and not spare it for 50 righteous if there were 50 righteous that were in it? Far be it from you to do such a thing as this, to slay the righteous with the wicked, so that the righteous should be as the wicked. Far be it from you. Shall not the judge of all the earth do right? It's interesting. Jesus being referred to as the judge, it's obviously an Old Testament concept, but it's first given to us here in Genesis chapter 18. Abraham recognized him as being the judge of all the earth. I think that is crazy. That's absolutely what insight Abraham actually had here. What amazing insight. Judge of all the earth. Now, this is echoed all throughout the New Testament as well, but this is really cool that Abraham actually saw this as also. Moving on to verse 26, it says, so the Lord said, if I find in Sodom 50 righteous within the city, then I will spare all the place for their sakes. Verse 27, it says, then Abraham answered and said, indeed now, I who am but dust and ashes have taken it upon myself to speak to the Lord. Suppose there were 5 less than 50 righteous. Would you destroy all the city for lack of 5? So he said, if I find there 45, I will not destroy it. And he spoke to him yet again and said, suppose there should be 40 found there. So God said, I will not do it for the sake of 40. And then he said, let not the Lord be angry, and I will speak. Suppose 30 should be found there. So he said, I will not do it if I find 30 there. And he said, indeed, now I have taken it upon myself to speak to the Lord. Suppose 20 should be found there. So God said, I will not destroy it for the sake of 20. Then Abraham said, let not the Lord be angry, and I will speak but once more. Suppose 10 should be found there. And God said, I will not destroy it for the sake of 10. So the Lord went his way as soon as he had finished speaking with Abraham. Abraham returned to his place. Now, people believe that, or there's some people who believe that Abraham stopped at 10, that he didn't go down to 5 or go down to 1, because there's some people who do the math and they believe that Lot's family was 10. Some people believe that there was 10 people in Lot's family. And so that's why some people believe that Abraham stopped at 10, because Abraham assumed that all of Lot's 10 were all righteous. And so that's why people believe that Abraham stopped at 10. You can come to your own conclusion at that, but it's just, if that is true, what's interesting about Abraham assumed that they were righteous, and what we all learn here is that God is going to destroy Sodom and Gomorrah. And so what that tells us is that they all were not righteous. So if there was 10 that were a part of Lot's family, they all were not righteous, which means that Abraham was not able, was kind of off in his estimation, as many of us are. Many of us view other people, and we do the best that we can. We test all things. We look at people's fruit, and we do the best that we can, but ultimately it's between them and the Lord. There's a lot of good people who are very tricky. There's a lot of people out there who seem to be very kind and compassionate and very loving, and it seems to be fruit. But as far as salvation is concerned, that is between them and the Lord. You and I are not salvation inspectors. We are fruit inspectors. Anyways, the thing to really pull away from here in this chapter is to recognize that the city was absolutely wicked. But just because it was this wicked, I want you to understand, I want you to really focus on how merciful God actually is here, because the city is terrible, absolutely terrible. And God's like, if there's 10, if there is 10, he's like, I'll spare the city. That's incredible. That is absolutely incredible. And so anyways, what we know about, let's go to 2 Peter chapter 2 real fast. 2 Peter chapter 2, and let's learn a little bit about what the New Testament says about Lot. 2 Peter chapter 2, around verse 5 or something like that. 2 Peter chapter 2, because we need to learn about because we were given some information about Lot. In 2 Peter chapter 2, verse 4, in 2 Peter chapter 2, verse 4, it says, For if God did not spare the angels who sinned, but cast them down to hell and delivered them into chains of darkness to be reserved for judgment, and did not spare the ancient world, but saved Noah, one of 8 people, a preacher of righteousness, bringing in the flood on the world of the ungodly, and turning the cities of Sodom and Gomorrah into ashes, condemned them to destruction, making them an example to those who afterward would live ungodly. We need to understand that Sodom and Gomorrah was given to us as an example. As an example. Thank you, Ashley. As an example to those who would afterward live ungodly. Verse 7 is where I want to focus on. In 2 Peter chapter 2, verse 7, it says, and delivered righteous Lot, who is oppressed by the filthy conduct of the wicked. For that righteous man, dwelling among them, tormented his righteous soul from day to day by seeing and hearing their lawless deeds. The thing to really take away from this is in verse 7 to first identify that the Bible refers to Lot as being righteous. That's significant because Lot is dwelling in Sodom and Gomorrah, and he's dwelling in Sodom and Gomorrah, and the Bible refers to him as being righteous. Think about that. That is incredible. That's mind-blowing. Lot dwelling in Sodom and Gomorrah, the Bible refers to him as being righteous. That's incredible. But verse 8, 2 Peter chapter 2, verse 8 is really quite something. It says, "For that righteous man dwelling among them tormented his righteous soul from day to day by seeing and hearing their lawless deeds." So Lot recognized what was going on. He could see all of the things, and not only could he see, but he could hear. Whoa. So keep that in mind as we dive into Genesis chapter 19. If you guys are new here, thank you so much for being here. We're going through the Bible book by book, chapter by chapter, verse by verse. All of these are uploaded to YouTube. If you guys haven't followed me over on YouTube, you guys could go do that if you'd like to. There's a link up in my TikTok profile. There's a link tree there if you wanted to go check it out. It's there. And we will just, I'll just leave that there for now. And we'll just keep on going into Genesis chapter 19. Genesis chapter 19 is where we are going to dive into right now in regards to Sodom and Gomorrah. This is a heavy topic and compassionate as much as I possibly can, because there's a lot of people who struggle with certain things here. And so just know that everything that I say here about this is completely with love, but it needs to be said. And so I'm going to do the best that I can here. In Genesis chapter 19, verse 1, in Genesis chapter 19, verse 1, it says, "Now the two angels came to Sodom in the evening, and Lot was sitting in the gate of Sodom. When Lot saw them, he rose to meet them, and he bowed himself with his face toward the ground." So here in Genesis chapter 19, verse 1, the two angels are the two men that we read about in Genesis chapter 18, because the two men walked towards Sodom and Gomorrah, whereas Jesus stayed back and had a conversation with Abraham. So Jesus and Abraham were having a conversation, and the two other angels, they went towards Sodom and Gomorrah. Now, when the two angels showed up, they see Lot sitting in the gate. Now, when you see somebody sitting in the gate, this is emblematic of somebody being a part of the city. They were such a part of the city that they had a role as like a magistrate. They were a judge of sort. And one of the things that perhaps maybe a reason why Lot was a magistrate is maybe because it was Lot out of respect of Abraham, because Abraham was the one who rescued them. If you guys remember back in Genesis chapter 14, let's go back to Genesis chapter 14 real fast. Genesis chapter 14, verse 17. So if you remember in Genesis chapter 14, you have the 5 kings versus the 4 kings, and the 4 kings defeat the 5 kings, but one of the 5 kings was a king of Sodom. And that one king of Sodom ends up coming back into play in verse 17. Genesis 14, verse 17. In Genesis 14, verse 17, it says, "And the king of Sodom went out to meet him." Now, the reason that we're talking about the king of Sodom is because the king of Sodom is the king to Lot. Thank you, AQB. Thank you so much for that, Rose. So the king of Sodom is the king of Lot. And so when you go to Genesis 19 and these two angels are now in Sodom, the king of Sodom that approached Abraham after Abraham, defeated all of the kings and got Lot back and got all the treasure and all the loot, all of that stuff back, the king of Sodom goes up to Abraham and just asks for his men back, but Abraham gives all of his stuff back to him. He's like, no, I'm not taking any of this. Anyways, the king of Sodom ends up being given all the things back. And so the king of Sodom probably viewed Abraham as debt. And so a way to perhaps possibly show respect towards Abraham paying Abraham back was, or perhaps one of the reasons why Lot was sitting in the gate or being a magistrate in the gate. And so that's possibly an idea there. Anyways, Genesis chapter 19, verse 2. In Genesis chapter 19, verse 2, it says, "And he said, 'Hear now, my lords, please turn into and wash. We will spend the night in the open square.'" Now, when Lot obviously knew who these people were. He knew who they were. He rushed out to meet them. He rose up. He lowered himself to the ground, similar to what Abraham did. And he's like, "Hey, you guys are staying in my house tonight." And then the guys are like, no, we're going to go out into the open square. Now, right when they said we're going out to the open square, Lot was like, no, this can't happen. And so in verse 3, it says, "But he insisted strongly. So they turned into him and entered his house. Then he made them a feast and baked unleavened bread, and they ate." Now, this is interesting because the question on the table is, why did Lot not want them to go out to the open square? Now, the reason, obviously, is because Lot knew how bad it was. Lot knew how bad it was. He knew how bad it was, and he didn't want them out there. The question on the table, though, is why did Lot choose to live there? Why in the world would Lot choose to be here? That's the question. I have no idea. That's the $1,000,000 question. But this goes all the way back to, what's that? Like Genesis chapter 15 or 16 or something like that, where or maybe it's before. No, Genesis chapter 13. But you have like Lot and Abraham, going separate ways, where Lot looked towards Sodom and he saw how amazing it was, and then Abraham basically was given all the other land and whatnot. The thing to recognize there is that, we'll talk about that here in a little bit. Genesis chapter 19, verse 4. In Genesis chapter 19, verse 4, it says this: "Now down the men of the city, the men of Sodom, both old and young, all the people from every quarter, surrounded the house." I really want you to pay attention to how it says old and young. Does this not just break your heart? Old and young surrounded the house. The men of Sodom, both old and young. Oh, man. In verse 5, it says, "And they called to Lot and said to him, 'Where are the men who came to you tonight? Bring them out to us that we may know them carnally.'" Now, this is crazy. Let's go to Romans chapter 1. Romans chapter 1, Paul talks on this. In Romans chapter 1, you have all of these people who God ends up giving up. God will give you over to certain things. In Romans chapter 1, verse 24, in Romans chapter 1, verse 24, it says, "Therefore God also gave them up to uncleanness in the lusts of their hearts, to dishonor their bodies among themselves, who exchanged the truth of God for the lie, and worshipped and served the creature rather than the Creator, who is blessed forever. Amen. For this reason, God gave them up to vile passions. For even their women exchanged the natural use for what is against nature." It's interesting to see God giving people up. Interesting, right? Because this is like part of people cauterizing their own consciences, which is talked about in 1 Timothy and whatnot. People will do that. And so like God will try. He will try to go after. He's trying to go after everybody. He redeemed the entire world. He paid for everybody, but it's on the individual to accept that. It's a free gift, but it needs to be received by each individual. I need to be the one receiving it. You need to be the one to receive it. But there's people who completely push away from the light that is given to them. And then every time they push the light away, they receive a little bit more light. And every time they push that light away, they receive a little bit more light, and they push that away and they receive a little bit more light. And then there comes a point in their journey as they grow further and further and further away from God, as they grow colder and colder and colder and colder and colder, that there comes a point where God gives them up. And this is a heartbreaking situation because these people are completely given over to this lifestyle. And so it says in verse 26, it says, for this reason, God gave them up to vile passions, for even their women exchanged the natural use for what is against nature. Likewise, also the men, leaving the natural use of the woman, burned in their lust for one another. Men with men, committing what is shameful, and receiving in themselves the penalty of their error which was due. And even as they did not like to retain God in their knowledge, God gave them over to a debased mind, to do those things which are not fitting. Sexual immorality, maliciousness, full of envy, murder, strife, deceit, evil-mindedness. They are whisperers, backbiters, haters of God, violent, proud, boasters, inventors of evil things, disobedient to parents, undiscerning, untrustworthy, unloving, unforgiving, unmerciful, who, knowing, that's the crazy word right there, knowing. Think about that. That word needs to be underlined. Who, knowing. They know. Who, knowing the righteous judgment of God, that those who practice such things are deserving of death, not only do the same, but also approve of those who practice them. Knowing the righteous judgment. And then if you rewind just a little bit in Romans chapter 1, in Romans chapter 1, verse 20, it says, for since the creation of the world, seeing, being understood by the things that are made, even his eternal power and Godhead, so that they are with excuse. This is some heavy stuff here. This is heavy stuff. Let's go back to Genesis chapter 19. In Genesis chapter 19, that's what's basically going on in Sodom and Gomorrah, just in case you were confused. There's some people out there who say that that's not what was going on in Sodom and Gomorrah. And they say that there was other things and it wasn't men with men or women with women. But I would propose to you that this was exactly what was going on. And that's why the men of Sodom, both old and young, surrounded the house, because they wanted the men and they wanted to know them carnally. Now, on that note, let's go to Leviticus chapter 18. Leviticus chapter 18, verse 22. Just so we can understand a little bit about how the Bible refers to men with men and women and with women. In Leviticus chapter 18, verse 22, in regards to that type of lifestyle, the Bible paints a very clear picture on that. We need to recognize. In Leviticus 18, verse 22, lie with a male as with a woman. It is an abomination. It is something that is completely unnatural. You shall not lie with a male as with a woman. That is the picture. That is something we need to recognize. Thank you, Vino. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate that. That hat. But going back to Genesis chapter 19. In Genesis chapter 19, verse 5, it says, and they called to Lot and said to him, where are the men who came to you tonight? Bring them out to us that we may know them carnally. So Lot went out to them through the doorway, shut the door behind him, and said, please, my brethren, do not do so wickedly. This is the whole reason why when they showed up to Lot and the two angels were like, we're going to go out on the open square, Lot was like, oh, do not do that. Do not do that. Come stay inside my house. He's like, it's safe inside my house. They're not going to get you inside my house. Lot knew what they were going to, what the people were going to do. Lot was not surprised. Lot completely, remember, Lot seeing and hearing, righteous Lot, seeing and hearing, his soul was tormented. It's interesting to see that his soul was tormented because Lot is referred to as righteous. He's implanted in this city called Sodom. He sees and hears all the things that's going on. And it says in 2 Peter that his soul was vexed. His soul was tormented. Now, this is kind of like the walk of a born-again believer, because I would propose to you the idea that Lot knew, like Lot drifted, right? Like if a born-again believer drifts from what they should be doing, they still know what they should be doing. I mean, how many people can identify with that statement right there? Because I do. When I drift from Christ, I know what I should be doing. That's just an easy thing. I know what I should be doing. It's the Holy Spirit working on me. Now, Lot being in the city, but being tormented, his soul being tormented, it seems to be implying the same kind of principle. He knew what he should be doing, and that's why he sees and hears, and inside his soul he's being tormented. And so that speaks to somebody who is like in a prodigal son type of chapter in their life. And so, even when that prodigal son was at the worst, when he was rock bottom, he never lost his sonship. He knew he was still his son's father. He never was unadopted. He was never not the father's son. And so here, inside Sodom as well. But moving back in Genesis chapter 19, verse 6, in Genesis chapter 19, verse 6, it says, "So Lot went out to him through the doorway, shut the door behind him, and said, 'Please, my brethren, do not do so wickedly. See now, I have 2 daughters who have not known a man. Please let me bring them out to you. You may do to them as you wish. Only do nothing to these men, since this is the reason they have come under the shadow of my roof.'" So these people who surrounded Lot's house, they had no interest in the females. That is given to us. This is a clear demonstration. Lot tries to give them women, and the men say no, that they wanted the men. This is clear. Like, it's a very clear picture that we're given here. Hey, thank you, Falana. Thank you so much for that heart. I appreciate that. And when you read Genesis chapter 19, verse 4, it emphasizes the men of the city, both old and young. Then when we get to verse 9, in Genesis chapter 19, verse 9, it says, "And they said, 'Stand back.' Then they said, 'This one came in to stay here, and he keeps acting as a judge. Now we will deal worse with you than with them.' So they pressed hard against the man Lot and came near to break down the door." Now here in verse 9, the locals begin to call Lot out. They're calling him very hypocritical. What's interesting about Lot is that Lot started out as a pilgrim in Sodom. What was it? Genesis chapter, I can't remember, 13 or something like that. He was out when he was with the sheep and stuff. If Lot went right, Abraham would go left. If Abraham went left, then Lot would go right. But Lot went towards Jordan. Thank you, Valana. Lot went towards Jordan, and he chose to go towards Sodom and Gomorrah. Now, Lot's not stupid. He knows where he was going, and he started out as a pilgrim. He started out as like a sojourner, and he was in a tent. And so that's the thing to really pay attention to. He started out in a tent in regards to Sodom. Let's go to Genesis chapter 13, verse 12, just so you can see it. 12. Genesis 13, verse 12, it says, "Abraham dwelt in the land of Canaan, and Lot dwelt in the cities of the plain and pitched his tent, even as far as Sodom." So he starts out in a tent. But when you read Genesis chapter 19, you see that he is in a house. In Genesis chapter 19, verse 2, it says, "And he said, 'Hear now, my lords, please turn into your servant's house.'" So he goes from being in a tent around the outskirts of Sodom to being directly in Sodom in a house. And so he goes from a tent, which is temporary, to a house, which is permanent. And that is the adventure of Lot, in a sense, in his journey. And you see, this is a very permanent type situation. He was a resident. He was a citizen of Sodom. And so in Genesis chapter 19, verse 9, it says, "And they said, 'Stand back.' Then they said, 'This one came here to stay, and he keeps acting as a judge. Now we will deal worse with you than with him.' So they pressed hard against the man and Lot and came near to break down the door. In verse 10, it says, but the men reached out their hands. The angels reached out their hands and pulled Lot into the house with them and shut the door. And they struck the men who were at the doorway of the house with blindness, both small and great, so that they became weary trying to find the door. I need you to understand what's going on here. This verse 11, is absolutely incredible. The angels struck the men outside the house, both old and young. They struck both old and young outside the house with blindness. But the crazy part is at the end of verse 11, where it says, so that they became weary trying to find the door, which means, thank you, Kim, which means that after they were struck with blindness, similar to how Saul on the road to Damascus was struck with blindness, same situation. Just like these men were struck with blindness, they didn't stop what they were trying to do. They continued to. We're never going to stop. Even if you take our eyes, we're not going to stop. Do you see how wicked this place was? Thank you, AcuB. Thank you so much. That is how wicked this place was. Just like nonstop. Like you could take our eyes and we are still going to try to find you to do what we want to do with you, is the situation that's going on here. That's crazy. What's interesting about these men is that these men are angels, and these men who are angels were bearing the image of God. His appearance, they looked like men. These angels took the image of God. They took his image. You and I are in his image. These angels are in the form of, they look like you and I. And I think that's amazing that angels take our form. They take what we look like. That, in my opinion, is an upgrade because that's not their natural state. You and I are made in the image of God. This is incredible. Like, this is what I want you to focus. Look at angels, and we're like, oh wow, angels, angels like that. And we need to understand that. We need to understand who we are. We are the ones who are made in the image of Christ. That's us. They were not. We were made in the image of God. The angels were not. And so when they take the image of man, they're taking us. They look like us, which they become like the image of God. That had to have been such a privilege. I mean, for them, for them to be able to do that, I think, that had to have been something very fascinating for them, I would imagine, as being an angel. Anyways, but going back in Genesis chapter 19, verse 12, it says, then the men said to Lot, have you anyone else here? Son-in-law, your sons, your daughters, and whomever you have in the city, take them out of this place. For we will destroy this place, because the outcry against them has grown great before the face of the Lord, and the Lord has sent us to destroy it. In verse 14, it says, so Lot went out and spoke to his son-in-laws who had married his daughters and said, get up, get out of this place, for the Lord will destroy the city. But to his sons-in-law, he seemed to be joking. Let's go to 2 Peter chapter 3. We're in Peter a lot tonight, but let's go to 2 Peter chapter 3, verse 3, because this tells us some stuff. Peter addresses this in regards to judgment, in regards to a future judgment. In 2 Peter chapter 3, verse 3, Peter says this, knowing this first, that scoffers will come in the last days, walking according to their own lusts. It's interesting. Scoffers are still scoffing today, but during the judgment that was right around the corner, like literally within the next hour in Genesis 19, Lot tries to warn them about the city and how it's going to be destroyed. He says it, but the son-in-laws don't believe him. They laugh at it. They think he's joking. And so just like how the son-in-laws think that he's joking is similar to what's happening to you and I in our world today when we are telling people about the future tribulation that seems to be right around the corner. And so just how we tell people and people laugh at us, the same thing happened to Lot when Lot told his people to get out of the city. They also were scoffing as well. And so there's a connection right there. But let's get back to Genesis chapter 19, verse 15. In Genesis chapter 19, verse 15, it says, when the morning dawned, the angels urged Lot to hurry, saying, arise, take your wife and your 2 daughters who are here, lest you be consumed in the punishment of the city. And while he lingered, the men took hold of his hand, his wife's hand, and the hands of his 2 daughters, the Lord being merciful to him, and they brought him out and set him outside the city. This is interesting because here in verse 16, it says Lot lingered. It says, and while he lingered. Now, I have no idea why in the world it says, why would Lot be lingering? Lot knew why they were there. You read about that in Genesis chapter verse 8. In Genesis chapter 19, verse 8, it says, only do nothing to these men, since this is the reason they came under the shadow of my roof. Lot knew what they were doing there. And so he knew that there was going to be judgment. And so even though he knew that there was going to be judgment, in Genesis 19, verse 16, it says he still lingered. I think that's incredible. Lot lingered, even though that he knew that the city was going to be destroyed. It says the men took hold of his hand. Now, this is the angels literally dragging him out of the city. That is fascinating. The angels drug him out of the city. The question that goes back to Genesis chapter 18, verse 23, the question that is on the table is, would you also destroy the righteous with the wicked? That's the question. That's Abraham is asking God, are you going to destroy with the wicked? The answer is given to us in Genesis chapter 19, where verse 16, where it says, and while he lingered, the men took hold of his hand, his wife's hand, and the hands of his 2 daughters, the Lord being merciful to him, and they brought him out and set him outside the city. This answers that question. God did not destroy the righteous with the wicked, because the righteous were removed. And I think that that is very provocative. It speaks to a pre-tribulation view, and we'll talk let's keep on reading in verse 17. In verse 17, it says, so it came to pass when they had brought them outside that he said, escape for your life. Do not look behind you, nor stay anywhere in the plain. Escape to the mountains, lest you be destroyed. Now, these mountains, this is the mountains are seeming to be the place to flee to. It's very fascinating. Here is, the angels instruct Lot and his family to flee to the mountains. In Matthew chapter 24, verse 15, Jesus says, when you see the abomination of desolation spoken of by Daniel the prophet standing in the holy place, let him who reads understand. Then let those who are in Judea flee to the mountains. That's what Jesus says in Matthew 24. Flee to the mountains. This fleeing to the mountains type of situation. In Zechariah chapter 14, you have another situation where the mountain is going to split, and there's going to be a valley through the mountain, and all of the Jewish people are going to flee through the mountain. So mountains are very, very fascinating. But anyways, Genesis chapter 19, verse 18. Genesis chapter 19, verse 18, it says, then Lot said to them, please, no, my lords. Indeed, now your servant has found favor in your sight, and you have increased your mercy, which you have shown me by saving my life. But I cannot escape to the mountains, lest some evil overtake me and I die. See now, this city is near enough to flee to, and it is a little one. Please let me escape there. Is it not a little one? And my soul shall live. Now, the little one that he's talking about is the city called Zoar. Now, Zoar means little one. Now, little, it also means little or insignificant. And this city was spared only because Lot was fleeing there. But This city, Zoar, being referred to as little, is in comparison to all the other cities in the plain. All the other cities in the plain were bigger, and so Zoar was a little one. But it says in verse 21, Genesis 19:21, it says, "And he said to him, See, I have favored you concerning this thing also, and that I will not overthrow this city for which you have spoken." Giving him the green light. He's like, all right, go ahead and go to Zoar. Go ahead and go to Zoar, live there. And then the angel is saying, we're not going to overthrow that city because of you. Think about that. The city that Lot and his family was going to go into was not going to be overthrown because Lot was going to be there. So the righteous, wherever the righteous was not going to be overthrown. Fascinating. Moving on to verse 22, this is the key verse here. In Genesis chapter 19, verse 22, it says, hurry, escape there. This is the angel talking. It says, the angel says, hurry, escape there, for I cannot do anything until you arrive there. Therefore, the name of the city was called Zoar. This is a verse to hold on to. The reason why this is a verse to hold on to is because the angel tells us specifically what he can and what he cannot do. The orders that the angels had were to destroy Sodom and Gomorrah and all the other cities in the plain. When the angels showed up, they made contact with Lot. They told Lot to get out of the city. Lot was like, arguing with them in a roundabout way and trying to, work something out. And he's like, I don't want to go to the mountains. I want to go to Zoar. And he's like, okay, go to Zoar. And then the angels say something that is very revealing. They tell Lot that the angels they literally cannot do anything until Lot is out and until Lot is in the new city. That's all. They literally, even if they wanted to, they couldn't do anything until Lot. They said, I cannot do anything. I want you to think about that, because this has pre-tribulation kind of vibes all over it. Now, Romans 15:4 tells us all things that were written before were written for our learning. And so we learn about a lot in the Old Testament, and the Old Testament is revealed in the New Testament. It's concealed in the Old Testament, it's revealed in the New Testament. And so here, this seems to be speaking of a pre-tribulation type of situation. Righteous Lot, there could not be judgment until Lot was removed. Think about how cool that is. That's a big deal right there. There could not be destruction in these cities until the righteous were removed. And I think that is very revealing. Lot's removal was absolutely required before judgment could take place. That is fascinating. All right, Genesis chapter 19. In Genesis chapter 19, verse 23, Genesis chapter 19, verse 24, it says, Then the Lord rained brimstone and fire on Sodom and Gomorrah from the Lord out of the heavens. So in Genesis chapter 19, verse 24, it says, Then the Lord rained brimstone and fire on Sodom and Gomorrah from the Lord out of the heavens. So where it says brimstone, the word brimstone there is sulfur. And what's interesting is that sulfur is still found in this area. There's a passage in Revelation chapter 8 in regards to the trumpet judgments. And in Revelation chapter 8, it's during the tribulation time period, but there's something that comes out of the heavens that is described as a fire, a mountain that is on fire. And so it seems to be speaking of a meteor in some sort. And so it seems that there's going to be fire and brimstone that comes down during the tribulation as well. And you can read about that in Revelation chapter 8, verse 8, and see what you conclude for yourselves. But fire and brimstone is it takes place in a couple different places. It takes place here in Genesis chapter 19. It also takes place in Genesis chapter 10, Joshua chapter 10 as well, like with the Adonizedek, and the kings that come against Joshua, and then they're overthrown, and then the day of the sun's dead still, all that kind of stuff. Fire and brimstone come out of the sky in that chapter as well. But this brimstone, this sulfur, is still in the area to this day. And so you can kind of go over there right now. You can go over there and you can pick up some sulfur and just look at it. Just be the elf, just like, oh. You guys, that's like that part. I don't know if you guys seen Elf, but that's like one of my favorite parts in that entire movie. Like when he's got like a cotton ball and he just like thinks that, just like, I saw that. It was, pure. Okay. Yeah. Right, Amanda. Thank you, Mark. Mark, no, you know what I'm talking about. Thank you, Mark. You're my boy, Blue. All right. But in Genesis chapter 19, let's get back in Genesis chapter 19, verse 25. In Genesis chapter 19, verse 25, it says, so God, overthrew those cities, all the plain, all the inhabitants of the cities, and what grew on the ground. Now, what's interesting about Sodom and Gomorrah, Sodom means burning and Gomorrah means submerged. And so there are people who believe that this city it was obviously burnt, but they believe that half of it was also submerged in the Dead Sea. And so that's interesting. But the thing I want you to focus on in verse 24, Genesis 19, verse 24, it says, then the Lord rained brimstone and fire on Sodom and Gomorrah from the Lord out of the heavens. Now, why that's so interesting is because you have two different Lords, Jehovah's, Yahweh's. You have two different Lords. The reason why that's interesting is because what we knew about in Genesis chapter 18 is that Jesus was literally boots on the ground talking to Abraham. And so it seems that the Lord, Jesus, rained fire and brimstone on Sodom and Gomorrah from the Lord out of the heavens. So you have like a whole situation going on here. And so it seems to be that the Lord that Abraham was talking to in the last chapter rained fire and brimstone from the Lord that was up in the heavens. Two personages of the Trinity there. I would propose to you there. You can conclude what you will. But in Genesis chapter 19, verse 25, it says, so he overthrew those cities, all the plain, all the inhabitants of the cities, and what grew on the ground. So another way to view this and to understand the significant, I turned right to it. Would you believe it? Jude, if you guys want to go to Jude, verse 6 and 7, Jude verse 6 and 7 is very, very instrumental in understanding how serious this is. In Jude chapter 1, verse 6 and 7, it says, and the angels who did not keep their proper but left their own abode, he is reserved in everlasting chains under darkness for the judgment of the great day. And then he connects it to Sodom and Gomorrah in verse 7. It says, as Sodom and Gomorrah and the cities around them in a similar manner to these, having given themselves over to sexual immorality and gone after strange flesh, are set forth as an example, suffering the vengeance of eternal fire. These people that Jude is talking about, the angels that are in everlasting chains in Jude verse 6, are connected to Sodom and Gomorrah. And Sodom and Gomorrah is connected to the strange flesh. Both the angels in Jude 6 are the angels that were fallen in Genesis chapter 6, because the angels in Genesis chapter 6 were the fallen angels, the Beni Ha Elohim, that mixed with the daughters of men, and they mixed and they had offspring, which are referred to as Nephilim. And so the angels mixed with humans, and so this is strange flesh, the connection in Jude verse 6, the strange flesh, which is the strange flesh of mankind with other men. And that is what Jude is talking about here. And both of those judgments were because of improper mixing. Improper mixing was a huge, huge red flag in both of these stories here. And so that is something to be sensitive to. But the thing also that we're here is in Jude verse 7, it says, as Sodom and Gomorrah and the cities around them. Like 5 other cities that were around Sodom and Gomorrah, Zoar being one of them. Zoar was one of the cities. There was Sodom, Gomorrah, Zoar, and like 3 or 4 other cities. And Zoar was the only one that was not destroyed. And the only reason it was not destroyed was because Lot fled there. Anyways, let's go to Genesis chapter 19. Genesis chapter 19, verse 25. In Genesis 19, verse 25, it says, so he overthrew those cities, all the plain, all the inhabitants of the cities, and what grew on the ground. And then we get to verse 26, and it says, but his wife looked back behind him, and she became a pillar of salt. It's interesting, it seems like, her looking back, she turns into this pillar of salt. Like, what was this all about? Well, it seems that this looking back seems to be talking more about looking back with like a longing desire for where you just came from, what you just left, longing for the city in around about 62. Because there's an interesting possible connection here, and you can be a judge of that. But Luke chapter 9, verse 62, Jesus says this, but Jesus said to him, no one having put his hand to the plow and looking back is fit for the kingdom of God. Put your hand to the plow and looking back is fit for the kingdom of God. So here in Genesis chapter 19, verse 26, his wife looked back and she became a pillar of salt. So you can conclude what you will here. But that is an interesting thought there. All right, let's keep reading. In Genesis chapter 19, verse 27, in Genesis chapter 19, verse 27, it says, and Abraham went early in the morning to the place where he had stood before the Lord. Then he looked toward Sodom and Gomorrah and toward all the land of the plain, and he saw, and behold, the smoke of the land which went up like the smoke of a furnace. And it came to pass when God destroyed the cities of the plain that God remembered Abraham and sent Lot out of the midst of the overthrow when he overthrew the cities in which Lot had dwelt. So here, this is talking about, obviously God had just got done talking with Abraham. Abraham made a deal with God saying, hey, God, if you find 10 righteous, you won't destroy the city. And God's like, okay, I won't destroy the city if there's 10 righteous. So God goes away. Abraham stays where he's at. And while he stays where he at, Abraham eventually looks off into the distance and he sees smoke coming up like a furnace. And so Abraham concludes that God did not find 10 righteous. And so this had to have been crazy for Abraham to see. Just looking out into the distance. Remember, Sodom and Gomorrah is described as being like the Garden of Eden before it was destroyed. So this one plush, rainforest type, amazing place to be is now absolutely desolate and uninhabitable. And that is remarkable. Can you imagine seeing all of this? All right, let's go down to Genesis chapter 19, verse 30. Genesis chapter 19, verse 30, it says, then Lot went up out of Zoar and dwelt in the mountains, and his 2 daughters were with him, for he was afraid to dwell in Zoar, and he and his 2 daughters dwelt in a cave. Now, what's interesting about this verse right here is that Lot, oh, I got a cramp in my foot. Oh, gosh. Oh, it's fine. In Genesis chapter 19, verse 30, they go out of Zoar and dwelt in the mountains. They dwelt in the mountains. Now, why this is fascinating is because this is where the angels told them to go in 19, verse 17. In Genesis 19, verse 17, it says, so it came to pass when they had brought them outside that he said, escape for your life. Do not look behind you nor stay anywhere in the plain. Escape to the mountains. And so this is where the angels told them to go in the first place. Escape to the mountains. Escape to the mountains. Lot makes a bargain with the angels. He's like, hey, let me go to Zoar. And that's where they end up going. But then after the destruction of Sodom and Gomorrah and all the other cities in the area, it is now when Lot leaves Zoar that he goes and he ends up dwelling in the mountains, and he ends up taking his two daughters with him. And the mountains were where the angels originally told him to go. And so now he's eventually going back that way. But let's go to verse 31. Genesis 19, verse 31, it says, "Now the firstborn said to the younger, 'Our father is old, and there is no man on the earth to come into us, as is the custom of all the earth.'" Now, I used to think that they thought that the whole earth had been destroyed. That's what I used to think here. Hey, thank you so much, Victoria. I used to think that these Lot's daughters were the ones. I used to think that they thought that everything was destroyed, but that doesn't seem to really make sense. Hey, thank you, Sevilla, for the rose. I used to think that they thought that everybody was destroyed, because from their perspective, maybe they just assumed that everything was just completely destroyed, just like how, Noah's flood and all this kind of stuff. But what's interesting is that what verse 30 says, Genesis chapter 19, verse 30, it says, "Then Lot of Zoar." And so Zoar was a city, and inside the city, there were people living there. And so Lot and his daughters would have known that there was other people still alive, because they were in the city of Zoar. So they would have seen other human beings, even though they just escaped the destruction over there. And so when it says in verse 31, in Genesis 19, verse 31, where it says, "Our father is old, and there is no man on earth to come into us," when it says that there is no man on earth, what this perhaps could possibly mean is that everyone viewed them as bad luck in a roundabout way, since they escaped. And basically they're saying that no one would want to have anything to do with them, because they were the only ones who escaped. They're the only ones who escaped. That must mean you're a bad omen. You are bad luck. We don't want to be around you. And so that would seem to make a little bit more sense to me, because they came up out of Zoar, and inside Zoar there were other human beings. So I'm just like, how does that? So that seems to be plausible. Got some pickle juice? I know, man, but I don't like pickles, so I'll just keep getting the cramps. You know what I'm saying? Let's get back in Genesis chapter 19. In Genesis chapter 19, verse 32. In Genesis chapter 19, verse 32, it says, "Come, let us make our father drink wine, and we will lie with him, that we may preserve the lineage of our father." So what's interesting about Lot is that righteous Lot went from being a well-fed, being a literal caveman. They're cavemen, guys. We did it. They're real. No, this he but just the picture, he was living in tents, and then he went from living in tents to being in a house inside a city, to leaving the city in the house, to being in a cave, to being a cave man. He lost all his wealth, but he is still called unbelievable. He lost everything, but he is still called righteous. I want you to just think about that. That is unbelievable. Anyways, moving on. In verse 33, it says, "So they made their father drink wine that night, and the firstborn went in and lay with her father, and he did not know when she lay down or when she arose. It happened on the next day that the firstborn said to the younger, 'Indeed, I lay with my father last night. Let us make him drink wine tonight also, and you go in and lie with him, that we may preserve the lineage of our father.' Then they made their father drink wine that night also, and the younger arose and lay with him, and he did not know when she lay down or when she arose. Thus both the daughters of Lot were with child by their father. The firstborn bore a son and called his name Moab. He is the father of the Moabites to this day. And the younger, she also bore a son and called his name Ben-Ami. He is the father of the people of Ammon to this day." So this is the second time calamity came upon Sodom. It's interesting when you just focus on Sodom and you view what happened to Sodom, because back in Genesis chapter 14, remember how the king of Sodom approached, you guys remember? If you guys want a refresher, go back to Genesis chapter 14. In Genesis chapter 14, verse 2, it says that they made war with Bera, king of Sodom, and it goes on and names all the other ones. But basically, the king of Sodom was one of the 5 kings, and the 5 kings were defeated by the 4 kings. And so the king of Sodom loses, and all of his stuff gets taken. And then that's why you see in Genesis 14, verse 17, it says, and the king of Sodom went out to meet him at the valley of Shavah. So the king of Sodom goes up to Abraham, and he's like, hey, thanks so much for getting my stuff back. And so that's what's going on. But when you just focus on the calamity upon Sodom, what you find as a common denominator between the two is Lot was involved both times. Lot was involved both times in regard to the judgment that came upon Sodom. Lot was there when the 4 kings came against Sodom, and Lot was taken, and the king of Sodom loses, and then Abraham had to go make that right. That was judgment that was acted upon the king of Sodom in a sense. And then also you have what we just finished reading in Genesis chapter 19 in regards to Sodom and Gomorrah being destroyed by God himself. But let's go to Hebrews chapter 10, verse 26. Hebrews chapter 10, verse 26, because there's this, in Hebrews, there's Hebrews is such a dynamic book. But in Hebrews chapter 10, verse 26, you have this interesting verse that a lot of people have different opinions on. And so I'll just give you my opinion, and you can test all things and hold fast to that, which is good. But in Hebrews chapter 10, verse 26, the author of Hebrews says, for if we sin willfully after we have received the knowledge of truth, there is no longer remains a sacrifice for sins, but a certain fearful expectation of judgment and fiery indignation, which will devour the adversaries. So the concept here in Hebrews chapter 10, verse 26 and 27 is for born-again believers. If born-again believers sin, and they sin willfully, meaning they're doing it on purpose, and they're continuing on in sin, and they're doing it on in sin, and they're continuing on in sin, even though they're a born-again believer. Verse 27 says there is a certain fearful expectation of judgment, which means that you're not going to lose your salvation, but you will or could possibly lose your life. And that's an interesting thing. This goes to the whole concept of what we talked about before many times when we were back in the New Testament. We haven't been in the New Testament for a minute, well, at least in the Pauline epistles, but it's the idea of the whole concept of being in, hey, thank you, Terry. It's the idea of being an essential crewman, is if you guys were here during the Pauline studies. But basically, you want to be valued. It's like if you're going on a if you're like on like a ship, and like everybody's working on the ship just to make it across the ocean, set the sails and do all these things. If you're just sitting there just relaxing on a chair, not doing a single thing, you are not of value. You're taking up space. And so the idea is to be an essential crewman, to do things for the Lord. Because if you are working and helping and promoting the kingdom and helping and trying to further the kingdom, then you're in the will of the Lord. And so Hebrews chapter 10, verse 27, where it says the certain fearful expectation of judgment, that lets you know if you are a born again believer and you are not doing what is right, and you're actually doing what is wrong, and you're doing it willfully, there is this fearful expectation of judgment. And so he could take you out. And so it's really interesting to think about that, because you're like, wait a second. Now I need you to understand that's not you losing your salvation. That is just losing your physical life. And that seems to be what's going on here in a roundabout way, because Lot was involved both times. Thank you so much, Christina. Lot was involved both times when judgment came upon Sodom. He was there when he was taken prisoner in Genesis chapter 14, and then he was there again when judgment was about to be enacted on Sodom and Gomorrah as a whole. and God had mercy on him. It says in Genesis chapter 19, verse 16, very specifically, the Lord being merciful to him. I think that's incredible. Anyways, that's Genesis chapter 19. But what's interesting in regards to this story here, in regards to Lot's daughters and what they ended up doing here with Lot sleeping with their father, you see Lot's daughters were taken out of Sodom, but Sodom was not taken out of his daughters. And it's through Lot's daughters where Sodom is, in a sense, reborn, in a sense, because of Moab and Ben-Ami, because the children that they end up having are Moab and Ben-Ami. So chapter 19 basically teaches us that men with men and women with women is a very, very serious sin. This is very serious sin. But what's interesting about it is that there are degrees of sin. This is one of the worst. But remember, there are greater condemnations. You guys remember in Matthew 23 where Jesus is talking to the Pharisees, and when he's talking to the Pharisees, he says, woe to you, scribes and Pharisees. He says, hypocrites. Thank you, Dexter. He says, hypocrites. And then he says, you will receive a greater condemnation. And if you can receive a greater condemnation, then you can receive a lesser condemnation. There are people who are doing worse things. And the people who are doing worse things are going to receive a greater condemnation. And so there is a greater degree of sin. And so what's interesting about that is that there is a sin that is worse than men. That is being confronted with truth and then rejecting that truth. That is something that is greater than men with men and women with women. Let's go to Matthew 11, verse 23, and let's look up why that is. Matthew 11, verse 23. This is in Matthew chapter 11, Jesus is talking here, and he's basically Matthew chapter 11, verse 23. Hey, thank you. Look and feel fabulous. Thank you so much for that gift. I appreciate that. In Matthew chapter 11, verse 23, Jesus is talking, and he's talking in regards to judgment. But in Matthew 11, verse 20, actually, let's go to verse 20. Matthew chapter 11, verse 20. I'm sorry. Matthew chapter 11, verse 20. In Matthew chapter 11, verse 20 says, then he, Jesus, began to rebuke the cities in which most of his mighty works had been done because they did not repent. And then Jesus says in verse 21, he says, woe to you, Chorazin! Woe to you, Bethsaida! For if the mighty works which were done in you had been done in Tyre and Sidon, they would have repented long ago in sackcloth and ashes. But I say to you, it will be more tolerable for Tyre and Sidon in the day of judgment than for you. And you, Capernaum, who are exalted to heaven, will be brought down to Hades. For if the mighty works which were done in you had been done in Sodom, it would have remained until this day. But I say to you that it shall be more tolerable for the land of Sodom in the day of judgment than for you. So when we are given light and we are told about this kind of stuff, this is a sin that seems to be worse than men with men and women with women, because being confronted with truth and rejecting it is an absolute terrible thing from God's point of view. Being told when you know, and you don't do anything with it, that's a big deal. So this is some pretty heavy stuff here. Genesis chapter 19 is very serious. It's a very significant chapter. There's a lot here, a lot to unpack, a lot to take away from. But it's I think it's very timely in our world today, because the world is against everything that I just said right there. Primarily because it's the word of God, and it's feel good stuff out there. If you want to feel, they'll tell you whatever you want to hear. Like when you start reading the words that are in the Word of God, it gets a little bit spicy, and all of a sudden it starts, you start feeling something, and you're like, oh man, holy smokes. So this is good to do. But let's get back into Genesis chapter 19. Genesis chapter 19, in verse 37. You're introduced to the first child. The first child is Moab. Now, out of Moab, so you have this incestuous relationship between Lot's daughters and Lot, and this is something that never should have happened, but it did happen. And because this happened, there were two children that were born. That was Moab and Ben-Ami. And out of Moab, you have the Moabites. Now, what's interesting about the Moabites is that they were very terrible. Thank you, Hansonology. I appreciate that. The Moabites were terrible. These people were pagan. They were involved with ending, sacrificing little people. But what's really neat about the Moabites is who comes from the Moabites, and who comes from the Moabites is a woman named Ruth. And Ruth is really, really cool. I love the story of Ruth. There's only like 4 chapters in the story of Ruth, but there's so much there. It is so neat just to think about it. But Ruth is awesome. She was a Moabitess. Now, she left her people. She left her country. She left her people. It's kind of paralleling Abraham in a sense, and Abraham left his people. Ruth, Naomi, and she says that famous verse, which says, your people will be my people and your God will be my God. Yeah, Shelba, so good, right? And so Ruth is a Gentile who is in the genealogy of Jesus. And I think that's incredible. If you go and read the first chapter of Matthew, you see that there are 5 women that are mentioned in the genealogy in Matthew chapter 1. And one of those women that are mentioned is a woman named Ruth. And the story of Ruth is incredible. The story of Ruth is incredible. I absolutely love it. But getting back to Genesis chapter 19, verse 37, it says, the firstborn bore a son and called his name Moab. Now, what Moab means is from father. That's what Moab means, from father. And so this speaks to where Moab came from. Moab came from father. This is an incestuous relationship. In verse 38, Genesis 19, verse 38, you have the other son whose name was Ben-Ami, and the name Ben-Ami means the son of my near kinsman. So that's interesting. Both of their names mean from a close relative, in a sense, if you want to boil it down, from father and from a near kinsman. And so this speaks to what the daughters of Lot did. And because of this, there's all kinds of things that happened in some pretty bad ways. Pretty evil things happened because of this action right here. So what they do here sets a domino effect throughout the scriptures in some pretty wicked ways. Okay, so that is Genesis chapter 19. We're about to dive into Genesis chapter 20. Genesis chapter 20 is going to be the last chapter that we do tonight, and then we will pick the rest up on Genesis chapter 21 on Tuesday. But if you guys are new, thank you so much for being here. My name is Ryan. We're just going through the Bible book by book, chapter by chapter, verse by verse. All of these studies are uploaded to YouTube. There's a YouTube link up here in my TikTok profile if you guys wanted to go check it out. We've done Revelation, Ruth, Hebrews, James, John, Acts, Romans, Daniel, all kinds of books. We've done like 25, 26 books or so. And we just finished the book of Revelation. It was such a fun study. And if you were here for it, then you guys know what I'm talking about. But now we're in the book of Genesis, and we take our time going through it. And so if you're first time here, we are really trying to, not race through the Bible, but we're trying to study the Bible. And so that's the hope here. If you guys wanted to support this ministry, if you find it worthy, there's ways to do that up in my TikTok profile. There's a link tree up there. You this study is literally ran by you guys, and so if you guys find this study to be worthy enough, then you guys can support that. And if so, then thank you so much. And if you have, thank you so much. And if you're going to, thank you so much. It's very humbling. But I would ask for prayer, because it's a big deal. I think I look at this ministry as being very timely. I think the world's getting weird. It's getting gloriously dark out there. And I think that this is a mission field that is very important. There's hearts and minds that are won on TikTok. I mean, many people just watch a 2-minute TikTok video and they think they got a whole topic figured out. And so these Bible studies are basically designed to go for a very long time to kind of shine a light on certain truths and to really help expand the knowledge that is given to us by the Word of God. And so I always want you guys to test all things and hold fast to that, which is good. But the main thing is always going to be the main thing. And the main thing is how to know for sure you can get to heaven. How in the world do you get to heaven? Because if you don't know that, then all of the things that we're talking about here doesn't matter. How do you get to heaven? Well, you need to first understand the bad news before you can understand the good news. The bad news is, for all have sinned and fall short of the glory of God. That's what it says. Thank you, D. For all have sinned and fall short of the glory of God. Romans 6:23 gives us more bad news. It says, for the wages of sin is death. So there's a lot of bad news, and you need to understand bad news so that you can appreciate the good news. You can't save somebody without them first being lost. And so the important thing is to recognize the bad news to appreciate the good news. The good news is, but the gift of God is eternal life through Jesus Christ our Lord. It is through Jesus Christ our Lord. That's amazing. It is through Jesus Christ our Lord, period. It is for by grace you have been saved through faith, and that not of yourselves, it is the gift of God, not of works, lest any man should boast. Down in 1 Corinthians 15, verse 3 and 4, where it talks about how Jesus died according to the scriptures, how he was buried in the scriptures. It's unbelievable. It's absolutely unbelievable. John 3:16 says it so beautifully. It says, for God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, that whosoever believes in him shall not perish but have everlasting life. You see, if you actually acknowledge your sin, then you acknowledge Jesus as being God's Son, and that he died on the cross for your sins, and you put your faith in him, and you ask him to forgive you, then what's going to naturally happen is he's going to seal you with the Holy Spirit, and he's going to start working on you. And a natural byproduct is going to be a change. Because if you truly recognize who he is and what he did for you on the cross, then your life is going to reflect it. And so the question is, could I, just if I observed for now, I don't know anything about you, if I just hang out with you for like 20 minutes, would I be able to tell? A private investigator. My point here is that we need to be living very boldly for the Lord. And so that's what we need to be doing. We need to be living obvious. We need to be an obvious Christian. We need to be telling people about Jesus. People need to be understanding who you are. Like, do people know you're a Christian? This is what I want to encourage you. I want to stir you up, because we need to be doing that and stirring one another up even more as we see the day approaching. And so it's not an easy thing. It's not a popular thing, even though there's a lot of people who wear Christ is King type shirts and stuff like that. It's just like, well, who is that to you? Can I ask you who he is to you? Can you tell me? Are you demonstrating it to me? Are you showing it? And so I just would encourage you to live it, not just talk about it, but demonstrate it. All right, so let's go ahead and dive on into Genesis chapter 20. If you guys have any questions about anything that I've said so far, you can always reach out to me on TikTok. My messages are open. You don't even need to follow me on TikTok. I'm just letting you know that if, I'd love to talk to you. I look at it as a part of this ministry. I'm fortunate enough to have my dad. He's a pastor, so I can always ask him questions. I am not a pastor, but I might be able to help in some kind of capacity. And so if you want to use me to bounce ideas off of or something like that, then perhaps I can help. You don't just throwing it out there. But in Genesis chapter 20, let's keep on going. Genesis chapter 20, verse 1. Genesis chapter 20, verse 1, it says, and Abraham journeyed from there to the south and dwelt between Kadesh and Shur and stayed in Gerar. Now, Gerar is 12 miles south, roughly, of Gaza. Like if you like, here's Israel, here's the West Bank right here, here's the Gaza Strip, and so Gerar is south of that. But it goes on in Genesis chapter 20, verse 2. It says, now Abraham said of Sarah his wife, she is my sister. And Abimelech, king of Gerar, sent and took Sarah. Now, Abimelech is a title which is similar to Pharaoh. Like Pharaoh was not his name, Pharaoh was his title. So Abimelech is not his name, Abimelech is of Gerar, sent to Abimelech in a dream by night and said to him, indeed, you are a dead man because of the woman whom you have taken, for she is a man's wife. Now, once again, Abraham, the father of faith, in a sense, is actively deceiving. He's being very deceptive. And what you have here, Abimelech is a pagan king, and a pagan king basically is going to show that he ends up having more honor, in a sense, than Abraham does, because Abimelech is going to do the right thing after he learns that he was doing something wrong. Abraham knew what he was doing was wrong, and he did it anyways. He was being deceptive. He says, this is not my wife, this is my sister. He's like, this is my sister. This is not the first time he's done it. But again, Abraham is looking out after his own life, and he's worried about dying. But again, this is one of those times where Abraham forgets the promises, because remember, Abraham was promised that he would have many nations. And in order to have many nations, in order to have the son that God just ended up promising him, he needs to be alive to do that. And so Abraham forgets that promise, and he falls back into this deceptive kind of manner here, and he becomes deceptive in regards to the king of Gerar. And that's why the king of Gerar ends up taking Sarah as because she is very beautiful. And God ends up coming to him in a dream in verse 3 and says that you're a dead man. And that's crazy. That is very direct. Can you imagine God showing up to you in a dream and saying you are donezo? In Genesis chapter 20, verse 4, it says, but Abimelech could not come near her, biblically speaking, didn't sleep with her. And he said, Lord, will you slay a righteous nation also? Did he not say to me, she is my sister? And she even herself said, he is my brother. In the integrity of my heart and innocence of my hands, I have done this. So Abimelech is basically, he's pleading his case. He's like, God, I had no idea. He's like, she told me that was his brother. He told me that was his sister. He's like, I didn't do any of this like with any kind of ill intent. And so that leads us to Genesis chapter 20, verse 6. And it says, and God said to him in a dream, yes, I know that you did this in the integrity of your heart, for I also withheld you from sinning against me. Therefore, I did not let you touch her. Because this is so provocative. God says, makes you think of Matthew, Matthew 18 or something, 16, 17, Matthew 18. But it talks about where, I can't remember, but where Jesus is talking to Simon Peter, and he's like, Simon Peter, and he's like, Satan has asked to sift you as wheat. And he's like, but I have prayed for you. And so it's so interesting to see, something similar to that seems to be happening here, where God is saying, I withheld you from sinning against me. Very, very interesting stuff. But Genesis chapter 20, verse 7, it says, now therefore restore the man's, and he will pray for you, and you shall live. But if you do not restore her, know that you shall surely die, you and all who are yours. So what you have here in verse 7 is, if Abimelech obeys, then he will be rewarded. This is a conditional type of situation that is presented to Abimelech, whereas there was an unconditional promise that was promised to Abraham in Genesis chapter 12. Here, this is a conditional promise, and what a conditional means is that there is an if you do this, then I will do this. This is the situation here. So God presents the problem, the scenario to Abimelech, and the scenario is, if you give her back, then I will reward you. And so the ball is now in Abimelech's court. And so in Genesis chapter 20, verse 8, it says, so Abimelech rose early in the morning, called all his servants, and told all these things in their hearing, and the men were very much afraid. And Abimelech called Abraham and said to him, what have you done to us? How have I offended you that you have brought on me and my kingdom a great sin? You have done deeds to me that ought not to be done. And then Abimelech said to Abraham, what did you have in view that you have done this thing? So here you have, in verse 10, you have a pagan king calling out the father of the faith. Just think about that. You have a pagan king, Abimelech, calling out the father of the faith in verse 10. Abimelech said to Abraham, what did you have in view that you have done this thing? Isn't this crazy? In verse 11, it says, and Abraham said, because I thought surely the fear of God is not in this place, and they will kill me on account of my wife. Sarah was very beautiful. We were told that multiple times back when Abraham and Sarai were in Egypt when Pharaoh took her. Very beautiful. In verse 12, Abraham continues and says, but indeed, sister, she is the daughter of my father, but not the daughter of my mother, and she became my wife. So this is Abraham basically confessing, in a sense. He's like, I was being honest, but I was also being dishonest. These are half-truths. He is being deceptive. And so they had the same father, but they did not have the same mother and sister. And so they married one another. But in verse 13, Genesis 20, verse 13, it says, and it came to pass when God caused me to, I said to her, this is your kindness that you should do for me. In every place, wherever we go, say of me, he is my brother. In verse 14, it says, then Abimelech took sheep, oxen, and male and female servants and gave them to Abraham. And he restored Sarah, his wife, to him. And Abimelech said, see, my land is before you. Dwell where it pleases you. Then to Sarah he said, behold, I have given your brother 1,000 pieces of silver. Indeed, this vindicates you before all who are with you. She was rebuked. So Abraham prayed to God, and God healed Abimelech, his wife, and female servants. Then they bore children, for the Lord had closed up all the wombs of the house of Abimelech because of Sarah, Abraham's wife. It's so what you have here in verse 17, Genesis chapter 20, verse 17, you have an example of blessing those who bless you and an example of cursing those who curse you. So God gave the option to Abimelech. He's like, hey, now that you know what to do, you have an option. If you listen to what I say and you return the wife, then I'm going to bless you. Because unbeknownst to the king at this point, the wombs of all the women were closed up because of Sarah. That's what verse 18 tells us. All the ladies were unable to have children. Think about that. This is a king. The king is in charge of the people. The people could not have children. And so basically what this implies is that if Abimelech did not give Sarah back over to Abraham, this would be the end of the future of his kingdom. But because Abimelech gave Sarah back, God opened the wombs. And so the king, or the kingdom, the ladies in the kingdom were able to have children, and thus the future of the kingdom was able to continue. And so his kingdom was restored because he blessed Abraham. And so this is a picture of, I will bless those who bless you, and I will curse those who curse you. They were already under that curse, in a sense, unbeknownst to Abimelech, but then once they started blessing Abraham, they were blessed by Abraham because of that. And so that's a picture that goes back to Genesis chapter 12. And so that's pretty neat. But that is Genesis chapter 16 through 20. Hopefully you guys enjoyed that. All of these studies will be uploaded to YouTube. There's a YouTube link up in my TikTok profile. Holy smokes, 308,000 likes. That is incredible. Thank you so much for doing that, guys. You don't have to do that, but that is very kind. You guys need to rest your thumbs and put them around the thumbs. Thank you so much for that. But all of these are uploaded. There's a link up in my TikTok profile if you feel like this is worthy enough to support. It's up there in the link tree as well for that. You know, I don't like saying that too often, so I try to say it like once every chapter, but that is there. And if you guys wouldn't mind praying for it, then that would be awesome. And I know many of you guys are, and so I'm very thankful for that. You know, it's getting weird out there, guys. The world is getting strange. And so if you're a born again believer, I would encourage you to tell people about Jesus, because that's what we're here for. We are here to tell people about Jesus. Tell them the good news that Jesus died on the cross, that he was buried, and that he rose again on the third day according to the scriptures. And it says it is for by grace we have been saved through faith. And that not of yourselves, it is the gift of God, not of works, lest any man should boast. John 3:16, for God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, that whosoever believes in him shall not perish, but have everlasting life. It's an incredible opportunity to be able to tell people about Jesus. I want you to view it as it's a privilege. It is a privilege. It is a privilege that you and I, if you're a born again believer, get to tell people about Jesus, because he doesn't need us to, but he allows us to. This is some pretty neat things. Study guides. Hello, Misfit. Hey, thank you. Hansonology. Thank you so much. Release study guides and how they correlate to each chapter. It would help a lot. I don't have a study guide. I'm sorry. Knows a vote. Thank you so much. Going to share the gospel tomorrow. Let's go, Trisha. That's awesome. That is super cool. What's up? Bible's true. How you doing, man? Yeah, Miss Fit Queen, though, if you have any questions, you can always reach out. I would love to answer something if you have something. Hey, Ellie, thank you so much for those gifts. And Ashley Dawn, thank you so much. I'm glad you enjoy them, Crystal. I enjoy them too. Skywatcher, yeah, man. 1,000 likes per view, roughly 1,000 likes. Oh, very cool. Easier to understand when things are explained. Yeah, I totally get that. Yeah, it takes a lot of time. Thank you so much. Flip back and forth. Seems like it's much, and I get lost. Yeah, well, that's the same. That's the same story for me too. I mean, this. I keep learning things. That's why I keep touching on things, because I same study on Tuesday morning, and we're going through it again today. And so I was like, I went through it again after I already went through it. And so I went through it again, and I was like, okay. And so that's why there's different things in this one than there were last time, because there were things that I was learning. It's a never ending, you can just keep on going. Did Lot find out what his daughters did? I don't know. I don't think we're not told that. It says that he did not know. In contrast to Noah actually ended up knowing. Noah knew, because when he woke up from his wine back in like Genesis chapter 9, in Genesis chapter 9, when Noah was drunk, he woke up and he did know what Ham ended up doing to him, where Ham was laughing at his nakedness. So Noah knew then, but here we're told that Lot never knew. Hey, thank you, Rhonda. Thank you so much. And for the hat, somebody sent me a hat. Rhonda, thank you so much for that. Hat and mustache. Thank you so much. Yeah, Kim, good night, brothers and sisters. Love you all. Thank you so much. Best decision I ever made was is witnessing Jesus to the lost. Best thing ever right there. That is what it's all about. We did. I thought so. And I love that you did. Yeah, Gina, I'm glad you like them too. Very cool. Lots of good things here. Such a great, thank you, Sandy. Thank you so much. Yeah, I appreciate that. It's very kind, Sandy. That is awesome. Prayers for you, Ryan, and encourage. Pray for God, love, and present help when we are in trouble. Thank you, Dave Spagel. I appreciate you pinning all of those things, man. That's very helpful. Thank you for picking it up there for everybody else's sake. I appreciate that. You're so welcome. Yeah, Rhonda, thank you. You got some interesting things happening in the world right now. Just in case you guys don't see it, you got this whole Abraham Accords that are very, very provocative, at least to me. There's something that is referred to as the covenant in Daniel chapter 9, verse 27. And so there's going to be a covenant that is strengthened sometime in the future. I don't know what that covenant is going to be, but if I had to personally guess, it would probably be the Abraham Accords if it was going to occur in our lifetime. That would seem to make the most sense. One of the things I was thinking about today is if I take out all of your information about what you know about the world right now, like let's say you were in a coma. Let's say you're in a coma for the last 50 years. Let's just say that you were in the coma for the last 50 years. You have no idea what's going on outside right now. But what you do know is what the Bible says. And then all of a sudden I come into the room and I tell you a whole bunch of things that are happening in the world today, and you knew the Bible, like what we talk about here in these studies, you would be just like, you would be like, oh my goodness, like this is crazy. And so that's kind of like how I see the world right now. I just am looking at the world and I'm just blown away by everything that's happening. So I mean, it just seems like there's so many things that are lining up, but the Abraham Accords are huge. Seems like they are trying to expand the Abraham Accords, and the Abraham Accords will bring peace, as what they are claiming, peace with Israel, that they are trying to get there. And we know that when they say peace and safety, then sudden destruction. So it is really, really fascinating to see this kind of stuff. I just want you guys to really be sensitive to these things, because it's a big deal. And when you see this stuff and you see it happening, it is it's authenticating the Word of God. This is the most real thing you could ever dive into. Everything else is just a distraction in a sense. Everything else, nothing else matters but what you do for the Lord and how you further the kingdom, because that's what we need to be doing. And it's tough because we get distracted a lot of times, like it's very difficult, keeping your eyes on Jesus, because there's a lot of shiny things in the world and we get distracted. We're like, I'm going to go over here and play and play and play. And once you're a born again believer, that's all he wants to do. Satan just wants to distract you, because he can't do anything else to you, but he wants to distract you. He wants to make you ineffective. And if he can make you ineffective, then he's going to do that. But what we want to be is we want to be effective, so that we can glorify the one who died for us. And so we want to do, whatever we eat, whatever we drink, whatever we say, whatever we do all for the glory of God. And that's something that we have the opportunity to do. That's an absolute privilege. It's an absolute privilege to be able to do that. And hopefully you guys can see that. If you guys have any questions, if you guys have any, not that I know everything, I'm never going to know everything. I have learned so much in the last year and a half. It's ridiculous. But it takes a lot of time, a lot of energy, and a lot of focus. And so, you can do it, then you can do it. And so it's just a matter of what you want to do. We're good at what we want to do. There's a lot of people who play the guitar, and it's because they spent a ton of time playing the guitar, practicing, researching, looking things up, the best way to hold it, all these kind of things. And they invest a lot of time. And so you can do the same thing with the Word of God. Spend time, look into it, read commentaries, read studies, read your Bible, look up what the words are. What does this word mean? Where is this word connected to? Who is this guy? What is this people? Where are they from? Ask those questions. And if you search those answers, then you'll find something rather beautiful, I think. And so that is something that you guys can all consider. But that's what I got for you guys. That is Genesis chapter 16, verse 16 through 20. Good study. The next time we go live, it's going to be we're going to be covering Genesis chapter 21, probably chapter 22, 23, and 24 perhaps. But chapter 22 is something I'm really looking forward to. There's such some amazing things there. And if you guys haven't read it, if you're not familiar with it, then you'll be blessed by it and it'll be a good time. But all right, Julie, see you Tuesday, God willing. Lord willing, we are one day closer to home. I enjoy your update videos. I don't have TV to stay up to date on what's going on in the world. Yeah, Tiny Granny, I am blessed to do that. That is awesome. I'm glad you enjoy them. Thank you, Ryan. Absolutely. Amanda, hello, Hunger. How are you, my friend? Hello, Alex. Amen. Thank you, my friend. Love your studies. I feel so blessed to have come across you. Well, that's awesome. Praise God, Nicole. All right. Praise Jesus indeed. All right, guys. Well, I'm out of here. Indeed. All right. Lord willing, I'll see you Tuesday morning around 9:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. I always put out a little TikTok story before we go live, like at least I try to do it 24 hours in advance, but Tuesdays and Fridays. Tuesdays in the morning, 9:30 a.m. Fridays at night, 9:30 p.m. is the idea there. And all of these are uploaded to YouTube. If you guys haven't followed me on YouTube, I would encourage you to go do that just so we can stay in touch, because I just have TikTok and YouTube. That's all I got. I don't have anything else. So those are the options for you guys. But there's a link tree up in my TikTok if you are looking for the YouTube. It's ITZ_sheesh if you are interested. All the studies are uploaded there. Yeah, absolutely. All right, guys, I'm going to go to bed. You guys have a good night. I will see you, Lord willing, on Tuesday. Hello, Dina. Thank you, Ryan. Interesting study tonight. Yeah, interesting, right? I mean, you got a lot of good stuff. Lots of things to consider all over the place. Like, I mean, even when I was going through it again today, because I was preparing Genesis chapter. I was going through Genesis chapter 21, and there's a lot of so much. I spent over 2 hours in Genesis 21 today. I'm just getting ready, just trying to wrap my mind around certain things and understand what's going on and what's being said. And I take a lot of notes, so that takes time. I handwrite all my notes. I think handwriting things really helps my mind. Your guys' mind might work differently. But when I write things down, when I hear things, and then when I write things down, and then I read, all those things together allow the concept to just stick a little bit more, because it's very fleeting. Learning these things is very challenging. It's difficult, but this is part of the journey. Can you imagine living in a world where we did not forget? It wouldn't be the daily bread anymore, because we wouldn't need to. We would just have to read the Bible one time, then we'd remember it all. But I think the part of forgetting is the beauty of remembering, in a sense. So there's something there. But I'm glad you liked the study, Dina. Julie, I hope you have a good night. Denkus Bagel, thanks for doing the whole posting all of the references and stuff like that. I'm sure that helped other people keep up. So I appreciate you doing that. Yo, Denkus, for the record, my secret is God. What's up, Shine Island? All right. Yeah. All right, guys. Well, I'm out of here. You guys have a good night. Thank you so much for being here tonight. I really appreciate you guys on YouTube. I think I like YouTube. YouTube's it's a little bit more homier. But I'm going to go to bed. It's 2:22 in the morning here. I'll see you, Ryan. Thank you. Yeah, absolutely. All right, you guys. And I'll see you, Lord willing, on Tuesday morning around 9:30 a.m. See you guys.